How's it going, everybody? And welcome to the NECC Valorant quarterfinals. We're here in the Emergence League. My name is Mark, casting alongside Orbital. And Orbital, how you doing this evening?
I'm doing all right. Excited to be here. I got little Ziggs behind me, ready to go. Wrong way, that way. He's ready to go. He's taking a break from League of Legends and ready to see some firefights go down.
It's hard because, like the weatherman, how you have to kind of like mirror your own movements. Yeah, don't worry. It happens to the best of us here. But all right, let's throw up the bracket here because, like I said, we're already into the quarterfinals. So let's take a look at what is going on. So here we go. We've got currently Augusta Yellow up against the Lakeland Muskies. But the matchup we're going to be covering today is going to be CSP Gold going up against Carthage Firebirds. And sorry, I've been saying quarterfinals, but actually we're in the semifinals. So one of these two teams are going to be going towards the finals.
Yeah, and the numbers on the other side also are a little bit skewed. So let me give you an update. These two teams, as second and third seed, both 2-0'd their opponents. And granted, this was, I would say, relatively simple for them as well. So for the side of Concordia University St. Paul, they 2-0'd BU Stimmies 2-0, but also only dropping a single round. So they went 26-1 throughout their two games in there. Now for Carthage Firebirds, it was a little bit rougher. First game against SIUE White, it was 13-1, and then second game it went the full distance. 13-11 is what we were looking at there. But again, both teams ending in a 2-0. Extremely strong players.
Yeah, and so you know what? I like personally just hearing that CSP Gold kind of came in here with that level of enthusiasm coming off of their game in the quarterfinals, you know that they got to be feeling themselves. And you know that they're looking at that number one spot and really just want to send it home. But of course, like you said, Firebirds are going to give them a good run for their money. But let's go into the teams now, starting out with CSP Gold, just to kind of take a look at that scary little roster. We got Vista, Cookie Dough, Big Z, Goozy, and Six Stack. All of these players have been playing previously, I do believe. And so, you know what? This is a squad that is going to be extremely comfortable with playing with each other, especially too as we get closer and closer towards the actual finals of this tournament.
Yeah, so we are hoping to see these teams really round out their compositions of their players. Reason being is, again, in the playoffs, this should have been done basically week 7 or week 8.
Oh, yeah.
You should have had your roster locked in. You should have had these players that have all played together for quite some time and been able to create this synergy, right? So at this point in time, in the Emergence Division, we are hoping to see the likeness of players having that 2 to 3 player synergy, or maybe all 5 players, right? Lineups working together, or the swing peaks together, right? All of these things should be in tandem, and that's what you're hoping to see. So I'm very, very excited to see this roster pan out. On the other side, for the Carthage Firebirds, we're going to be seeing a whole set as well. We got Slum Dank in the first position, and then Coney, Kalioth, Happy Samoyed, and Hoax all coming in here. So very, very enjoyable, hopefully enjoyable team play, because I didn't get to mention it before, but these teams, again, when they played in week number 6, they had an exorbitant number of rounds. So every single game, I believe, panning out from the last one, went the full distance. It was a 10-13, 14-12, and 13-8 in favor of the Concordia University St. Paul squad. So it's going to be a good time.
Oh, yeah. And I like, once again, I want to pick up on that point that you said that, you know, hopefully these teams have solidified their rosters. They know their strategies. They're going to be playing together, because when we watch Valorant, that is what we want to see. We want to see that level of team coordination, because that's honestly the beautiful thing about playing this at a more higher competitive level. But okay, we've talked about these teams quite a bit. We've given you the history. Let's take a look at what the maps are going to be for tonight in this best of 3 series. So we already have our bans, and we're going to start things out on Haven, actually, and then we're going to be making our way over to the lovely, wonderful Breeze, as it gets a little bit cold this time of year. And if necessary, then right over to Icebox. So I guess we're going to keep it cold if we do decide to go the distance on this best of 3.
And considering that they've already gone, so I'm very, very happy that we are going to see Breeze come in here as a second pick. I love the openness of this map and a little bit more of the horizontal play, right? So this map, honestly, I know a lot of people dislike it. I understand why they dislike it as well, but it's one of my favorites. And to actually see it being played here, I'm very, very excited to see what the teams can put down and to see what they can come up with. Because again, these teams have not only gone the distance, but they've gone into OT before between the two. So I expect these teams to be well matched, especially on a map such as Haven. You know, all three sites are available, and at the same time, I mean, only A and C are really hit in a consistent manner, and it should be fairly close.
Yeah, and this is actually something interesting that we're kind of like the way that Valorant is played right now. Obviously, we do know that Harbor has been introduced into the game, but I've still yet to see really a team utilize him properly without just kind of being like, oh, okay, that's kind of neat and cool. You know, when we talk about team composition, specifically on Haven, which is going to be our first map here, you know, you expect to see that Fade come out. You expect to see a Jet or a Raze, maybe a Neon, but generally speaking, this meta has been more or less solidified, and I think that even the introduction of Harbor hasn't really affected how this map kind of gets played out. Do you agree with that?
I would agree to an extent. Yeah, there's I mean, I personally have not seen Harbor enough to really put down a concrete I want to say my own concrete opinion. I understand what the analysts say, and I understand that, you know, it's being tested here and there, as well as being given a lot of brevity in some of those pro play scenarios. And it still feels like it's still being tested out, which is crazy because you take a look at the fact of the rise of Fade, right? It came about very, very quickly on, and people really locked into the fact that you can make a lot of combination plays off of it. At the same time, it's just like Harbor brings a mix of everything, right? Brings some of those smokes as well as that wall off, but they the walls and the smokes do so much extra. And so I think players are still figuring out kind of the jack of all trades style that it brings to the table, and just waiting to give it a bit more time here, as we are already going to see even the teams here are saying like, no, we're not dealing with that today. Just go back to old faithful.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the best way to describe that. And just taking a look at Concordia's composition, because they've already locked things in, this is a very, honestly, just like a modification on what it could be considered like classic Haven. You know, we're seeing that Sova come out. We're seeing the Jet as well as the Breach and the Omen. I guess the big difference there is instead of bringing that Killjoy in, this time around you're going to have Chamber. But the reason why, obviously, is because Chamber is just nutso with all of those different utilities that just allow him to just frag out. I am very curious to see what we're going to be seeing on the side of the Firebirds, though. We have that Fade being locked in, which to me says that the Raze is going to come hand in hand, just because it really does favor that fast sight hit combination of utility. Just works out so well. But I'm curious to see how they're going to build their squad around
your
that.
Agent.
And it is possible that we're not going to get quite a bit of overlap between these two teams.
No, and this is kind of the fun fact about it too, right? This is the team still kind of saying, okay, listen, we have our own distinct styles, and I think you are correct. I don't actually see a majority share. We're still waiting for the Firebirds, so we'll get an idea of what that fifth agent is going to be. I don't think we saw it on the screen. But I think you're right. It is going to be uniques almost across the entire board here. And just the different variations and different styles of how they want to focus on this map specifically. I'm expecting still the test of A and C all the way through, and I don't think that's going to change at all. But I'm still a little bit hesitant to say who's going to have the upper hand. You know, we're talking about the different, you know, the modern versus the old, or, you know, unique picks overall. It's still left up in the air whether we can say, you know, that is perfect. Because, again, these teams are so close in standing. They're so close in skill, and that's what makes it so much fun to kind of discover, you know, is it going to be that Omen difference, right? Is that Omen going to be the big breaking point, or is it going to be that Fade? Is it going to be that KO, you know?
Yeah, and the thing is too, like, especially too, you bring a very interesting argument up here where it's just like, we could take a look at the new versus the old, but ultimately at this stage, it's going to come down to what the teams are comfortable with, as well as what the teams have rehearsed and being able to move things in. If we want to talk about that old composition, you got Silva, toss out that recon bolt, and then you get a lot of space with Jet, and then that just allows for the rest of the sight hit to come through as soon as all the utility is set up. But on the flip side, you know, you have Fade just get a lot of information, and you can just really pelt your enemies with the utility, coming in with the KO, coming in with the Raze, clear out the site before you're even onto it. And that just makes speaking all your corners that much easier. So it's going to be really interesting. And honestly, it's going to come down to how well these teams are playing their individual strengths and taking advantage of each other's weaknesses. Because like you said, these teams let the distance last time. And I'm assuming that they've come prepared for battle, for lack of better terms.
Yeah, and I will say, and it looks like we are going to get the agents coming in here, I want to break it down even further, or maybe even into a more generalized idea. I love the fact that you're talking about, clearing versus, kind of the information gathering. It's really information gathering versus information denial, right? That's the way I kind of look at things is, are you looking at trying to gather more information? Are you trying to look at, can I see the opponent versus how are we going to block off all the sites and how aggressive are we going to get? And that's how I always look at some of these compositions. And, entry still plays a big part, but
oh yeah,
the information denial to me is so important, right? Being able to lock off line of sights, if you're taking a look on the C site right here, whether it be long or going into connector for garage, what are you focused on? Where is your vision now being placed here? That's my big question overall. So I'm very excited, as you were saying, hey, are the Firebirds just going to go hot and heavy if they're on the aggressive on some of these agents, or is it going to be actually CSP Gold that are deciding on their own side to take one of the more aggressive stances?
Firebirds going hot and heavy. I see what you did there. I like
hey,
that one. I like that one.
Listen, I slipped it in there. I made it. I hopefully made it sound good. So
you nailed it. Don't ever doubt yourself, Orbital. You're doing great. But okay, we're gonna be starting out now. It's gonna be Concordia going in on the attack first, and Carthage are going to be defending. Just taking a quick look at how this defense is going to be setting up. It is a pretty standard thing that we can expect here. You got that chamber looking on those long sight lines, but you want either your duelist or your chamber peeking down a long, and that's pretty much what we're going to be doing. Curious though, kind of looks like CSP are setting up for more of a B hits. I wonder if they're going to commit to that. That's usually a little bit unconventional on that first round.
Yeah, and this is also, it's unconventional, but it's also a very fun skill check here. And it is going to be the skill check. Carthage say, hey, we'll take 3. We checked you, and now you're dead. So beautiful job overall. Hoax is going to find a little bit of util kill. And, CSP, you tried it, and wholehearted respect there, but it did not go the way that you thought.
And you could tell that the thought process was there, right? Like, you saw how fast the jet went in, but they weren't expecting somebody to be playing so close, especially on that first round. And Hoax just finishes Vista off. Honestly, that was a great defense, just off of the back of one player hanging out on B. Slum Dank did a great job at just kind of holding everybody at bay there.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. So people hear me say this all the time. I love gun checks, right? I love skill checks so much. I will always say I favor them just about over anything else, right? In the first round, in every pistol round, if you're on the attack, skill check them, right? Have some fun with it. Go crazy. I understand it's not, the optimal style of play, but I love it, right? I love running in. I love seeing people run in and just get ham and, really say, are we going to have the advantage here today? So now taking a look, though, slam dunk. Able to find a peek through mid. Are you kidding me? Well, Vista got some rebound there.
Yeah, straight it back. Now, It's going to be the last person to play. Still has that stinger in hand, but Zigzag able to pick up the Bulldog. He's going to find the trade onto that one. And this time around, it is going to be a successful B site hit. Mooney, though, still just on the side. Make sure that rifle doesn't clear. Zigzag sees him. Actually loses the duel there. And that's actually going to be the Paint Trail's finding massive value. And suddenly, it's down to a 1v2. Vista just hanging out with the Spectre. The spike is already down, though. Trying to go straight through there, but Hoax a little bit faster, able to take him down. But still, a great round from CSP there. Able to take out 3 agents as well as get that spike.
You know what? Again, huge props to CSP for going for it again, right? They went hard for that B site, and it worked to an extent, but the gun advantage for Carthage was just a bit too strong. However, you are able to do some sort of economic damage on the side of Carthage, so this next round should be a little bit more valuable to you. You can go ahead, take a look for yourselves. You can see Coney and Happy Samoyed going ahead and hanging on to those Bulldogs. And right now with 2 B hits, this is where we should see CSP start to expand out, start to look towards some different areas. The only question is, are they going to fast push or are they going to take a little bit longer getting into the site?
You know how the phrase goes, fooled me once, shame on you. Place, can't get fooled again. Well, Cooney able to get out of the way there. It's going to be a flash coming in, a very fast attack onto that C site. Cooney comes up big, Zigzag going in there, catches Samoyed with the knife out, unfortunately just goes down, and finally the clear through happens. It's very explosive, but CSP are able to get themselves back onto site. It's going to come down to this post plant yet again. Let's see how Carthage want to take it. It's going to be 3v4 here.
Exactly what you want to see. Happy movements here. And of course, for the side of CSP, they are doing the work. The main thing is just make sure they don't lose as many players, and they do it perfectly, right? They only lose one, they clear out C, and this is the stock standard that we like to see. So 3 rounds open, and it'll be Carthage to start with 2 rounds in their favor. But here comes the gun round, right? This is the fun time for all the teams, and we do get the full weapon assortment. If you can call that full weapon assortment. We only see 2 real different guns there. It's going to be the Vandals and the Phantoms for both sides.
And I think that at this point, the Firebirds, obviously, you know, last round they did have a little bit of a gun disadvantage going into that based on the economic damage. But they have to understand now that CSP, they're going full send 5 stack all the way onto site just so quick, so fast. And so they need to be able to hold their ground just a little bit better and play with that knowledge. Currently, it's going to be an A-site hit, and they know the call here, so the smokes are going to come down preemptively, and that should be enough to at least slow down the pace from CSP and give Carthage a second to get their feet, dig their heels into the ground, and set up their defense.
Grenade!
A lot of tosses coming in here too, so a lot of vision denial that's being worked with CSP running off in the woods here. Wondering if they can make it work. This is going to get the first kill, and then a quick trade back and forth leaves Carthage with only 3 alive. But in comes that Orbital Strike. Give him a little bit of time. But Cookie Dough says, not today. Still going to play on this corner. It's a little bit of an awkward spot off of some of those different angles that you can hold. So, you know, you make do with what you can, and fourth Carthage in. Great shot by Coney, though.
Love to see that. Samoyed moving in while Slum Dank comes in from heaven. It's going to even out the playing field a little bit more. It's definitely winnable for the Firebirds. A lot more winnable here.
Oh.
And it's an excellent retake coming in for Carthage. They go in, don't lose a single member. They're able to get that defuse there, making their lead a little bit more solid. It's now 3-1.
I mean, Carthage, they are looking good here, and I say that for a very good reason. The retakes so far from Carthage, the 2 that they've had to go through so far, have looked extremely good in the gun rounds, right? They let the plan go through, and yet they are a man down. They still play strong. They still look like absolute beasts there. And that's something that CSP do have to worry about, right? They do have to be a little bit worried in the fact that if they can't get their retake defense down properly, it feels like this this first half is going to go wildly against them, and that is not something that you want to have.
So dead.
All right, here we go. It's going to be the Blade Storm up against the Cruiser Forest. Starts out, actually missed that Owl Drone, but that's going to allow 6 stack to make their way all the way in. Cooney backs up, hears all of that utility being popped, so knows that this is going to be the way that it is. Samoyed already taken out here, and that's going to be the trademark, identifying somebody, but the smokes are already down. And this is something that CSP has honestly been extremely good about. Get those smokes down early, and then play off the recon bolt to get a couple of surprise kills. It's worked out, and honestly given them the advantage. Time, Big Z gets taken out, Hopes through the air, able to actually find 2. Makes it look easy, and suddenly this is not looking good for CSP. Goes for the swing again, finds the head of Vista. Now it's all just falling apart. CSP got the spike down, but now the sauce is slipping right through their fingers there. Goosey can't find anything. Kalioth cleans it up, and a very dominant round for Carthage.
They didn't actually.
Man, what did I say, Marks, right? What did I say here? It feels like right now, CSP, they do not have a handle on their defensive sidings. They aren't ready to go against the likes of Hoax, who, quite honestly, I mean, I gotta also admit, Hoax popped off that round, right? That was a pop-off by Hoax. But it's still like, it feels like CSP feel a little bit weak whenever the retake goes down, or whenever the plant goes down, and they kind of scramble for those opportunities here. We can see them actually buying up here with a couple of the SMGs. And they have been playing fast. I will say this as well. Every single round so far, it's been a fast push, right?
You
Almost
want to
no
play?
time given
Let's
for the
play.
default. This time should be no different. They're going to try and rush up. They're going to try and find an opportunity for themselves. But maybe, you know, it's time, once the next gun round comes around, to take things a little bit slow, as Coney says, yeah, you should have taken it slow.
Still goes through there. Slum Dank able to find 6 stack. Not looking too good at all. Took a little bit of time for Carthage to figure out how they can defuse this, honestly, offense. Now they're making it look easy. As soon as they've identified what that one trick CSP have been doing, it's been just a clean sweep. Very dominant rounds thus far. CSP, they're going to be now taking a timeout. Hopefully, re-strategize some things. Think about how these last couple of rounds have went and try to modify it. Because at this point, it is extremely clear that going for those very fast hits is just not working out for them.
Yeah, and And the only reason I say that is because there is such a thing in a lot of these round-based shooters where it comes down to the tempo. And I know so many people out there hate the word tempo. You know, people screaming in Reddit and everything like that. What do you mean tempo? That doesn't matter. It really does, right? Once a team gets into a certain rhythm, into a certain style of, hey, we're going to fast push almost every single time. It doesn't matter what side it is. We're not going to do anything else. The other team has time to kind of get used to that fact, right? Carthage Firebirds, it feels like they'd identify that, hey, expect a gunfight in about 2 to 3, or I want to say 10 to 20 seconds out of the round, right? So for CSP, they have to change things up, whether it be the default, whether it be playing slow, looking for an early rotate out. They have to change their game up instead of just rushing into C, rushing into A, or rushing into B.
And actually, I'm very curious to see what that would look like if they do go for more of a defaulty style. Just based on how the Firebirds have playing this defense, they've just been able to just kind of, you know, stand still because they know that CSP are going to run into them. And honestly, the Firebirds have looked really good at their retakes. Every time they have to go back in onto the site, it's been almost flawless execution. So going for that default might make them a little bit more uncomfortable because that way they don't really know what to expect. And yeah, it looks like it's still going to be a fast hit coming in here, but splitting things up just a little bit. Goonie goes for the shot, unable to find anybody, and 6stacks already taking a lot of room. Has to watch out for that second. Just right there, goes to the back, might have overextended Smoyan, finds one, as 100 back, he doesn't get any information at all. While the Golden Bears, the Bears are going to be moving in onto that A site. They should be able to get that spike down. Didn't even see him there, but able to trade. They will get that spike down, but it's going to be 4v3. Oh, 3v3. All right.
And Goosey sending a little bit of regards here, and this might be the first time, so I like this, right? They tried to see a hit, and they rotated out, so still adding a bit more strategy to it. Now comes the retake, right? This is one of their kryptonites. They need to be able to hold it down and collect against these 3 defenders. For the Firebirds side, gotta look into the corner, and they don't, so Vista and Cookie Dough clean house nicely. 2 left alive, and looks like the timeout did some work for them. 5-2.
But sometimes old ways are
Honestly,
best.
great crossfires being set up there. And on top of that, too, looking at the post-plant positioning, that was the thing that we said that they needed to kind of figure out there. And it looked like that they were making a conscious effort to be a little bit more intentional with it. Previous rounds, we've seen them try to extend out, try to go into where the Firebirds might be moving in, and just getting punished for it. This time, they held their ground, you know, set up those crossfires, and were able to make that one work. So, great stuff coming in from the Bears Gold, sorry. And now, they're going to be defaulting yet again, splitting themselves up, looking at all 3 of those sites, potentially looking for a pick before they decide to commit on anything. But so far, 6stacks goes in yet again.
I'm too
Hopefully
far.
doesn't get punished here, but gets spotted out. Rendezvous coming in for Kuni. Keep that operator alive, and that C site is going to be claimed, so they are going to be making their move over here already.
And you know what? I'm actually okay with this fast push now because it's not all 5, right? Not all 5 are rushing into the site all the time. It's sending 2 almost scouters. They're sending some of their stronger attackers on the site and saying, okay, listen, go clear the site, see what you can get. We'll send a lurker out to other areas, and it's working, right? CSP now have found their motivation and have found kind of the angle that works for them. Push in, force the attention of Carthage Firebirds to look a different direction and send a lurker. Look at B and Garage. Those 2 angles are being held so quietly, and Goosey is now the lurker with a perfect play.
Nightfall online. Goosey in the back. Vault line. Already going to be a ball coming in here. Hoax now. No stopper online. Actually, doesn't find anybody there, and suddenly that flank just becomes a lot more better. Slum Dank, the last person alive, has to dodge around this aftershock. There's not enough time to fully get this defuser, and still 2 agents left. The one-way smoke is absolutely brutal, and Big Z from downtown is going to make sure that Slum Dank can't do a thing. CSP, they're coming back into this one.
Yep, and I love it, right? And this is something that we're going to see over and over again, because Goosey has now done this twice in a row. And it's the fact that Carthage Firebirds were lulled into a sense of, okay, if they plant somewhere, all of them are going to be there. We don't have to worry about them being spread out. We don't have to worry about watching our back, because we know all 5 are going to be in sight or around that site. And Goosey showed them what for. That is twice now that Goosey has gotten multiple kills or a great angle for a util drop, because Carthage Firebirds decide not to watch and watch their back. So this time around, you can see them there being a little bit sneaky, and CSP say, we are going to take this one nice and slow. What a time to call it out.
And it's kind of funny because those consecutive rounds have really conditioned Carthage to be more slow, not really know what they're expecting. But my games have matched still though. Someday, so good for it. Actually gets headshotted through there as Vista finds two. Are you kidding me? The flank gets completely dismantled. And now they're making the call. They're going to be running over to A, and they should have more than enough time to get that down. Let's not count Carthage out yet. They still do have that null command to play that retake. They really have to be careful about the flanker, though.
That is crazy to see there. That is a huge opening for CSP.
Player
Are they going to get even more? Goosey again
Spike
with
planted.
that lurking position. Just off on their own, doing whatever and getting free kills. And Vista is able to finish it off, so well done to Golden Bears Gold. And yes, that was a little bit more of a save, I believe. No, they did buy up. They bought up, I think, shorthand. So it was still a good round, though, for the side of CSP. And now Carthage are doing the same thing. They're like, bruh, what the heck happened after that timeout? Oh my gosh.
You know what? Like, you mentioned it earlier. Goosey on the flank has been instrumental in these post plants, and I wonder if that's just an issue with Goosey not being able to go on those long flanks previous rounds, or just a result of that 5-man rush onto one of these sites here. But I mentioned it earlier. The Golden Bears Gold kind of conditioned Carthage to expect 5 people to be on site at all times. And then as soon as they came back from the timeout, there was that one round where they went for the sneaky plant and were able to win it out. And now you can just see the Firebirds are a lot more hesitant to rotate all at once. And as a result, they're getting spread out, and it's because of that Goosey's able to find so much value on those flanks. Catch the people rotating in late, being in positions where you just wouldn't expect them if you're coming over from that C site all the way over to the A site. And it just makes it so much easier to play that post plant, knowing that Goosey's going to be good on the flank. The Firebirds, they have to pay attention to this. They have to pull their heads back into this, and they got to be better about honestly just keeping site control. You can't expect a Slum Dank to just be able to get a 3K right off the bat, just like how that first round went, when the Golden Bears decide to move in onto one of these sites. And this time it's going unconventional.
Let's play.
Oh, yeah, and again, this is because they only have one rifle, and they're going to give it their best shot. Happy Samoyed is able to take out a bit of util, but they have claimed the mid. Now the question is, how many other players are coming around? Goosey and Cookie Dough were ready for it, though. Slum Dank able to find one still in the 3v4. Look at that 2 out of 4 still on the side of Golden Bears. They're saying, listen, we're going to spend that ulti, but right now, that's not our main goal. CSP, go ahead and lay in to this A site. It's a beautiful play. Carthage, I mean, you went for it. Now you got to go on that retake. Good luck to you. Six Stack says you're 1 player short for this retake defense.
At least they were able to pick up a couple of rifles. Or at least they get one there. Slum Dank going to be the person there. Orbital Strike's still online, but I don't know if they think that this is still winnable. You got to be able to at least take a couple of rifles out of their opponent's hands, and this could be a good round.
Launching smoke.
Smokes here. The swing comes through. Big Z gets one, but gets taken out. Looks away just at the wrong time there. And just like that, Vista finds Slum Dank walk out. It's going to be all tied up all of a sudden. The Golden Bears Gold are coming right back into this.
I love it. I love it. And it's the constant back and forth as well of, you know, reading the opponent and trying to adjust, right? The faster you adjust, the fewer rounds you lose out after a team swaps ideas and ideals, per se. Right now, Carthage, they have given themselves a very nice buffer zone. If this continues to go CSP's way, 5 rounds moving into the second half is not terrible. It could be worse. It could be worse. Not terrible by any stretch. But CSP, I mean, for them to come back this hard, they're so excited they want to try and rush once again. They haven't rushed for quite some time. So all 5 stacking along, 3 in garage, 2 in long. And Coney's going to get the mow down again. It's a repeat of the earlier rounds.
Can't light them up otherwise. Carthage, they're going to be ready to knock you right down. Big Z, though, able to get a lot of space. Moving in onto the back of that C site. Goonie doing a really good job of just holding it down and not even expecting that rendezvous. And here comes Big Z walking in, finds the 2 members defending that site, and just like that, Golden Bears Gold are going to have an opportunity to get that spike down. It's going to be 3v3 on this retake. Given the fact that Goosey's already down, I think that Carthage should have the knowledge that they shouldn't really expect that flanker. So they're going to take their due diligence, check everything out. Once again, that orbital strike still online could be a really big factor in being able to get this lead.
and using it to actually flush out an opponent, give them a little bit of space. Dank makes optimal use of that round. Now the question is, can they take out this long play? That's going to be the question. I don't think they have too many smokes. They do have a little bit, and the spray goes through, so Dank is going to try and go for it, and it's finally finished. Big Z is able to get a 4K, and the final hit on the diffuser.
Last round in
They almost snuck it. I mean, pros don't fake, but, you know, you go for it. It's 50-50. CSP able to grab that round.
And I'm going to be honest, I think that the orbital strike would have had better positioning if it went C long instead. If not to use it almost like a smoke, at least force the repositioning off after they clear out the site, understanding that there was at least one person onto that site. But unfortunately, it doesn't quite go their way. Suddenly, CSP are now the ones in the lead, looking to take this at that 7-5 half. Tour de Force going to be on a line for Carthage. Looking down to see Long, very aggressive this time, but Cooney has to immediately recall out of there. He's going to allow 6stack to get in. You can tell the Golden Bears are starting to feel themselves. They're heating up here, and they're looking to get this space and take that advantage.
They needed just a little bit of time to come online, and now they can swap back to their old strategy style of aggression, always in your face. 6stack, Vista, Goosey, all slamming so hard and really holding on. Look at that catch on the back end. This is the beauty that CSP Golden Bears Gold have given themselves now a 7-5 lead, 6 rounds in a row.
All right, so CSP very clearly Sonic Frontiers fans. Not afraid to just kind of put the pedal to the metal and honestly feel very comfortable on it. We talked about how that was their approach at the beginning, but you touched on a very good point where as soon as they showed a little bit more variety, it almost strengthened the fact that they were able to go for those 5-man rushes and just overwhelm your opponent, especially too now that they're feeling themselves yet again. They're ready to take this one home. And so it looked very dominant towards the end there. Look at that, 6 rounds in a row for the Golden Bears Gold. Now, these teams are going to be swapping around here. Interestingly enough, the Firebirds are going to be potentially just running it down C long, not even going for any sort of garage control or anything. And they're going to catch that Sova there, but they have to be careful about 6stacks. I think that 6stacks can be a very high impact player, especially on these earlier rounds.
Ooh. And the early suppression definitely gives hold of what you were saying, right? It's just a hard rush here. 6stack didn't have the chance, right? I mean, you walked in, you came around the corner, you tried to get a better positional, but you were running into 3 different players, so it's a little bit of a rough time. Right now, though, it's a chance for CSP to come back and give themselves a very nice opportunity. Only losing 1 so far is not the worst in the world. So here, let's go ahead and take a look at the retake and where they want to enter from.
He is coming through here. He's going to be good for the kill right off the bat, but Folks able to take it right back. So out the back of the snipe, finds get another there. Now 1v2, 1v1 situation. Big Z, last person alive, Dank, all the way back in C long. Might just try and play this time down. Unfortunately, the spike isn't in the best position. Actually had a lineup, so that just makes it a lot more easier. Doesn't even have to poke out to shoot it at all. That's going to be the Firebirds getting the first round into this half, looking to convert it, and hopefully get the second one too.
And that's one of the more heartbreaking ways to die as well, right? The sound cues can do wonders, but even then, it's you know, if you're not really expecting it, it falls to the wayside. So well done on Dank's side, able to clear up 15 frags for themselves.
All set up.
And now taking a look, they have the weapons in their hands. So CSP, of course, opting to save here. They didn't get as many as they would have liked. So see what they can do, see what they can handle, as again, it is a C-side flank that they're going to look for. And the Firebirds just saying, hey, we have everything that we need. Let's go ahead and boost our way forward. Get the shots down, and Cody sprays in the garage for a kill.
There we go. Big Z still in the back. Big Z has been getting so much value somehow.
Launching smoke.
Just like that, Spike's going to be down. The Smoke's coming in as well. They're going to be setting themselves up here. Cooney in a great position with this Bulldog, but only 20 HP. Get taken down just after a couple of the shots. Actually, wall bangs there, but Calio able to find one in the back. Alpha Drone gets suspended, going to be taken right out of the air here. Playing it very far forwards, but look at that. Cooney, 20 HP and 2 more kills, make it a 3. And just like that, it's going to be all tied up here. As well, too, Firebirds able to keep a number of their members alive, so they will be able to bonus into this next one.
Feels amazing for them, and this is kind of their run back here. And I'm not sure if this is going to translate as well as I would think, but for the side of Golden Bears, remember, they had a little bit of trouble on their defensive sidings whenever they got the plant down. It was only when they started sending, I believe it was Goosey. They were sending Goosey on kind of that solo run to try and get some frags, right? This time around, you don't really have that option. Sending a defender on their own and lonesome tends to get him killed. So I'm curious if Carthage Firebirds here, if they're able to power through this round, if they're able to get a nice set of frags, they can set up for the fourth. Right now, it is CSP going, listen, we know the casters are saying different things, but we're going to hold our own. It's a 4-1 split, leaving B almost completely unattended with a single chamber over on A.
And this is interesting. They're going to be able to get actually quite a bit of ground onto that B site, but given the fact that they left the spike all the way in their spawn, I think they're hoping to potentially get some of the overextension coming through from the Golden Bears gold. Now Samoyed is going to be walking back up spike. Looks like this is going to be a B site hit. Going to be going fast here. And they will be able to actually take the site, so this spike is going to be going down. The team completely unscathed.
I mean, it was given by CSP, which is crazy to think considering CSP are the ones that have the guns, right? They're the ones that currently have the gun advantage, and oh, that's going to be a chance. Kalioth said, hey, I'm going to try this. 6X said, no, you're not. So that's going to be a great clip. Big C is now going to be on the retake and spraying through. Happy Samoyed is able to find one, but there's the cleanup that you were looking for. Slum Dank only able to gather one more before Golden Bears Gold are able to clean house, get into the site, and take that defusal. So it's not going to be the 3-0. It is going to be the 2-1 start as Golden Bears Gold are 1 round up here in the second half.
There we go. History repeats itself. It's looking like a mirror to how the very first half of this map started. 2 rounds, we lose that one. And if history is going to repeat itself, the Firebirds should have an opportunity to turn things around. The fact that they were able also to drop 2 of the members of CSP mean that not all of their members are going to be able to buy up. We'd actually see Cookie Dough. Oh, nope, they're going to make that one work, actually. Just enough credits from Goosey. Probably not going to be able to bring that full utility based off of the buy before that swap came around. But they will have rifles in all of their hands, which honestly I think is more impactful. Vista up top is able to find one. Gonna rendezvous away, allowing that A-site hit to happen. Firebirds are gonna get this thing down, but it's gonna be 5v4 on this retake. Samoyed tosses the fragment up into heaven. He denied them for a second, but unfortunately it just ricochets off the wall. Hard to do it through the sky smoke.
You don't have a whole lot of information. That's what tends to happen. You know, you're blind in the sky and you're giving it your best shot. But right now, we are seeing the Firebirds get completely smoked out here. But they turn it around so quickly. Kalioth was able to find one before falling sound out. You get the swing. No, you don't. Happy Samoyed is not so happy. Hoax able to take one more before falling. And it will be the Golden Bears Gold pushing to 9. Very well done on their retakes. I had some skeptical moments, but when Golden Bears Gold are given the opportunity, they hang on very, very tightly.
And how the Golden Bears, how that kill distribution has been kind of working out for them lately is if one of their players is able to find 1 or 2 individual picks, then as soon as they have their numbers advantage, they're going to be pressing it forwards. They're very comfortable playing off of each other. And on top of that too, before this map even started, we talked about how these teams should be bringing that level of coordination to the rounds, and I think that the CSP is honestly doing a fantastic job of that. They're able to play off of each other so well and making sure that they're not only just trading effectively, but they can just overwhelm with just having the superior numbers, not even really requiring that much utility, and it's working out so well for them thus far. Tour de Force, gonna be online for Vista. Vista's done an excellent job of shutting things down and makes it even easier. It's already 1 down. History repeats itself just like the start of that last round. This time though, with a big scary sniper rifle.
And that sniper rifle just taking people's heads off right now, or just the torso, right? It's a torso shot that can take it home. So Carthage go, what the heck? Like, why did we decide to do it? Granted, it's not one that you are really thinking of. As Hoax says, listen, we are still going to have the grand old opportunity. And now is going to launch that ulti and be able to find Big Z through the smoke. Heard a couple footsteps. And it evens it to 3v3. Cookie Dough, though, ready to go in C. Ready to go in 3 members. And is going to find Cody #1. Hoax, though, is quite low. And for those headshots, Cookie Dough has turned this completely back in Golden Bears' favor. And they take the round nigh cleanly. Only
You're not being
losing
shot at.
2.
You're doing something wrong.
And when those satchels hit the ground, it's like Hoax sees the Matrix. Just dodging all the bullets. I don't know how this has happened multiple times, but it's looked so good every time we've seen that Raze play. But right now, CSP, honestly, their aim is looking pretty crispy. And we can talk about strategy all we want, but if these players are fragging out and being able to just find those headshots, that it just makes it that much easier. And we're starting to see the results of that. Right now, it's 10-7. We are going to be seeing Carthage go for the timeout, figure out what they can change here, because so far in this half, their attack has not looked as good as the CSP defense. They have a couple of ultimates to work with. We are going to be seeing that tour de force come online. They could just run it down using that null command as well. That's going to shut down a lot of the utility and make it a lot easier to go in, but they have to be aware that CSP are really fragging out heavy, and they have to use their utility to be able to deny those frags.
And the crazy thing is I would say Carthage have a little bit more util for the entries, right? I would say they have a little bit more to kind of block out the information and sort of those slow down pieces and to block off information. So for the Firebirds, it's not getting into the site. That's the difficult part. Maybe that last round, yes, but the rounds before, it's all been kind of on those retake values, and it was a dangerous spot. So very, very hopeful in terms of turning things around. I'm wondering what they said inside of that, inside of the timeout, but they immediately get spotted. There was not a single point of hesitation as Hoax is able to trade it right back. Slumdank finds Big Z pushing a little bit too close to comfort and leaves CSP in a dire situation 3v4.
Running it down, tour de force activated. Should be able to get the spike down as well. Didn't even really need to expend any other ultimates just besides the tour de force. Moyed gonna be getting it down here. It's gonna be 3v4. Oh, just misses that second shock bolt. That could have been fatal. Now Vista up top, operator in hand. Let's not forget that there is a Rolling Thunder online. And they're getting posed up to use it. Vista good for one. The Rolling Thunder comes through. Hoax able to sidestep that one. Now here's them being able to come here. Samoyed good for one. And now Hoax goes for the swing around the side and is able to find Goosey. Now knows that Vista's just up there. Throw the shells to deny. Can't even use the teleport anymore. Vista 4 HP. Gonna just be backing it out. Keep that operator alive into this next round. But that was a very solid attack and thus defense from the Firebirds.
And this feels like CSP say, listen, we learned from our previous games. We are learning more and more. We are saying, just give us this chance to show that we are the team that is in the upper echelons. This is the team that is currently second seed coming out. And saying, look, we have no problems. We will be on that doorstep. We will be ready to go for that finals if given the chance. But of course, Carthage Firebirds say, nah, not today. Not today, not as easily. So, CSP, they got still a little bit more work to go. Plenty of econ to work with, though. So Vista hanging on to that operator, as you said. But the rest of the team buying out and still having 3 ultis of their own. So looking at that Sova, looking at that, probably Blade Storm being held for a little bit longer. But that teleport from the Omen might be used to give them a bit of extra credit, but Vista unscoped at the improper time is going to find the kill on Happy Samoyed, though. Oh, what a little bit of an up and downer right there.
Oof. All right, Nightfall going to be online.
Oh, no!
Able to find Slumdank, shut that one down, and as well, that's information about where the spike is going. They know that this is going to be it. 6 stacks already gone so far on the flank. Going to be walked through, actually able to deny the plant there. Be a denial of 6 stacks as well, but now Hoax around. They still have spike down. A huge paranoia comes through as well to only 2 members remaining. Coming in here. It is going to be the Hunter Fury online now. This time Big moving in as well as Hoax is trying to hold it down for the underground. A 1v2 scenario here. Rifle in hand is able to find the head. It's now 1v1. Spike in hand. Going up against Vista, and Hoax wins that every day and night. Just like that, a nice 3K to close it out. Firebirds definitely not out of it just quite yet. Now a 1 round difference between these 2 teams.
I can't believe that just happened, honestly. I'm still dumbfounded, right, that occurred. Hoax hid behind the box. This is not normal, by the way. If you get flashbanged and everything, you don't normally hide in the middle of A, right? You're usually looking for, down A long or anything like that. You hide behind box, and you find 2 members of Golden Bears looking the wrong way. Beautiful job by Hoax, keeping Carthage very close. It is now a 1 round difference, and Cookie Dough now in the backside has been suppressed, has been found out. getting all the util dumped on him. Was not going to try and hop up and find an opportunity for themselves. There is not much you can do. They waylaid it in. That was a swamp of util used to take out one player.
And you know what? This is what we talked about when we talked about the team compositions a little bit. The Firebirds composition, you use that util to close everything out, and then you just kind of run for the hills and play this post plan. And it worked out perfectly for them. No, okay, never mind. 2 people are going to be coming in onto the site. 6 stacks, Blade Storm activated, going to be walking through here. Actually finds the head of one. Are you kidding me?
What?
Finds Host as well through his own smoke. And now, Firebirds have to back off here. Unfortunately, it's not planned for them. A normal strike coming in online. Not able to find any picks there. Samoyed actually finds in the back line here. 6 stacks still holding down the front line. Once again, it's not landed for long. They have to move in here. Samoyed able to find one, but now there should be more than enough time for this D2 to come through. Never mind, it's actually a little bit too late. It's going to be the utility once again that just comes through, and 6 stacks barely dodges the spike explosion there. It's all tied up 10-10 here, Orbital.
It wasn't planted for long, it was planted for util, right? And that is one of 2 great choices. They say, hey, look, we don't even want to take the chance on the gunfights down long. Let's just go ahead and hold off instead with those mollies, with that orbital strike. That was pretty much a lineup specifically for Slumding, right? That was completely lined up for that Brimstone, just saying, hey, go ahead, throw the mollies, throw that orbital strike, and we'll get around and tie things up. The unfortunate thing is it was used on a save round, right? We can see now CSP are granted the opportunity with all guns hot to take a big chance, and because those big ticket ultimates are down, 6 stack feels great about chasing forward.
Wow, that is such a great kill. On top of that too, that's going to be really good. Hoax has been so key at getting these entry frags for Carthage. Without Hoax, it's just going to be a lot more slower. They still have that null command available. Samoyed has been holding on to that one for a couple of rounds now. This might be when they want to use it, but still 6 stacks is presenting such a deterrence for wanting to push down C long. Does get spotted out here, and now the squad is going to be rolling through. Going to be the 0 point onto the site there. Just get a little bit. Now going to be popped here, but 6 stacks holding it down with Goosey just off to the side. Goosey is going to go down, and 6 stacks retreats. Be able to get that spike down, but a lot of members of Carthage are really letting it down. Overextends just a little bit, gets rewarded. Actually finds another one through the smoke as well. Tony's already down. Has that
one enemy remaining.
Okay, you've got to be kidding me. Samoyed through the boxes gets taken down, and now it's all up to Kalioth.
30 seconds
going
left.
Down, gets spotted out. Bigzy.
Oh my god.
No hands actually, but is able to pull it out just in time and find the headshot there. Golden Bears looking very confident. 2 more rounds to close out map number 1.
I mean, I wouldn't say confident. I'd be saying, you know, they're kind of going for broke here, and it's understandable, right? They were doing so well with those 3 rounds in a row, and then they let Carthage do the exact same thing back. So that round, yes, it might have looked extremely clean, but it was a necessary round to win. They needed that win very handedly as well. They could not hand any extra econ over, because if CSP win this round, they should put 1 or 2 members of Carthage Firebirds into the red. They should drop them into a difficult scenario if it gets to map point, and that's what you're hoping for here. Coney playing this one a little bit long with that headhunter and saying, give me just a window of opportunity. Give us a minuscule crumb of a site, and I will try and do the damage.
HL's toss in the back. Cookido has to reposition, but actually takes quite a bit of damage just off of those side explosions. Part 2? Side explosion. Okay, the bait is going to get a little bit of information there, but there you go. Coney starts it off. Headshot on it. You see there, but 6 stacks actually gets taken out, so that could have been big. Samoyed tosses up the 0 point, but actually gets shot out. Now they know that 2 people are going to be coming in on this flank. Vista able to find Samoyed in the back. Now they know where this is coming from, and they will set up themselves appropriately. The teams have swapped, actually. It's going to be a lot of the retake coming in through B main. And just having Vista come off the side. Kobe, though, holding such a close angle. And it wins that fight against Vista. And now it's just going to be 2v4. Firebirds looking to really tie things up on this round.
I mean, I think they got it. This is B site. This is one of the harder ones to retake. Everyone knows, and that's why you don't normally plant here, but Carthage Firebirds make it work to optimal decision making, and this was a round they so desperately needed to win, right? Taking a look at the econ of both teams, we can see a full buy in everything from CSP here. I mean, we expected that almost have to zero out here. So, depending on who wins what side, we are seeing... Oh, okay. So, a timeout for CSP's side by their coach, SDR. Carthage had done a fantastic job coming back here. They needed that round or else they were going into that map point with a little bit of a disadvantage. So coming back, pushing it to 11-11. This is not a new spot for either of these teams. I will remind you, this is not new for them to be sitting here at 11-11 and saying, all right, we're going to duke it out, right? They have gone to OT before. And for these teams to kick off with an OT would be just par for the course.
I mean, once again, too, as we move further and further into the playoff brackets, this is the type of level of gameplay and competition that we expect to see. And just as a reminder, this is CSP's map pick. So, with that in mind, this is going to be really interesting as we move into our second map here, depending on how the score goes. Because, yeah, 11-11, I mean, we might as well make a wish at this point, because this is extremely close. And now that they're coming back from this timeout, it's been Carthage able to just win quite a few rounds in a little bit of a string. We do see that the Golden Bears Gold were able to pick up one in these last couple of ones. However, Carthage have been looking extremely good. The Tour de Force going to be online for Vista. Getting aggressive this time, going for an early peek here. Is able to find one rendezvous away, barely taking any damage off those fake shots. That's huge.
Carthage were not expecting it either. They were not expecting that aggression from Garage itself, and because they've lost that advantage, they're now pushing over to the A side. So very well done on that Tour de Force. Now the question, of course, is are they going to get a little bit more? Around the corner they go, and 6x up on top says, give me that chance. And just like that, Carthage Firebirds are completely routed. Take a look at the back line. Well, I said routed, but Kalioth said not too early. Big Z, you went the wrong direction. Goosey's still waiting. This is going to be a little bit of a wiggle. Vista taking down to 6.
Goosey's still in the back line. Able to get one trade. But honestly, if you're the Golden Bears Gold, I think that's the one. Now it's all up to Kalioth as well as the Rays. They have to make their way onto one of these sites here. Not a lot of utility would remain. A lot of it got expended on the way in, but the Haunt is back online, which could be good to get information. What is concerning is that Kalioth only has 30 HP left, given the fact that Golden Bears Gold do have rifles. That is a single bullet. Oh boy, Vista coming up big with that Tour de Force. Those are the other ones coming there. Kalioth able to get one here. I'm just going to quickly reposition. The 6 stacks just goes to the peak. And now, Golden Bears Gold, they're going to be at game point. Or sorry, map point here. We just need one to close this one out.
And the unfortunate thing is I'm pretty sure they went for the gun, right? They walked over to the body of Vista and they're like, give me a gun, give me a gun. I don't know why, but that's what happened. And ended up kind of exposing themselves, had a knife out. So very, very well timed by CSP. And we're seeing it here, Vista with a 25 bomb here in game number 1. Carthage Firebirds are going to try their best. And again, they wouldn't be here with guns if they didn't win that 22nd round. Right now,
you want to play? Let's play.
24th. It's going to be all hands on deck. And again, chasing onto A site. They've done this once or twice. It's not as much as they've hit C site. But you know what? Better late than never to give this site a single chance.
6 stacks is really reined it in. Not going as aggressive. Pokes though, right into the back line.
Can't shoot.
Showstopper off. I hate to see a 6 stacks doing a really good anti-air impression there. It'll take hooks right out before that showstopper goes off, and suddenly this is not looking good for Carthage. They need to be able to find a pick to comfortably move onto this site, or they might decide to just call it quits. And honestly, I think that might be the best opportunity. Cody misses the shot there. That could have been instrumental for this site take, but they will be backing out of here. We've seen the Golden Bears Gold be really good at the flanks, but this time around, they're just kind of holding each site down. Play that information game, and honestly, just play it technical. You don't need to overextend yourself here. You don't need to give your opponents a round, take it to OT. No, you just want to close it out, and right now they have the lead.
These are some tight-knit races here. Slumdank is going to walk through that connector, but Vista was ready to go. A little bit of that hunt. They find it, but Vista was able to trade 1-for-1. So you know what? That's more than you expected, but a huge cleanup by Cody. Cody swings on 2. And for a time to swing on 2, you need it. Carthage Firebirds 2 kills away from forcing OT in game number 1.
This is going to be tough. They have to know that the Brimstone is going to be in the back with the lineups. With the orbital strike, they have to make fast moves, and Coney still has this tour de force. Looking down, the CSP Golden Bears, you know, they can't even bother saving. Real good overtime. Samoyed able to find 6 stacks there. Now tosses out the fragment, and it looks like this first half is going overtime overall.
You know, I don't want to say I called it, or we called it, right? But this was definitely a little bit called. These teams were going neck and neck. You can see on that spread of the last 4 rounds only, right? They were matching each other pretty much beat for beat.
That works.
Between what they wanted to do and how it played out.
That's a good spot.
And I mean, right now, I can't even call who's going to come out in the lead, right? Both teams have shown exceptional movements on either attack or defense. And I feel it's like gonna come down to, you know, the individual plays. I really don't expect these teams to have kind of that macro game idea of how they're gonna try and force some of these sites open. It's really gonna come down to, is Slumdink gonna hit an immaculate 3 or 4K? Is Vista gonna pop off? Is Hoax gonna have one of those moments? Is 6stack gonna be able to find one of those fortuitous highlight reels? I just don't see it being a team difference at the end of this game one.
Going in. Might have spotted actually the feet of Coney.
Standing ahead.
6stack very aware of this position. Coney able to actually escape with his life completely intact. It's going to be the C-side hit, but look at this. It's going to be that A-side strategy again. Hoax, though, is holding it down. Might be able to catch up off guard. Juicy tosses out the flash first, and now Hoax is very well aware that this really through there. Vista walks on site, but Goosey's able to trade that one back, and that's going to open things up. Get that spike down. Gets sethered, but you know what? Still alive, and that's what's important. Tossing down a little bit of utility to allow this to happen, but already Cody getting set up on this flank. This might be devastating if it comes up big. BC comes up big, but Slumdang trades it right back. No spike back, steps out Slumdang, good for yet another. 6 stacks onto the site. He's able to find the headshot there, and is going to be able to get the defuse. Carthage in the lead, potentially taking this map to get one more round. Away from CSP.
I was amazed. Reason number one is CSP went for that retake with Vista out of the scenario, right? So for that entire fight, I don't know if you were watching the minimap, Vista was running from attacker spawn all the way to A, right? Like, that's how long it took for Vista to try and catch back up. And in that time, CSP were able to clear all of the problems in their way. So Carthage Firebirds now have to realize, like, hey, listen, this is gonna be a problem. So taking a look here, another little chance here. It's gonna be a roll through. Big Z not gonna get tagged down, but is gonna spot out the information of, hey, Carthage are pushing on this A site. I'm very, very surprised that this happened. So Carthage Firebirds, or actually I got that mixed up. I'm so sorry. Flipping back and forth between the teams. My brain is not working here tonight, as you can tell. But Carthage now only need 1, and they're going to give it their all here on this A site.
CSP already spreading themselves out. The good tether there. Wow, those 2 people hit the ground at the exact same time. In a little bit of trouble, tries to straight down, but
the rush.
Are going to be more than enough. Carthage looking to seize this first map, and it was such a good read as well. They've had issues dealing with Vista, so just walk completely the opposite direction. Cookie Dough able to take out Hoax, but still 2v4. The spike is down. It's going to be Vista trying to take first point contact. Samoyed, though, in an excellent position. Will get swatted out, but tosses out the fragment to make sure that nobody can go through there. Vista is already down, and now it's all up to Cookie Dough. 1v4. Vandal in hand, able to find the first one here. Looking for the second, but Tony finds
Attackers
that one.
win.
That's going to be Carthage Firebirds taking map number 1, 14-12 on CSP Golden Bears Gold's map pick.
Welcome to the Thunderdome. Welcome to Emergence Semifinals. Welcome to the long, long game. And I mean, you know what? The teams played so well, and the teams played at such a rapid pace that I got confused left and right. You know, hey, they both played to a very fast tempo at the very end. They were not worrying about, you know, what could happen or what may happen. It was just play, and I love that fact, right? Carthage at the end of the day came out with that victory, and I couldn't ask for more. Again, their aggressive movements, their fast pace, rivaled that of CSP, I think, earlier on. CSP, if we remember, they were the ones that were going fast and angry all the way through their attacking side. And I mean, Carthage took it right back to him, right? That last triple swing, you don't normally see that. It's usually said, hey, 1 or 2, and then, clear the corners and then chase back in. No, all 3 swung at the same time. So really taking a page out of CSP's book and kind of handing it right back to them. Just very, very nice.
Yeah, and the fact, too, that we were able to go to overtime on map number 1. I mean, strap in, folks. This is going to be an excellent game of Valorant. But, of course, we do have our second map just around the horizon. And it is going to be Carthage's map pick, and it is going to be Breeze. Before we do that, we're going to be throwing to a quick break. And then when we get back, we will be ready with Breeze. So don't go anywhere. We will see you just on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. We are still in the semifinals. It is CSP, the Golden Bears Gold, up against the Carthage Firebirds. We just had a very explosive map number 1. Maybe explosive isn't the word. A little bit of a slow burn in the slow cooker, you know, not necessarily a pressure cooker there, but it was a very close map in overtime, 14-12. And now we're going to be moving to map number 2, which is Carthage's map pick here. And they're looking to close it out and make their ways into the final if they win on Breeze.
And we already have kind of this craziness, I think, right? Because Volo is coming in for Big Z, and Big Z didn't play horribly, right? Ended with 16, 18, and 12 playing the Omen for CSP. The fact that you trade out one of your util players for an aggressive Neon pick gives a lot of credit to, again, what I will always say is map specialists in your team. If you have a map specialist that likes to play this style, I love it. So I'm hoping Volo is going to come out, be kind of that sender, the you know what, we have a surprise for you as well. We are going to give you an absolute taste of aggression and impact.
And you know what? I actually think that Neon is a pretty sustainable pick, especially on this map here. And I know what you're thinking, okay? Oh, Neon, she runs around a lot, but then if she's running around a lot, given the fact that Breeze has these long sight lines, she can just get gunned down. Well, the thing is with the fast lane, you can set up walls and just allow for a lot quicker site executions. And the thing too, with bringing a Neon onto a map like Breeze, you're able to reposition yourself a lot quicker because you expect people to be playing these long sight lines, to just hold things down, stay in their one position. That allows for Neon's mobility to actually be able to catch a lot more people off guard. And once again, if you set up more walls on Breeze, then you're just going to have a much easier time dissecting the point of contact as well as execution in order to get that spike down a lot more easily.
All I heard is that Marks is a Neon fan. That's all I
Neon's
heard
great.
of that.
Neon's fantastic. I love Neon.
Yeah, in conclusion, Neon is amazing. That's it.
Yeah, it's great. It's like watching Palpatine walk or fly around and zap people.
That's true. Palpatine moves like way slower though. Let's be honest here. Palpatine would be like gently gliding along.
I'm sure in his youth he was pretty quick.
Oh yeah. Maybe. We'll see. But right now we do get that speed that you were talking about. Volo sending it in on this B site, and immediately a skill check of epic proportions as Carthage just lay into everyone. The double up in the back line is giving them so much power here with Slumdank and the teammate, and another headshot from Slumdank. Leaves it all to 1 as 6stack is able to get 3 total, 2 here on the B site. But again, it's 2v1. If they swing together, they have a chance. But Carthage Firebirds, I mean, they know what they can do. 6stack, though, not given the opportunity to fully close out with an ace.
Yeah, Coney good for that one. But you know what? To be completely honest with you, 6stacks playing extremely aggressive on that last map onto that jet. Now swapping over it onto the chamber. First of all, as well, doing really good at just being able to frag out. So I'm very excited to kind of see how that chamber gameplay style is going to actually lend itself to a map like this. But in general, you know, we can talk about Slumdank being such a high impact player all throughout the first map, and I'm expecting something similar there. Right off the bat, Slumdank able to get so much value just anchoring that B site on this Viper pick this time. And just like that, that's going to be the first round for Carthage. See how CSP want to deal with this one. Tony has to reposition. Can't even use the rendezvous caught with that. Volo's already on site, but is tagged up.
Very simple tagging. Kalioth's just going, yeah, we kind of know where you are. But Volo here is going to get suppressed and slowed down. What an amazing suppressive play from this KO. Very well done, but Volo still able to get a little bit of a snipe. Happy Samoyed able to take out 6stack. And Vista with this pistol. This is Golden Bears saying, look, we're not going to fall for the generalized start to Valorant. We're going to make it difficult here. So far, looking for at least one more. It's even though, looking, and finally the no-scope from Hoax is able to take one. Slumdank and Happy Somewhere to finish it. It was, I'm not going to lie, it was looking a little bit scary there for a bit. But Carthage Firebirds do come out with the dub.
Yeah, that was a little nerve-wracking here. And if we can dissect anything that we know that the Golden Bears Gold are going to be playing in a certain style, it's setting up those flanks extremely early on. And on top of that too, Vista last time was on the chamber. This time is going to be onto the fade and just kind of going on those crazy lurks that we had seen Goosey previously do. This is like Golden Bears Gold feel like a team that just love taking a lot of map control and use that map control to be able to find picks extremely early on. The Firebirds were able to scrape that round away, but they took a lot of casualties doing so. So their buy is going to be a little bit all over the place, while the Golden Bears Gold will have full rifles coming in this next one. And it looks like this is going to be a probably pretty quick A-side hit.
Yeah, they're okay with it. This is tried and true style of the CSP squad, right? Like, this is tried and true. This is all they did back in game number 1 until they had that timeout and that little bit of a talk. Carthage trying to minimize losses here, but NECC able to find Happy Samoyed, and Goosey waiting off on the ledge here along that little route is going to give him a bit what for. Volo able to find Slump Bank, and Coney, I think, tried to rendezvous out and rendezvous literally in place. That feels bad. Vista able to finish off Kalioth, and it is going to be Vista to take the 2K. It is a flawless round for CSP as they move to 2-1.
And that is a really good gun round for them, because usually what happens if you lose a couple of people, you know, you have enough economy to be able to stabilize yourselves because you're expecting the round to win. But this time you can just make sure that you're doing massive damage control. Even if they don't necessarily win this next round, they will still have enough economy in order to buy themselves into the next one. But this time the Firebirds, they're on the back foot. They're going to be able to pull rifles into this. We're seeing Vandals across the board. But seeing those light shields mean that they're sacrificing a little bit of utility to make sure that they can buy up these rifles. Not the most ideal third round, but you know what? They're going to still be able to make this one work a little bit. Already taking a lot of space on tube on that A site is going to be more than enough information to help them know that this is a fast B site hit. And Someday, good for 2 right off the bat. Finally gets straight.
And that's even a little bit of Utsil kills as well. Beautiful job by the Firebirds. Holding it down, and Happy Samoyed swings with the pistol. Out of bullets, it's always faster. Swapping to your sidearm.
You know, I'm very glad I brought the point that they're going to have enough money to be able to buy into this next round. Because I swear I blinked, and then the next thing you know, hey, they got to buy up into this next round. So, yeah, like I said, the Golden Bears Gold, they should have enough economy there to be able to do it there. But at this point, they have to know that going to that B side is not their best bet. They have to focus on this A side a lot more, because Slumdank, once again, has just been such an impact maker on these early rounds. They are getting set up for A this time, but Hoax is going to be moving down tube yet again.
Face your fear!
Here we go. Nightfall going to be online to help this engagement through, and only Coney gets pinned up there. 0 point into the back line. It could be pretty good. Hoax is actually able to find 6 stacks. Now they're at risk of getting that flank coming in on them. So they're going to have to rotate members around. Bolo is so cold, walks right through the wall, able to find one. Goosey good with 2. And just like that, Firebirds might have to rethink their strategy for this A-side defense, because it's falling apart every single time.
Last player standing.
That was beautiful from CSP, playing along that toxic wall a little bit of their own. And Goosey getting some phenomenal shots off as well. Yeah, you're not exactly the flanker this time, but peeking out from that wall was what made the difference, right? You saw that swing, and all of Carthage was looking on the left side of A site. It was devastating for them. So such a beautiful job by CSP, cutting it off very early on, not allowing any sort of run to occur. Firebirds are going to have to try their best with kind of this awkward purchase to do what they can, and we've seen them work with less, right? We've seen them do more with less. But, you know, coming in here with the sheriffs, with those marshals, and then the judge, this one's going to be a bit odd, as B site is going to be tested once again for CSP.
Slumdank might have to be able to pull this one off. Nope, never mind. 2 in the force is going to beat out a sheriff any day of the week. No command will be activated just for good measure. You know, this is a round that they can't afford to lose, and they're going to make sure that that is exactly how things go already. So much damage done. It's going to be 2v4 on this retake, maybe even 5 if Goosey gets the revive. Flank being set up, though. That could catch some people off guard there. Ooh. Only able to actually take out. So that's going to be the smokes. Kalioth, last person alive, has that marshal in hand, but Volo goes to the swing. Volo's so bold, taking those opportunities, and now that overdrive is going to be online.
You know, I was looking at that right there, and I was like, you should have thirsted, like, right off the bat, just for fun, right? Just take out Goosey and, you know, not worry about it. But overall, as you said, it was CSP holding it down and making sure that they were appropriately managed because, again, as you said, that round they could not lose. The weapons were in their favor. It was a round that I think they shouldn't have even lost 2 members, right? Which is kind of harsh to say, but they had the weapon advantage. So Carthage, they did what they could. They took 2 off the board and now have guns back. And they get a chance once again. It's a 3-2 split or a 2-1-2, and they know the operator. They send the operator to A site, and Cody's just like, yeah, we're going to have some fun here.
Good thing, I'm not sure that they know that it's Hoax with the operator this time. Jet a little bit more mobile in that chamber. Oh, Volo, once again, just goes for it. I love this aggression coming in from Volo. Elioth able to find 6 stacks into the back. Down 2 here. Now Hunter Fury online. That actually takes up quite a bit. Most notably, that is going to hope that actually just misses that Viper there. Good for 1 onto Samoy, and Coney almost finds 1 through the Viper's pit. But 4v4. This is going to be tough. Vista coming in onto the flank. One thing, not even aware of what's going on, gets taken out. Now they have to take a look around. Falls down as well.
Oh!
Falls apart. They might have dropped the Viper, but at what cost? It's going to be the CSP Golden Bears gold. Scooping up yet another round.
Find the weakness.
This series is starting to be defined by who checks their back and who doesn't. Vista, a perfect flank. I mean, I'm pretty sure Goosey was walking him through how to pull that flank off, or you know, it just feels that the teams are not watching their back. They get a little bit too tunnel visioned here, and Carthage Firebirds letting him slip away here. Now, granted, this is also almost exactly how it started in game number 1, I think. This was pretty much bread and butter how it kicked off at the start, so I mean, we can expect it once again here in this save round. As NECC is going to go ahead and kind of pad that stat up. Carthage Firebirds, though, they have that in the pocket, and to lose out so much on that round, it feels kind of bad here.
Yep, that's going to be the spike down. They did only lose 1 to a stinger.
Planted.
Love me a good old stinger. 2v4 onto this retake. Hopefully they can find a couple more kills here. Samoyed has that Marshall. And I think it's just a classic, actually. No more Headhunter bullets available for Coney. Or at least a couple left. Oh, wait. Okay, perfect. But this is still going to be extremely tough. Cookie Dough just around the corner has this Phantom. Knows it's coming from this direction. Such a clean headshot. Now it's all up to Samoyed. Samoyed actually able to take off Cookie Dough's dome. 6 stacks in the wrong way there. Marshall Gaming. This one's working out actually pretty decent for the Firebirds here. Until Volo finally hits the stop button and say, not today anymore. Let's keep more of our members alive. And even though they dropped quite a few rifles, they're okay because they've been winning quite a few rounds consecutively. And so they're going to be more than comfortable on their bye.
That was fairly entertaining, I will say, just watching the Marshall do its work. But again, you do what you can. But right now, Carthage, they're getting the right idea down, right? You're taking a look. You know that you can get some of these kills, and you know where to do the entries. It's just you gotta watch your back, right? These flanks that CSP are pulling off are opening up too many avenues for the side of CSP, and it has to be taken away. So if there's a time, or that was rough, unfortunately, that suppression is not going to do anything. For Carthage, you gotta watch your back if you're going to give sight, because your retakes look fantastic until someone comes around the corner. And then Hoax just says, all right, cool, we don't even have to worry. What is that? No, you don't get 3. You do not get 3 here.
Hoax so good off of the information. Sure, they can have all the walls in the world, but if they're pinged up, it's just an easy spray through. Hoax good for 3, make it 4.
Oh my god.
Ace with 6 stacks, the last person alive. Actually up into 1 against the world. Gets tagged up as well. Is just going to run for the hills. Doesn't realize that Samoyed's kind of back there. And Samoyed should be able to clean up this kill. Yep, there we go. All right. Carthage not out of it just quite yet.
No, and I don't think they ever are. I mean, Mars, what do we just see in game 1? Right. You cannot call these teams out. You call them out now, that's disrespectful.
CSP just got 4 in a row. Okay, it was just like, you know.
I will agree with that. I will agree that these teams are... They love going back and forth, right? They love going back and forth, and either their streaks or rounds individually, and it's never stopping. And the fact that CSP are calling a timeout this quickly surprises me a bit, right? Calling a timeout like this after you just drop a single round leads me to believe that maybe they got overconfident in that, and SCR is just like, guys, you can't do that, right? Calm down, play your style. We should come out of this very nicely. Keep in mind what we saw in game 1 was that first half it was 7-5 in favor of CSP Golden Bears Gold. That's what they were up. We are on track to see that exact same stat line once again, and maybe that's what STR is just like kind of telling everyone, like, guys, we can't have this happen again. If we go like straight up run it back style, this is going to be a problem for us, and we're going to get 2-0 swept.
And you don't want to see that, like, especially too without.
And then another OT sweep. It's just like, bro, no, we don't want to deal with this. Just like, come on, get it together.
The morale would be down the toilet, that's for sure. But okay, let's see how things. I mean, it's tough, but you have to keep your head into the game, and I think that calling that early timeout, you know, you don't want to let this spiral away. Based on how we saw things go on that first map, you can just tell the mental boom played a pretty big factor. These teams were running like streaks. This time around, we're gonna be going aggressive yet again on A. It's gonna be Coney holding it really close by now, just spraying things through.
Oh!
Just quickly step out there and find one. Stacks good with another pick onto Slum Dank. Now this A site should be more or less open, but they're actually taking their time, getting themselves set up. Samoyed is in an excellent position. Is able to win that one out. I thought he would have been able to hear the steps just a little bit better, but now they know that there is a chamber all the way onto that B site. It looks like the call has been made. Samoyed in an excellent position. Potentially punish here, but Vista is a little bit crispier with those phantom shots. Now this is going to be the Golden Bears Gold making their way onto that B site. They should be able to get the spike down. Could be 2v4 in this retake. Not looking great for the Firebirds.
Vista has looked so good here. Now facing off against Hoax Operator, this is going to be the big test, right? That Operator shot nabbing away ahead. If anyone peeks at the wrong time, it's going to be a problem. And Firebirds are preying on that back. Big swing. Oh, misses the shot though. Doesn't even get a tag. Another peek up above, and he's just not finding anything. So Hoax with 30 HP is going to try and take a look. Down goes Kalioth. And this should be in favor of the side of CSP. I don't see anyone. Yeah, you're going to dance away. I think it's appropriate. You just look for those exit frags. CSP, though, Vista play this one extremely well, right? Understanding that if that neon wall goes up, you are going to have to deal with the spray and pray through. You time it perfectly. You get the opener, and then you follow through with the mid kill as well. So well done from CSP Golden Bears Gold. They go ahead and collect their 6th. And they're on their way, and again, as long as they don't drop any more, they're on track to an 8-4 start.
2 more rounds left in this half to see if that dream is going to be a reality, but we really have to talk about 6 stacked on that last round as well. First of all, able to take over that B site, obviously we can talk about that, but putting pressure on the back line of the Firebirds made them really just question themselves, forcing, honestly, them to look in different directions, allowing for the Golden Bears to find even more value as they started to make their rotation over. So, excellent stuff from 6 Stack, being so good at being able to just get so much space onto this map. Really just kind of made the Firebirds feel a lot more uncomfortable. Hoax, though, starts it out. Headshot onto Volo with that Operator to shut down that A-side push. Slum Dank is going to be the one person, though, really contesting the site. Has a Viper Spit online, could decide to use it, depending on how things go.
Whether you want to drop it now or later is going to be the question. Get a spray of 1. Slum Dank, though, can only find 1, but it's enough. Again, a trade is all you need. Coney is not going to walk through with that Headhunter and try and find a chance. You walk into the smoke so boldly, and they weren't ready for it. Coney, the boldness goes where no one's bolded before. And you find the kill. You do not find that Viper, but it's more than enough. You're allowing yourself that Vandal, and you put it into a 4v2 scenario. That Shock Bolt gonna land dangerously close. It's not gonna be there. Then goes the recon bolt, but Goosey and Cookie though find frags through their own, because Goosey is all the way in mid. Hoax able to find that headshot and looking for just one more. Happy Samoyed going for that defuse, and it looks like it's gonna be completed. Carthage, you don't even get a chance. That nade isn't gonna do anything even close, and Goosey, you're caught out at the wrong time. You get shot through the wall, and at least you take the op. So you know what? It's 5-6, 1 round difference. Either it goes to 7-5 or 6-6. At least you took the Operator out for the end here. And you know what? Go ahead, take that time out. You get 1.5. So Carthage, Firebirds saying, let's make this a last round of the half count.
Yeah, and they can be better off on the second map than they were on that first one. At the half, it was 7-5 for CSP. Carthage were down, able to turn things around and win it in overtime. Let's take a look at the ultimates that are available for both of these teams. Honestly, I questioned not using the Viper's Pit really early on for Slumdank, but now I think that this is going to be a lot better. The fact that they were able to clinch that round, they hold on to that Viper's Pit, can now deploy it either on the A side or the B side. And I'm genuinely curious if Slumdank is going to go for that change. Maybe this is what this timeout is about. Because traditionally, we've always seen that Viper hanging out onto B, but if that Viper's Pit does get set up onto A, that could really throw a wrench into the CSP playbook. As we know, CSP really like to just move in pretty confidently, pretty quickly. They've backed off of it these last couple of rounds, but they've favored that A site quite a bit in the rounds that they actually won. And to be fair, they also have that Nightfall, as well as the Null Command available for the Golden Bears Gold. That could make entering in a lot easier. Given the fact that there isn't a Viper's Pit in front of them, it should be pretty easy.
You want to
it's gonna
play?
be evened out guns across the board. Blade Storm online, all the ultimates being popped right off the bat. And Hope finds the first pick on the 6-stack. You hate to see that one happen. Goosey looking in so many different directions. And this A-side push, don't even need a Viper's Pit. It's already shut down.
Yep, it's already shut down. It's already timed out. I mean, it was used earlier on, and now the question is just how do Carthage finish this off? They do get the revive though, so Volo was able to get Goosey back up, so you are able to get through this push number 4v5. But having some Void, you are going to drop your own down. It is going to be the Null Command opening up a grand opportunity for Coney to flush them all out. Volo living though and fighting their way through, gets 3, looking for another. Can you finish him off? You have 30 HP in a dream. No, you don't. It is going to be a 6-6 finish. I mean, of all things, Marks, we are going into this dead even. Flashbang yourself, get a party going, because we're right back to square one.
Oh man, I was like,
sides.
okay, easy round for Firebirds as soon as they just kind of, first of all, really good utility usage coming in there, playing off of the flashes, smokes, it all looked great. And then Volo just decided, you know what, I want to win. Able to find 3 headshots right off the bat. I'm like, oh my goodness, the man is about to pull Excalibur right out of the stone, but does eventually get shut down. Really fast reflexes though, and now these teams are going to be swapping around. Let's see how the Golden Bears Gold want to set up themselves on defense. I'd be very curious. We've seen that traditional Viper onto that B side, but more interesting to me is where that Neon goes. Neon, good for taking space. That usually works really well when you're playing attack, because obviously you need to take space all over the map to confuse the defenders. But are we going to be seeing that same level of aggression come in? Especially two all over the map, maybe take a lot of that mid-presence, or is it going to be a lot more passive and play on those re-engage? Well, 6-stacks finds a nice clean headshot on a host. That's an excellent way to start things off for the Golden Bears.
And Goosey hiding off in the corner as well is going to lob in a little bit of that nade right on a perfect spot. Wow. And you get the kill, killing the spike carrier. Goosey laid that one up perfectly, and that hurts. The Firebirds, they got on the site and said, hey, give us that chance. And the Goosey nade said no. What a challenge right there. And now Samoyed is going to get locked out here. Mista is going to find one. All of the kills go through, and it's just clean up, right? CSP, Golden Bears Gold, swing for gold and find diamonds. Firebirds completely taken by surprise there.
It would have been so funny if the fragment itself just went bonk as soon as it just bounced off of Slumdank. Wow, that was like the best fragment throw that I have seen, just kind of through, just knowing where it was potentially going to land. And on top of that too, it didn't bounce in any weird direction, and also denied the spike plant. So great stuff coming in. And now the CSP Golden Bears Gold, a little bit okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. 2 Bulldogs coming in here, especially with how Breeze operates. You don't necessarily want just all Spectres, because Spectres work a lot closer range. This time though, Cookie Dough doing a really good job to be a deterrent, as it's going to be the ultimate or pick up for Samoyed to get close to that Null Command. But they're all spotted out now, so they have to reposition themselves and see where they can potentially find an opening in order to potentially make their way onto one of these sites.
Right now, it looks like they want to try and flush out this mid. They should have heard footsteps on Volo. So if they get this pinch, this is great, but Volo is going to flush out 2 before anything starts out. It's easy to do, and now they get another. And that's enough, right? Again, Firebirds, they tried their best. It's a save round. You're doing what you can here. That's about all you can get. So you get 1 kill, and now you back in, and this is going to be the true test, right? Golden Bears Gold. They've done so while holding on. But for a team that is also the 2nd seed coming in here, they want to try and win this map as cleanly as possible, even if it's not your map pick. These next few rounds are going to be crucial. Carthage Firebirds are allowed to get any sort of steam going. It's going to be very, very dangerous. So CSP, let's see what they can do. I know they're working with the short end of the stick here, a little bit of a bargain bin. But I believe, right? I believe CSP can pull out some crazy stuff.
Oh, good for one on to Goosey, but look at this.
Oh.
A lot of space on mid, and just like that, the Neon is going to be fantastic. Those are also 2 rifles down. Eventually being able to pick it up, but okay, there we go. Finally, it gets shut down. This is looking good for the Firebirds once again. A couple kills of their own, making another one. It's a 3v1 scenario. They don't know where the Viper is, although Cookie Dough just running things through is going to give away that noise. So at least they should have an idea that Cookie Dough is hanging out onto mid. Coney comes through with it, but okay, there we go. Cleans it up with the Vandal. Coney, a really big impact player on that round, able to find 3 kills. But man, the Firebirds have to be careful of Volo.
Gun here.
Yeah, Volo's doing Volo things at this point, right? Like just sliding around mid. And you said it, right? It goes hand in hand with what you were saying earlier. For a Neon, you're just taking space, and the best way to take space in this map, if you're on the defensive side, just go mid, right? You take plenty of space there. You are holding it down for the rest of the team. And you can even see it in the way that Carthage Firebirds are setting up. They're going, look, we don't have a chance. We can't fight against this Neon, so let's go ahead, hole up on this A site. Let's give ourselves that chance to really push our own, and maybe we can get some value without the Neon picking off 1 or 2 of us at the start.
Very classic Viper wall being deployed. No information gained by the Fade either. So they don't necessarily know if this is really going to be good. Second Prowler gets expended as well. It's going to be the Cloudburst onto the site. Owl Drone goes in for the scout here. Look at this. Already they're getting their flanks set up here. Hope's able to find one, but Volo trades that one back. So that's good information. The fast lane is going to be up as well, so Volo can walk around. Got repositioning here, but Coney misses the shot. Great from Cookie Dough, also great from Volo as well. Slum Dank able to shut Volo down, but now it's a lot more of a dire situation. It's 2v3, and they know that they're running over to mid, or sorry, B. So we are going to be seeing Cookie Dough just try to make their way as quickly as possible. Remember, still remaining here. Cookie Dough tosses out the snake bite, trying to find somebody. Almost finds him, but not quite. Gets a little bit dinked there, but that will allow
30 seconds
spike
left.
plant. Franklin goes into the back to buy a little bit of space. Could be 3v2 on the street. Oh,
The fact that they're actually doing this is insane to me right now. The fact that they were able to get the plan down in that kind of route is ridiculous, and this is more what I expected. Slumdank, though, gonna draw it into a 1v1, and you're swinging and looking. 6-stack, though, able to win the 1v1 duel. That is way closer than I think CSP were actually hoping it would be. Firebirds, for what happened earlier on, and you can see where all the kills went down, that was ridiculous by them. Yes, it's 7-9, but you have done great economical damage to CSP right there.
Golden Bears definitely not hibernating, very active, and really just love setting up those flanks. They love going so deep into the spawn of the Firebirds, and honestly, hats off to Hoax for being able to read that and at least find 1 kill. Maybe the reposition, if just a little bit further down, might have just been able to isolate the 1v1 there, but you don't expect 2 people to come on different sides of that mid flank. So, still worked out, and Golden Bears Gold are still in the lead. Firebirds are keeping this nice and contested. Slumdank doing a really good job at leading that team and being able to more or less clutch up on those situations. Hoax really being the fragger, but still. Kellyo uses the owl drone, goes in for the scout, spots out Cookie Dough there. Now it's gonna be a lot of space taken. Hoax goes in deep. Walter's wall is gonna be still available. Cookie Dough only has a classic in hand here, as the spike's gonna be able to go down. Golden Bears start winning the round. A little bit of save. Now it's going to be the Viper split.
Beautiful job to lay it down, but look at Volo. Volo with the laser. He's going to look for a bit more, and you find 2. This is going to be a thrifty round for Volo and the squad. Remember, someone was running on with only a classic, and they're doing it. Firebirds losing member after member after member, and Vista walking into the smoke opens up a grand opportunity. Golden Bears, after winning a round but losing in the economics, is going to come out with double digits out of a fantastic play by Volo again with that ulti.
And hey,
Exactly.
Orbital,
We are doing very
I
well.
questioned the Neon on defense. I'm sorry. I take it back. Volo Volo just shot up the leaderboard by the number of kills, now leading the lobby, 17 kills, but just uses that overdrive. Just shoots the laser into the Viper's pit and finds so much value. Secures a couple of kills, sure, but also too just does so much damage and puts the Firebirds in such an uncomfortable position. They know they have to keep Slumdank alive. They don't know where Volo is coming from. That laser can fly through at any location and just cut through that Viper's pit like a pie. Now, folks, pops the Blade Storm, but immediately gets suppressed. And that honestly is going to be a lot of information just off of that 1-0 point as to where this team is going to be engaging. Six Stacks holding it nice and high. Tony goes in for a flank here, but Six Stack not able to find too much. See the relay bolt on site. Goosey is able to find some Moyed. Six Stack finds himself right in the middle of a bunch of green. So a little bit envious of having a bit of sight. Now the rotate is going to be coming around here. They only lost one, but the Firebirds are hoping that they can take this A site a lot easier.
They're going to hope, and hope again. Sending out Slumdank, though, to chase early on. There are two all the way in the back, and you can hear it here. The shots going back and forth. Just waiting, and Vista still wins it out. So Firebirds kind of falling apart here. They are losing players in those back and forths.
Spike down A.
In the gun duels,
enemy remaining.
CSP winning out every single one. This is one of the larger gaps that we've seen all the way through from either of these teams, and it's a second flawless for CSP. Carthage Firebirds. Feels like a lot of their fire has started to die out.
Maybe it's all the water on Breeze.
No.
I guess that's more Pearl, isn't it? But okay.
Yeah, now it is. Now it is. It used to be Breeze. You are correct, but
that's true.
Pearl has definitely taken it.
There's an argument here to be made about Icebox as well. But if we do get onto that third map, then we're going to see how that one plays out. If the weather diff is actually a little bit of a factor. But timeout being now taken by Carthage Firebirds. I think that this is a good one. They're going to have rifles in here. I'm always a fan when you take a timeout right before a rifle round. And they really have to pull this one together. It is slipping through their fingers. And honestly, I think it's mostly because of that Neon pick. Volo has been really turning the dial up to 12, honestly, and just kind of flying through and being so good at making the Firebirds second guess their every move because they don't know where this Neon could be. Even if they can't hear those sound cues, it might be already too late because of how fast Neon is able to reposition around the map. So this has really made things difficult, but they do have a null command to work with. That could be the tool that they use to go on this engagement, but they have to be extremely careful because if they don't stop one of the mollies, whether it's the KO or the snakebite, it's going to be so difficult for them to maximize the value they can get out of that null command. It looks like this time they're going to be going on to A again. A little bit scary, though, because a lot of the Golden Bears gold are going to be hanging out on the safe side as well.
They're going to be enjoying it, right? They have identified that this is one of the sites that the team likes to play in. And not just with the players on site, right? For the side of CSP, they've actually floated over a few more members. They're sending the Viper right back in this mid. It is going to be the big chance, and Hoax able to find 6 Stack. That's a huge opening frag, because remember, it's been Carthage Firebirds trying to find those opening frags, trying to win those gun duels very early on. They've gotten one, but they need a bit more. Volo's down. Volo is another huge one, and because of that, you can see Carthage Firebirds saying, we have the chance with Vista. Vista saying, not today. You still have to fight me. I'm still full health and plenty to go, but the headshot rips it away. Vista is down. Out of nowhere, this timeout has given Firebirds brand new life, and they have felt way more in control. One of the fastest rounds we've had here today.
Okay, I got to comment on a couple of things that I witnessed that round, which I really liked how the Firebirds were playing it. First of all, took a page out of CSP's book. Had Coney set up on the flanks, able to catch the rotates, find a couple of picks. They're not expecting it. They're expecting a lot of members either be on that B side or that A side. Second thing I noticed, as soon as they identified where some of the defenders were, they used their utility to flush them out. It was a little bit difficult just because we were watching like one perspective at a time, but using some of those mollies in order to really push people around, push them out of their positions, made it a lot easier for them to just find those frags. And that's why that round was as quick as it was. It was just a really good use and honestly intelligent play coming in from the Firebirds on that last game.
And I don't think it's going to stop, right? That timeout, whatever they did, whatever they strategized, seems to have given them brand new life, even more intel. But of course, 6 Stack says you can have all the intel you want, but as long as I got the operator, I will continue to take names. That shot, and especially with what you've seen, you can guesstimate that the mid is now overrun by Firebirds. It's on Hoax, right? You have to
Our
take
spike
away
carrier
Volo.
is
You see a gun,
Spike
but you
down
still
mid.
allow Slumdang to be taken out. So Volo has done their job, right? Kalioth, though, gonna find 6 seconds. Is down to a 3v3. Carthage Firebirds own the aggressive side of the map now, and they're chasing into B. It's gonna be a hard swing, and Goosey was ready for it. What a chance!
enemy
Coney is able to
remaining.
fire back, but Cookie Dough finds Hoax, and it's down to a 1v2. Coney has to take this 1v1 very, very quickly if they even want to be given an opportunity to get the spike down.
30
just kind of
seconds
going
left.
for it. Cookie Dough. On the sight
enemy
here.
remaining.
Coney wins it
Oh.
out now 1v1. This is an ideal scenario. Coney just misses the timing onto that one. Vista playing a little bit of hide and seek, and yeah, with the hunt, it just makes it that much easier. CSP Golden Bears Gold, 1 round away from sending us
Match
to
point.
Icebox, keeping their playoff dreams alive.
Huge credit to CSP. They've been able to rebuke and repel Firebirds, just forcing them away every single time, just putting up that stalwart shield, and it's been on the back of Vista and Volo. Everyone else, though, playing just as well. 6 stack sitting at 17, Goosey at 14, and then Cookie Dough holding it down at 8 and 14, but having the util to block off so many avenues of Carthage Firebirds. We're going to see Carthage Firebirds lay into something. They're going to have to break out a
You want to
miracle
play?
here.
Let's
They
play.
want to run up the next, this round and 3 more. 6 stack, ready and waiting. We know what 6 stack can do. And they back away, but look at the chase. Remember what happened here. And they call it out. CSP called out for their aggressive flank maneuver.
That's what I want to see from the Firebirds. Play it smart. Play it clean. Vista also playing it clean as well, able to find Slumdank, but check those levels of aggression to shut it down immediately. Cookie Dough gets caught up in the null command, can't use any of that utility to try and stall it out anymore, which is basically just going to yield the site over to the Firebirds. Firebirds, they're keeping this nice and contested here. A little bit of wrap around the corner as we are going to be seeing it, but 6 stack comes in, through to force in hand, able to find one. Hoax trades it back onto Vista as well, but 6 stack going a little bit more aggressive as well. Gets scouted out there, just dodges out of the way. Up to the force shot.
Oh.
That one. Giving 100's Fury in response, eventually giving just enough
enemy
time for
remaining.
rotation to come through. Hoax
One
so
enemy
amazing with that
remaining.
headshot. Now it's a 1v1 scenario. You know, spots him out in the back. Time is starting to run out here. Tap on the spike. Kalioth wins that one out. Firebirds still alive. The fire is still on. 3 more rounds from potentially forcing this overtime, but their economy's looking a little bit thin, and that was a very expensive round from them.
I mean, they should be able to buy up. The only question is, how much util are they going to carry over? It looks like they're saving up. But look on the other side, right? CSP, they're good to go. They're going to hold on. The only one that's really hurting is Cookie, who, again, we kind of expected this. Favoring that util value over anything else. Keep eyes on 6 stack, though. Keep eyes on that first gun duel. It feels like it gives so much info and so much intel on who's going to do what. Sending out the owl drone, though, might have saved them. 6 stack is just going to hide around the corner and not take the shot. More appropriate. Now the suppression goes through, and again and again, 6 stack given the opportunity to stack up those kills.
And honestly, as soon as they take out 6 stack, it looks like the Firebirds
Oh.
are
I have the spike.
Just around the corner. Ratting it up, able to find it too, and now Kalioth, last person alive, up against 5, has to ace it to win it, or at least play down the time. But even getting that spike down first is going to be a mission. Just under a minute left, but Orbital, we're creeping closer and closer to that map number 3.
This is par for the course. This is honestly par for the course for what we saw before. And I don't doubt it at all. 6 stack finishes off. It's a flawless to end on Firebird's map pick. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a final game. We get it. We get it. We are going to that icebox of all maps.
Yeah, and honestly, this is in the first half really close between these two teams, but just in that second half, I mean, CSP just activated. They figured it out, and honestly, I do really have to commend 6 stack as well as Volo. I think that they were so impactful on that map in being able to just really just drive the momentum in one direction. And it took way too long for the Firebirds to start to read some of these plays for them to properly deal with them.
Yeah, there was a moment where we saw Firebirds start to take control and start to get up there, but CSP, they are second seed for a reason. And they're a team that has won out in the series before. Granted, it's not looking pretty, right? And this is not what you always want to see between a team that is going into the finals or hoping to go into the finals, and Firebirds still have plenty of a chance, but they're starting to get that understanding, right? We're starting to see them come to grips with what their unique style needs to be for this game specifically. And Volo, I don't know if we're going to see Volo again, but Volo was impressive on that Breeze map, right? From top to bottom, was a phenomenal player. Whether that was just a one-map wonder, we'll have to wait and see.
Yep. Well, don't go anywhere. There can only be one team that advances to the finals, that is. So we got Icebox just on the other side of this break. We'll see you for that map 3. It all comes down to this. The CSB Golden Bears Gold up against Carthage Firebirds. Map number 3. Only one of these teams are going to be able to advance to the finals of the NECC Valorant Emergence League. This has been really tight, but we're coming down to Icebox, Orbital. How are you feeling?
Oh man, I'm excited. I think either way, this is going to be a great match because, again, this is pretty much in line with how with how CSP won their initial match against Firebirds, right? It was a 1-up, I believe, from the side, or no, it was actually CSP that won game 1, and then game 2 went the way of Firebirds, and then it went CSP's way. This is a bit more of a mini reverse sweep, which is way more fun, I think, right? And this is also because it lands a lot of that, a lot of the flow of the game, a lot of the mental boost into CSP's favor. They feel a little bit more confident moving into this next set. So I'm very excited. It's really up to Firebirds. Can they figure out a strategy to deal with some of this aggression? And the fact that Volo's still coming in here, is still going to be playing in this matchup, means that Firebirds have got to figure out a way to deal with Volo if they don't want to lose and have their playoff dreams stopped at the semifinals.
Can we just talk about some of the flexibility coming in from CSP Gold? Yes, we are seeing Volo once again lock into that role of the duelist. We're going to be seeing that Jet come in here, but we also do get to see a return of Vista back onto the chamber. So what that means is Six Stack is now going to be playing Sova. Very interesting, because once again, Six Stack has been so good at being a fragger, and you would want Six Stack on a roll where you enable a lot of that fragging. But to be fair, I guess you could say the exact same thing about Volo and Vista as well. So great stuff coming in from CSP Golden Bears Gold, but the Firebirds, they're going no duelist today. Let's play around that utility, and to their credit, I have really enjoyed how Carthage have played with the utility and just making very intelligent plays.
Yeah, so the main thing about them is when they can set up in their own style, it works in their favor, right? When they can set up, when they can kind of plant their feet, it's worked in their favor, especially on this defensive side.
Standing ahead.
The problem with that is CSP play very aggressive. They play very in your face, and it hasn't allowed Carthage to properly identify some of these moments. Once they understand that this aggression comes their way, then yes, they can slow things down and they can speed things up to the appropriate value, like we saw right there. But again, it all comes down to how quickly Firebirds adapt and overcome these scenarios, as CSP stat check and skill check very early on here on B site.
Spike already down, folks. Oh, doesn't catch Volo up top. Volo getting away with murder. Finally gets punished by Kallion. And now Slumdank is going around. No Six Stack just around the corner there. Six Stack really good with the game, especially too if the opponent can't see. Uses those shock darts to maximum efficiency. Now, Moyed taps the spike there, but it is just going to allow for a clean engagement coming through now. 2v2. The members of the CSP are nice and tagged up. Just barely alive. 10 HP left in a 1v1 scenario to kick things off. Samoyed has to be really careful about this, but now there's just simply not enough time. Samoyed able to find the frag. Unfortunately, the spike will go off, and that's going to be the Golden Bears Gold, seizing up round number 1.
They might have won the round, but I mean, the econ still doesn't favor them too much, right? When you're taking a look at it, you're like, oh, that was a bit sticky. And the fact that Carthage Firebirds came out with that much fire gives me a lot of hope. To be able to take that kind of fight and be able to force it into that much of a tight race for the first round is going to be very, very fun to see how well they can break out later on. Now, of course, CSP are going to have gun advantage, and, you know, I was wondering if Carthage were actually going to go for a little bit of a buy, but it's only going to be the shorty. You can see it in Hoke's hands right now. So where Hoke's decide to go, that'll be the big question. Other than that, it's Firebirds just trying to do damage control here. Expect only 1 or 2 frags really to go there.
Volo actually got some collateral bullets in there, despite the fact that you only really saw the stage because of that nice long ponytail. Slumdank also just on the side as well. Now, we're going to be moving up. Such an easy plant through. Volo just spraying things down, but it's Galleon up top, able to deny the spike. And Coney from the back, actually, with the headhunter, catches someone out on the flank. Spike will go down, but already that's for the Golden Bears. Finally, Six Stack takes out Kallion. Hanging out up above. Samoyed just going to be going for it. Finally, Coney goes down. It's going to allow things to be a lot easier here. As the spike does get tapped here, but Slumdank doesn't have a chance in the world. Samoyed against 3, looking for 1, but it's going to be the drive-by from 6stack that wins that one out. So 2 rounds going for CSP Golden Bears Gold. The first time they've actually won a pistol round and the bonus on any of these maps.
Just a quick little jiggle and happily moving forward with it. So yeah, it is a very nice anti-eco win for them. 6stack already sitting with 4 and very pretty. And we were talking about it, right? We were saying, hey, you know, 6stack is well known as kind of one of those targets for the team. How do you do with the Sova with a bit more util? Well, you know what? Still doing very, very well. For the Firebirds, though, with weapons in hand, you're hoping to have a bit more value. And CSP, because they have the shorter range guns, are opting for a bit close quarters combat here. Moving into the A site, a little bit more of a barrel check, making sure that those barriers are in front. I like this call from them. Will Firebirds be able to come in?
6stack tags up 1. Now is actually kind of leading the entry here. A little bit unconventional from that Silva player. Cody in the back is able to find 1, but 6stack trades it right back. Cookie dough, good for yet another. Now the spike should be able to go down. 3v4 onto this retake. A couple of rifles picked up as well. Kalioth uses the shock pull. That's quite a lot of damage in, actually. Not able to secure that kill. Keep in mind, a Hunter's Fury also available online. Goosey's head actually just gets spotted out there, but then moves just away in time. Finally, Goosey does go down. Kalioth has to watch for Vista just below. Vista able to find 1. Never mind, Kalioth. Good for the check. Cookie dough finds Samoyed though. Chaos. Just not in combination with the Hunter's Fury. You can't escape from that one, especially if you're vulnerable. Kalioth trying to take your ropes into their own hands.
Oh my
third
god.
Clean round. Golden Bears Gold, 3-0.
All right, Marks. I have some issues with you calling that one clean. That was not clean. They lost 3, right? But the entry, I agree. The call of moving forward with that A site and being able to push past the aggression of Firebirds, it was impressive. It was so well thought out, and the fact that they were able to take it with minimal util kind of loss, or you know, kind of that what they invested, right? The investing and the return value was great for CSP. And this is why we're seeing this timeout, right? For the first time, we're seeing the first 3 rounds be taken by a singular team. And the fact that Golden Bears Gold were able to take it speaks volumes to how Firebirds are kind of a little bit rattled, right? They had the weapons in hand, they had the value, but they were not able to win those gunfights. So for the Firebirds, it's that mental struggle, the mental of coming back into this game, being able to pop up and say, hey, we're still going to fight. We're still going to have kind of all of our nerves in order. And CSP really playing on that value in this upcoming one should have everything in their pocket, right? No problems with the gun advantage or anything of the sort. It should be 4 rounds for them unless Carthage Firebirds have talked something immense and found some little glitch to make all the sheriffs land headshots.
And also, too, I want to bring up another point. We've talked about how Carthage is the one with the really good utility usage. That post-plant positioning was played perfectly by the Golden. They extended themselves a little bit further, just relied on the utility to make sure that they could potentially win these fights. But it just worked out perfectly, and that's why they got the round. Now, we are seeing a little bit of aggression come through. It is going to be that tour de force online, but already this is just running rampant. Already found 2 kills, hanging out in kitchen. Can't really escape appropriately. Finally gets punished by Coney. It could be a rifle pickup. Volo is going to be there to guard that body just in case. Spike, though, will be able to go down onto that A site pretty much uncontested. And on top of that, too, it is going to be pretty difficult for this retake to happen. Understanding that they've only really got that Sage as well as the Viper to use utility, and now they have to walk in.
I feel so bad. And again, Volo, right? This player that even on the Neon was an absolute monster in creating space in the mid territory is doing it again, right? Slum Dank, yes. And look at that, right? Open space. You now know where one of the defenders is at. Easy does it. Slum Dank, you aren't really going to have a chance here. You do take 1, which is great. But are you going to take any more? That's 2 and much more than you thought you were going to get. The CSP, they're not taking any chances. They want to make sure that they get this site down. They get the 4th round and force Firebirds into an unlucky 4-0 scenario. Slum Dank going to try their best to gather up a single weapon and carry on for it, but that swing is so good. Slum Dank, though, says you didn't do it well enough, so you're able to take 3 to the grave. CSP Golden Bears gold sit at 4-0.
Hopeless and
The way
free.
that CSP has been engaging as well, I think has just been done to a T. They're keeping the necessary agents to use their utility, engage onto a site. Okay, that's all clean. But then they have their other agents, specifically that chamber as well as the jet, just take a lot more space around the map. And they're catching Firebirds off guard, look in the wrong direction, maybe rotating around. Doesn't matter. They secure the kills that way, which then slows down the rotates, allowing the A team to move on to site a lot more uncontested. It's a really good thought from CSP Golden Bears Gold, and I think that has been one of the biggest reasons why the Firebirds have had such a difficult time trying to slow down this offense. Like this bit does get expended onto that A site. It's only going to be holding it down, but the engagement is going to be coming in fast and loose from the Golden Bears.
It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be annoying right now, and CSP is having a blast here. Carthage Firebirds are still not rotating and finally are, and it's going to be met in the mid, so keep eyes on that chamber in the mid. Great shot from Hoax, though, to be able to find one, but Vista is still able to find some dink. That leaves their flank exposed. Vista going to be dropping on Kalioth's favor. That leaves Carthage Firebirds in a grand opportunity. They went ahead and took the timeout. Now with guns in hand, might have a chance. A 6-stack is able to turn into a 2v2. Spray through the wall.
Player standing.
In it goes, and Hoax and Kalioth able to spray at the right times. Even they're surprised that they got 2 and lost none on that engage. So the Firebirds able to collect a round in their own favor, and we are at 4-1. Carthage Firebirds, a bit of a flame is starting to show up.
It did look like the bullets got ran dry and just caught in an awkward reload, just allowing the Firebirds to mobilize themselves, and by the time the second person came in for the swing, it was just a little bit too late. Just like that, Firebirds back into things, and now they're going to have the rifles to show for it. Maybe not necessarily the best in the world. Keep in mind that Samoyed might be just bringing that shorty in to really compensate for things.
You want to play?
But
Let's
it is
play.
a start, and they have to start getting this momentum back into their sails. They have to be able to start feeling confident about their plays if they want a chance at shutting down the Golden Bears goal. This, though, a nice shot onto Hoax is not how the Firebirds wanted to start this streak.
Not at all, and also losing control in that middle side of A. This is going to be the challenge. Vista able to also grab a Vandal, which is very, very important. Slumdink, though, able to find Goosey, slowing down that null command. But look at this playing. Vista pushes up, is going to reload, and Cookie Dough saves him. So look at this value. Kalioth is going to take the cheeky kill on Goosey after that revive. And it looks like they're cleaning up, but they're left with one. Vista able to land a 3K, looking for one blower off the flank, and they spotted him. Kalioth, last one alive, is not going to make it out, and Golden Bears gold feels so much more in control. Doesn't matter whether they're the ones outgunned or outflanked. It feels like they can do anything here in this map number 3.
And I really want to highlight something that I noticed. Hoaxed playing this Sage. I think the utility usage from Hoaxed has been good, but traditionally how we've seen these last couple of maps go, we know that Hoaxed likes to be the person who is finding the kills. Traditionally played that duelist role. Really impactful on these last couple of maps. Unfortunately, not really able to get as much impact on this specific Sage pick. And I wonder if this is almost a detriment to the Firebirds in how they've set things up, because they can't risk Hoax going to play these aggressive angles, trying to take those opportunities to find picks early on, because you need that Sage to be a little bit more like, static. Now, Kalioth goes here, actually the challenge eventually does get taken down. Gets a couple of bullets off there, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the Golden Bears gold are going to be able to just find all the picks that they need, and now the spike is going to be able to go down, and this is yet another round in their pocket.
One enemy remaining.
Make it look so nice. They just make it look so easy and nice right now. And Golden Bears, I don't know where this Golden Bears was before, but you are praying this Golden Bear squad shows up in the finals, right? They're making it look smooth. They're making it look easy, and it's not going to stop. I'm even stunned here because it feels like we're watching a brand new squad take the field, because Carthage Firebirds, they're looking... They had the right idea, right? You can see the lineups, you can see them prepping themselves for some of these gun duels, and yet Golden Bears are just quicker on the draw. They're quicker on the snap-ups, and they're just playing at another level. So for Firebirds, the big question right now, this is the turning point. We've seen them be able to stall out at a 7-5. That's the worst that they've had in the half so far. Golden Bears are looking to push past that. If they can gather 2 more rounds, they can consider that a huge win. If they even hit double digits, that's going to be a crazy angle to hold. And CSP says, listen, we saw Volo get dropped. We're not going to let another get dropped on the end.
Now they're going to take their time moving in here. They have lost their jet. I think they're more than okay about that. You're going to be seeing Cookie go now. Use it. Look at that. It's a combination of utility. Hunter's very good. Actually, finds one. Looking for the next one. It's massive coming out from Kalioth. Enemy spike down as well. The Owl drone. Scouts are not moving behind yellow. Oak's still up top here. Resurrection just tosses down those slow orbs while using the healing orbs, and this is the Hoax that we're used to. Getting aggressive with it. Catches one off guard, looking for the next, and Hoax cleans that one up. Gets 2 little headshots. Just like that. Firebirds, they're alive. They're showing signs of life now. They need to keep this one going. They want to make sure that they are still in this map.
Honestly, I don't think that would have happened to Kalioth. Did not snipe 2 with the Hunter's Fury. Getting 1 is hard enough, right? The indicator that shows where that ulti is going to go is quite obvious, right?
Yep.
To find 1 kill is a great value already. To find 2 opens up way too many opportunities. And honestly, CSP, you should be somewhat okay in this scenario. You only drop the single ulti, you only drop the Flamestorm, you still have the Viper Spit for yourself, and you still have your own Hunter's as well. So, taking a look here, you know you can play that bit more aggressive. You know that you don't have to worry about the re-aggression coming out just yet. Because of that, they are pushing up. They have 1 lurker as well. But again, they're playing, oh, Vista. Vista, you're walking right by him.
Well, keep in mind, this barrier orb is set up, so Vista actually just gets all the information in the world without having to make any plays whatsoever. Hoax actually goes for the jump. Not sure if anything was spotted, but Coney finds a nice pick onto Volo. As the rotation comes back around this time, Firebirds might have been a little bit overzealous and starting to move themselves around, allowing the Golden Bears Gold to get a lot for what they bargained. Now Hoaxed gonna be walking through here. Spots Vista's head, and that's gonna be Hoax winning that fight out.
Can't use this yet.
Still though, I imagine the Golden Bears Gold are gonna have a pretty good time making it in. But now the Viper Spit is gonna be deployed as well. Samoyed gonna be moving in here. Oh, catches the still off
Spike
guard.
down
Goes for the
A.
retreat. Right move. That Viper Spit is down.
I felt like that was going to happen.
30
You
seconds left.
saw how close that defender was playing. You know they're going to take that challenge. And they make it work. Goosey, though, able to find
enemy
Hoax and
remaining.
having to look for 1 more. You can't find Kalioth. CSP, though, hoping to get a bit more value. You know what CSP can do. Can't land those shots, though, so it's a 1v3 and only 10 seconds left. You're going to go for it. It's go for broke here. And Happy Samoyed is going to be very happy with the fact that they're turning things around. I said it, right? Carthage Firebirds, the worst that they were down was a 7-5 score at half. They want to re-enable that or maybe aim for that 6-6. 2 rounds in a row so far. Maybe looking for a bit more as SDR is going to call a timeout here. These teams being real generous with the times that they call the timeouts. I like it.
Yeah. And on top of that too, you know, the Golden Bears Gold, they got to make sure that the Firebirds are not picking up that momentum. We talked about that earlier, and I'm going to be honest, the Golden Bears Gold, they hit the ground running. They looked so good in their executes, but the Firebirds, they're honing it in a little bit more. They're playing a little bit more disciplined, and I think that that is really working out for them. Specifically on that last round, we saw what happened. There was that, what I called an over-rotation, but Samoyed, the fact that they were able to stay alive in the back of the site, wait out the Viper Spit, walk through, deny the plant as well, more than enough. Gives people more than enough time to be able to rotate around, get themselves set up, and completely deny the spike plant altogether. Now, moving into this next round, the Firebirds, they're going to be using that Sword of Force. They have a null command as well as that Resurrect still online. On the other side of things, the Hunter's Fury as well as the null command could be really good for the Golden Bears Gold to be able to make their way into the site. This is a pivotal round for the economy of the Golden Bears Gold. If they lose this one, the next round they're going to be forced onto a save, allowing the Firebirds to get themselves closer to a potential 6-6 half. Golden Bears Gold, they cannot lose their momentum right now. They cannot lose their steam. They have to dial it back in, and this is the round of reset.
Oy. Well, Firebirds tried to take a chance. Cody, I like it. You know, go for the aggressive, but a nice suppression right there is a beautiful opening because they know Cody was really the only one holding it down, but Cody still gets a sweep. Goosey able to find a 2K, and they've done it. They found the opening. Goosey, though, goes down in that null command. Kalioth ready to go for 1 more in a 3v3 scenario. This does favor Carthage just a wee bit. No revive goes off, so it is a clean sweep. It is now 3-3. Slum Dank gathers that kill, and now gets a revive off as well. So Cody is right back in it. Carthage, Firebirds playing this one just as well as they could, even finding Cookie Dough to put it to a 4v2.
Undersfury online, pings up Hoax. Good stall out, but it's Vista coming on the flank that nobody expected.
One enemy remaining.
Suddenly it's down to 1v1. Throws no fake, and it doesn't matter to Cody. Flushes that one out. Not the worst economic situation, I guess, for the Golden Bears Gold, but they should have been able to win that round. As the Firebirds, they claw their way back. They've got more than enough money to keep on buying. So do the Golden Bears Gold, so we're going to be going again.
That felt like a little bit of BM right there by Coney, right? It was just like, look, I know you're up there, I know you're fighting, but I don't trust that you have the guts to swing peak right there. So very well done on that point. 9-10 current score for Coney. And 4-6 is an impressive side. Again, we said it, Carthage Firebirds, if you land one more round, you're very happy about how things have played out. Hope's trying to spray through that smoke a little bit. Can't really find any damage. Golden Bears Gold, though, they have opted to go into a little bit more default spot, and I think this is an appropriate call. Playing it a bit slower, waiting for Firebirds to make a mistake of their own, and they capitalize on that fact.
Patience is the name of the game. Kalioth scouting as well, but Coney opens it up. Doesn't matter, Volo trades it on to Host. Now Volo's going to be able to get a lot of ground here, but Coney in a not great position. If Volo walks up that tube, it's going to be absolutely dangerous, especially too now that that location has been actually found out. Volo going to be going up there, but actually Slum Dank able to take him out. The bird has been perched and taken out of the home. Now, onto the site here, but it's just so good. Spray down is so clean as the Firebirds. They've only got one person left in Goosey. 1v4 scenario, not looking very likely, especially too with only a fragment and a flash online.
I mean, we've seen Goosey pull some stuff off, right? We've seen Goosey make some of those amazing plays, but nothing on this caliber, and I do agree. This feels kind of lost, so it's hoping to grab one or two more players and maybe make out with a better KD. Good suppression on the side, though, so you're able to spot out two. You're peeking on the edges. I think Slum Dank able to grab that headshot. So right now, Carthage Firebirds have done what is necessary to give themselves that buffer. Worst that can happen is a 5-7. You're okay with that. The big question for me, though, is CSP Golden Bears Gold, are they going to have another scenario break out like they did in game number 2, where on their own defensive, they just take off, right? They just absolutely annihilate the competition. That's what I'm scared of. So Carthage Firebirds, they have to know in the back of their minds that can happen. Of course, on Icebox, it's a little bit more difficult to manage. Slim,
you want to play? Let's
actually
play.
throwing down that Viper's Pit off in the corner. And Coney says, we don't even have to worry about that. 6-sack will be annihilated at the round open.
Enemy marked.
Already Vista getting marked there. Health band can be activated as well. It's a trade. There goes the tour de force. And Hoaxed looking to wall off the spike. That is actually going to be extremely good. The attacking team has to walk back here and try to make that one happen, but already it's just been so difficult. Hoaxed has been doing a really good job. The Battle Sage coming absolutely online this last round in this half. Now the Golden Bears Gold are scratching their heads, looking for any opening into any door that they can possibly find. Coney still playing a little bit of ring around the rosy with Volo going so deep. Volo just completely unaware.
One enemy remaining.
And, yeah, Coney did able to get that. I was scared for a second. I was going to say operator again, but still opting to use that headhunter is a very bold choice now. Cookie Dough, last person alive, up against 4. Spike's still down, being watched over by 3. It's looking like we're going
30
6 to 6
seconds
left.
Yeah, Cookie Dough couldn't get the transfer, and it is 6-6. So, guess what, Marks? Guess what? We are back to ground zero. We are back to both teams saying, screw it, we're going to reset everything. We're going to go back to this neutral playing zone. And, I mean, look at those differences in the KDA, because, again, back in games 1 and 2, we had a fairly even spread. I would say fairly even. Everyone in all manner were relatively the same. Everyone in the double digits, you know, keeping it even. The fact right now that Vista and 6-sack are currently leading at 17 and 10 is showing us that they are stepping up to challenge, and I want to see them continue to do so. Right now, CSP, it felt like they let off the gas a little bit. They didn't play to their normal aggressive tempo, and Firebirds, I think, are going to take it to them. They're the ones that are now going to challenge, give it their own best shot, and say, hey, we're going to be the aggressive ones. We're going to chase you as far as possible. And you can see it right there, right? Vista thankfully had the rendezvous ready to go. He was able to get back to safety, but they know it's a B-side strike.
Hoax actually leading the charge for the team. Sets up that barrier orb immediately. It's going to be a nice and safe plant. Now they're getting themselves set up here as Coney finds Goosey to start things off. Good to go. Going in for the rotation. There's one on the flank as well. Firebirds have to be aware of this. They want to find this next pistol round here. 6 stacks. Lets one loose. Not able to find anything, but look at that. The Firebirds find it all. Only one person left. Cookie dough. Good for one headshot. Looking for yet another. Goes through the side steps. Able to find Cody. AV to the win. Now Samoyed pops that. It's going to be a snake bite going around there, forcing a little bit out of positioning here, but it's so difficult. There's so many different angles to watch. Running out of time is not going to be nearly enough. And, okay, get a little bit of reload here, but unfortunately this round has been lost. Firebirds are going to be taking the lead for the first time on this third map, and it's going to be that second pistol round.
It took them quite a long time to come to this point, but they're ready for it, right? Carthage Firebirds are ready to do to CSP Golden Bears Gold what they did to them earlier on. It's kind of that revenge mentality, right? For Carthage Firebirds, they also want to try and repay that 4-round run here that CSP were able to do earlier on, right? It was the first time that we saw the bonus go the way of the same team that won the opening round. So, I mean, if there was any time for Carthage Firebirds to pull it off, it would be right now. Put yourselves at double digits and go ahead and just run it straight through. And they're going hard. Again, being super aggressive, super in your face. The fact that CSP have given complete control over to Carthage here on this A site speaks volumes. CSP are going to try their best here on the retake with what little gun value they have.
But this is the thing, too. The reason why you don't bring a duelist is that you've got all of this utility to work around, so... You know what? Firebirds should have this round pretty easily without giving up a lot of ground at all. Look at that. The stair is coming alive from Samoyed's hands. Okay, last one is there. Volo gets spotted out. Only 30 HP left. Hoax doesn't back away from that challenge. Pulls out a classic of their own. And it's a flawless round from the Firebirds.
Together,
and they're looking like they might be able to swing this one back. They're feeling themselves now.
I mean, whenever you reset to ground zero, you're pretty happy, right? You are so happy that this happened, especially with the start earlier on, right? And we have said it over and over again. These teams kind of feed off of each other or feed off the teammates. Whether one team goes on a hot streak and then the other team does so, they match each other blow for blow over and over again. And it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop at all. And I'm so excited. Right now, these guns are what's really going to determine it. CSP saying, listen, we have all guns online. We're going to hold steady with the A site because it's been aggressed on so often. But Carthage Firebirds say, we don't have to worry about that. We're going to split up. We're going to go into kitchen. We're going to give ourselves that opportunity in a 2-2-1 setup and try and find some CSP Golden Bear slipping.
Trademark being destroyed gives a little bit of information, but Volo, deep on the flank once again, is able to find Hoax. Stack just around the corner here. Look at that. The Stinger reigns supreme. And they're going to be able to get Vandal as a result. Volo has to be a little bit more aggressive. Never mind. This is doing just fine on his own.
Spike
Finds
down,
2 little headshots and now Slumdank. Last person alive. Does have that Vandal in hand. Finds one person looking for yet another. There's just too much pressure coming from too many different directions. Golden Bears Gold back into things. They scoop up that round, but it was expected to go their way.
Yep. And now we get to play Valorant, Marks. Now we get to play Valorant. The first 3 rounds are done. All guns on hand. This is where we get to have some fun.
So you're telling me this isn't Pokemon?
No, not at all.
Wow.
Unfortunately not.
Whoa, hold on a second.
I know, right? I know. Taking a look here, though, this is going to be kind of that decider, right? Whoever wins this one is going to gather the next as well. And so you're hoping, if you're a Firebirds fan, that they find those opening frags. That's been one of their struggles so far. CSP have had great value in finding those early kills. Firebirds need to find that opening frag, need to find that opener, and be able to push afterwards as well. And that's going to be all on this topside peak. Volo hiding out in a snare, and he is spotted out. And Happy Samoyed gets a swing of all times to find that swing. It is a beautiful moment for the Firebirds.
Yeah, and also, too, with the heal online as well. Just makes it a lot easier for the Firebirds, especially as Coney finds one in the back. Vista still holding things down onto B, but A side is wide open. Still a Viper alive, and that will be just enough. The wall does go up. Doesn't matter though. The Firebirds, undeterred, are going to make their way through. They have to be careful about that Viper. That's the one thing that can really screw things up for them. Null command going to be used. Sure, there's a lot of snake bite on the ground there, but as soon as that wears off, it should be fairly easy to get.
There we go. I was waiting for it. You said it was done, and I was like, yeah, it's not done just yet. Something is able to lay it down, and the question is, where do Golden Bears actually get to enter? Because we have seen them take a 3v4, but Happy Samoyed says, not today. Not today. We've had enough of your shenanigans. They're pushing hard for this one, so Zach, it's how many kills can you get behind it? This Carthage Firebirds are doing very good. Aren't here. Happy Samoyed found an opportunity, gets a swing. Kalioth finishes up, and would you know it, an immensely strong round for the Firebirds as they carry 4 open into the next.
But sometimes
And that is key for the Firebirds to have picked up that last round. Because, sure, you might be like, well, why did they need to use the Viper Spit? They had the numbers advantage. They could have played off their utility, but they needed to seal the nail on the coffin, specifically to put the Firebirds into a bad economy. And so that guarantees them yet another round. Such smart use of that Viper Spit. Really just shut it down, make sure they win it, and just like that, the Golden Bears Gold are going to be scrapping together whatever they can. Look at that. They're coming in with a Marshall
You
as
want
well
to play?
as
Let's
two
play.
short. They should be a Firebirds around through and through, and they should be able to pick up those ultimate orbs as well. I also want to comment that the Firebirds have been doing a really good job of picking up those ultimate orbs, and thus that's why they have so many of their ultimates so often.
Oh, and Goosey got goosed. Happy Samoyed able to flush out with the nade. And that one hurts, right? Getting spotted. It feels so bad because,
That also felt bad.
yeah, that also felt very, very bad. Golden Bears, they try. I give. Oh my gosh, Coney, we're talking you guys up and you're making us eat our words right now. It's a good one, right? Carthage Firebirds, they take away any chance that Golden Bears have of kind of that sneaky, cheesy kill. And they lock it down, right? Carthage Firebirds trying to look for a flawless round of their own. If they do, it's going to work amazingly in their favor. They win in a flawless round, carry all guns forward, and their economy is looking stacked.
Yeah, that was really good from them. Obviously, I don't know what else you can say. I mean, they used that to the force that round, and there were a couple of really unopportune moments, let's call them, with some shorties in hand. You can try to play the rat, but unfortunately, it's either a work or it goes terribly wrong. And now the Firebirds are just charging ahead. The Golden Bears here are going to be calling a timeout. Keep in mind, they do have that Viper Spit as well as a Null Command. I imagine they are going to need to use both of them this round to make sure that they can pick one up, because if they lose this round again, that is not only going to get the Firebirds to 11, but it's going to ruin their economy. They're going to be back onto a save trying to make something happen. So they have to be really smart with these ultimates, meaning they have to keep those two agents alive for as long as possible. With the momentum that the Firebirds have just kind of been blazing through with, I am a little bit concerned. And they've just been finding so many picks so often that you never know who's going to be dropping down first. This is going to be a key point for how this third map goes, Orbital.
I'm trying to figure out what CSP are kind of thinking of right now as well. Like, what could they possibly do to change things up? And I mean, it has to be a big shift because we've seen them every time they take a timeout as well. CSP have come out with almost a drastically different idea of how they want to play. They've always come out with some drastically different styles, the uniqueness, the flow from one side of the aggression line to the other. And this time around, they're playing it just dead even again. I'm wondering what they're trying to cover for, and we can see the Viper Spit on B side go down. So it looks like they're being told to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more on their own faith. And Carthage Firebirds are like, look, we're not going to go aggressive. We're going to wait this out as long as possible.
Recon Bolt goes out. Doesn't find anything, understandably. A lot of poison onto the site. The snake bite gets dropped as well. Folks, can drop an orb here. Extremely scary walking into this Viper Spit, but it looks like that is the challenge that they are waiting for. Bolo on the edge there, almost finds Pokes, takes a couple of bullets, and look at that, Kino goes down. That is absolutely
Spike
massive
down,
now.
B.
Boyet will be pretty much able to just walk this one through. Coney coming in onto the flank. Bolo still holding things down, able to find a headshot here. Now Hoax able to get things down. Coney goes for the swing, able to take down Goosey, who's absolutely massive. Can't escape those six stack. Trades it right back. The Firebirds get 2. Never mind. 2v2. All of a sudden, Samoyed finds another. Okay, still is 2v2 because Goosey actually got res there. So, let's see how this one goes. And all commands still available for the Firebirds.
I like how we're trying to do quick maths along the lines. It's like, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Who's up, who's down, who's not? That's going to be a great blind, though. It's Happy Samoyed is looking for the ace. Come on, give it over. Hoax steals it away. But out of all moments, CSP played that about as well as they could have, right? Some of the great frags and making sure that they got the angles, even in kitchen, being able to trade 1-for-1. But it was Happy Samoyed. Happy Samoyed came out with an absolute barn burner of a round and steals it away. CSP are stuck now once again in a save.
Yeah, I told you that was such an important round for them to win. And you could tell that they invested both of the ultimates. They threw everything at the wall. It just looked like the timing was a little bit different. They were able to get isolated 1v1, and those swings just become that much easier. Bolo off the Blade Storm now, going to be going up, looking for somebody. Actually able to find this Slum Dag in some Jet heroes. That's one out of your Jet player. Finally shuts that one down. Honestly, could get the Resurrection online, depending on how things go. But it's going to be the null command from Samoyed online. Vista already down. This is looking like the Firebirds are going to clinch up to 12.
I will say that looked like it hurt, and I think it did hurt, right? You got to reset, and you're like, man, I'm going to get it. Nope, you're not. CSP, they're running on fumes here right now, and I mean, you're just praying for a miracle. And Carthage Firebirds, I mean, this has been a phenomenal turnaround, right? We were talking about them on Breeze and how they lost their map pick and they needed their mental to come back. And it feels like they've done it. I don't know what has been said in some of these timeouts. I don't know how they kind of regroup mentally, but it's been phenomenal. I give them huge credit each time that the teams have given us a glimpse of what the emergence divisions can give as time and time again. These teams are showing up here, so it is going to be Firebirds on match point, series point here. And CSP Golden Bears gold. You got to find some way to win 5 if you want to push for OT.
Look at that, Coney, all the way up to 24 kills. We talk about how CSP Golden Bears gold are so good on the flanks, but you know who else is really darn good at those flanks? Coney. Just doing so much value. Hoax always on the entry. He's able to get the team in there, but Coney's able to sweep up from behind and really take him down. Vista, he's in the tour de force. The Golden Bears will have to play the next 5 rounds flawlessly if they want to stay in this. Otherwise, they might be sent home as the Firebirds have the chance to advance to the finals. This could be the round to do it.
Well, they're definitely going to try. Eyes are open here. Volo sitting out very aggressively in the mid, trying to kind of shoulder check anyone that goes through, but Firebirds have actually opted for this A-side hit. In goes the wall, in goes the slope, in goes everything, and so multiple ways to cut off information have been thrown down. And Firebirds were met with another wall against them. Lucy, though, finds Hoax, who was trying to rush through, and that's a great frag to open things up. In goes the bolt, though. Kaliot's going to take out Goosey on the top rungs, but Cookie Dough able to fire back. It's a 2v4. We've seen them do this before. But 6sec finds a kill, and it's an easy cleanup on the back end. CSP find a golden opportunity and take it on home. They will keep themselves alive here in game number 3.
Still going to be hard. Once get 4 more rounds, they have to play flawlessly. Okay, maybe not flawlessly, but they can't afford any major mistakes. Otherwise, the Firebirds are more than willing to take advantage of that. But let's focus in on that last round. 6stack specifically, hanging out in mid. Having 6stack there, especially too with the Hunter's Fury, was so key to that A-side defense. Not only is 6stack able to watch mid, keep it contested, but as soon as that plant goes, pops the Hunter's Fury, completely denies any space that the Carthage Firebirds were able to get. On top of that too, making it extremely difficult, pushing them out into uncomfortable positions, allowing the rest of the defense on that A-site to shut down. Great plays there, but let's see if they can keep it going. This time around, the ultimate advantage is going to be in the Firebirds, and both of these teams have more than enough credits to make sure that they have weapons and utility for this round.
Lock in sight.
I guess the question just comes down to how well do they use the utility, how well do they play off the utility, and right now, Volo gets caught. That's a huge opener. The util didn't help out, but Vista's going to try and make up for it. Takes out Hoax on the back end, and they're still being spotted out. So Carthage Firebirds have been noticed. They have been checked out. And take a look, it's only 3 there as Coney is going to hide here in kitchen again. The long lurk play is going to be big. And only 1 defender on A means CSP have to rotate out on their own volition. If they don't, this is going to be a play, and they are going to lose a player. Can Goosey do it? Goosey has done this once before. Goosey has been the absolute annoyance in everyone's value, but Someday finds it. What a turn Goosey tried. Vista not able to get a kill on their end as well, so it's going to be a 3v3. The plant might be looking a little bit strong here, but the poison went down instead. Slumdank needs to hold on, needs with his 30 HP to get the plant down. Is it going to go through? Yes, you do. And 6sec is able to find Happy Samoyed. Oh my gosh, are they going to do it here? 30 HP. They're going to look. They're going to. Oh my gosh.
Hunter's Fury also online as well. Keep that in mind. Elioth just has to stay alive. Makes a lot of damage, but decides to back off. They're going to be moving it through. But goes up into the air and gets taken out. Such an amazing, good, smart play here, and just going to stick that spike. It's just like that. The Golden Bears, they walk away with yet another one. So close, and on top of that, too, forced out the Hunter's Fury. That has got to sting if you're the Firebirds.
Yeah, apparently that stung quite a bit. They call a timeout here, and I think it's appropriate. There was so much going on there, and Firebirds, for all it's worth, they definitely tried. B-side got shut down. They had to be rotated into A. But the fact that CSP were still able to force their way in, the fact that Firebirds opted not to stay on site and honestly drop the Viper's Pit, which I think would have been an okay choice as well, they opted to fall back, right? They opted to say, we are only going to use the Hunter's Fury, and that's all we're going to bank on. It was a little bit of a ballsy statement, and CSP were able to find that opportune moment, the catch, only allowing 1 Hunter's Fury to go off. Amazing job there. So for Firebirds, I think this timeout is appropriate. The call is most likely, don't take some of those gambles. We are up currently 3 rounds. That doesn't mean anything, right? Still play it like we need every single round in our pocket and use what we have, right? The 2 ults that they have available, the revive as well as that Viper's Pit, both should be dropped here. I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to try and make a big play on B and then just try and hold steady. They're just going to try and check CSP at that starting line.
Keep in mind, though, this might be a fast push from the Firebirds. And understanding that they've got the Viper's Pit means that they want to go in, but that's so much information given. Look at that. The looks are already happening. The fragment goes in. Kaliosh getting banged up. Now we'll have that Recon Bolt available. Knife goes in.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, Tour de Force now going to be used by Coney. Moving in here. Has to back out, though.
Here.
Welcome to my
Close. The
world.
Viper's Pit is going to be activated. Okay, the flash didn't quite go off, but
You will
Lucy
not
still able to
kill my
find one
ally.
res coming online as well. Going to be a firefight in the back by Yellow. A trade coming through. Hopes can't see a thing just with how that Viper's Pit necessarily got deployed. They're watching the flank, and Vista ever so patient, going to be coming through here, but as long as Coney keeps that one checked, it could be good. They are deciding to back out, actually. And this might not be good, given the fact that these members are ready on this flank. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but they still got one more person in the back line, and it is Volo deep in their spawn. Operator in hand, nobody keeping them in check at all. Doesn't even get spotted out. Now looking for it.
No
Toast
one
drops the
checked.
spike,
Spike
and
down.
just like that,
Attacker
it's still down.
One
Volo
Oh!
another. Suddenly it's 1v2. Looking for the headshot here. Coney is pretty good with that aim, but not good enough to do a 180 to find 6 stack. An excellent flank being set up by the CSP Golden Bears. Gold. 2-round difference here. Or
Firebirds, oh man. I told you, Marks, at the beginning, it felt like it was going to be one of those, you know, check your corners, check your back. And I can't even fault them for that one, right? Volo hid in the one spot that they have not hid all game inside of attacker spawn. And no one expected it. So good on the trigger discipline as well. And Carthage, they're wondering what they can do here. They're working with the Stinger on 1. But it's still very much in control. I still see the Firebirds being able to try and play up CSP, though, they have found a massive gust of wind to push their sails forward. I mean, this is going to be the chance. So right now, Firebirds, they cannot mess up a single step. They're deep in a default here. And if this default pans out, they can get a first blood and hopefully check into one of the sites.
Oh, Volo goes down. That's a massive pick. That's going to open things up completely for the Firebirds to be able to make their way onto A. They have to deal with that Viper still, but this time around, Slum Dank is the one who is on the flank. He's already made their way up, and Given gets spotted out, but actually wins that one out. This, though, was able to find Hoax. Doesn't matter. Spike will be going down onto A now.
Enemy down.
Okay, Cookie Dough still around, able to find Tony. The 3v3 onto this retake could go either way, but a null command available for the Golden Bears Gold.
It's so quiet right now, CSP. They don't want to step over anything, and they find the perfect opportunity again. It's on Goose, who now has a null command. As you said, Marks, it is time. It is time to punch forward, but Happy Samoyed is very happy as Kalios finds Goosey. Oh my gosh, did they get it? No, Vista. This is going to get the kill. It's down to a 1v1. Do you get the revive? Do you go for it? No, you can't. Oh, the call out, though. Kalios should have spotted, and it's going to be the swing. Oh, the peak. Kalios is going to run. Kalios is going to run for the hills and look for the defuse. Shockbo goes out, saps one, and you don't get it, Vista! Vista finds a kill, but it isn't going to be enough. The timer goes off. You have 1 second left. Oh my lord, Vista forces a 24th round.
I genuinely think that was the round that the Firebirds were looking at to be able to win this one home. They're finally starting to run a little bit thin on their money. We can see that they're going to be trying to stretch to make everything happen. But now, this is what it comes down to. Are we going to be seeing that over time? 4 rounds in a row for the Golden Bears Gold. Volo still has this operator. Stewart of Force going to be online as well. 0 point goes in there. Oh, the timing on that one. Looks away from the scope for a second as Slumdank is able to move in safely. But it looks like this A site is going to be the one that they are looking for. I like this adjustment, though. The Firebirds keeping an ever so careful eye on their flank because it's fallen apart for them multiple times.
I mean, this is a testament to both teams. They're trying. Coney holding that so strong here. And right now, it's such a big question mark, and they're still waiting. No one's died yet, but Happy Samoy does get poisoned out. What a well-placed... And that's going to be a Slumdank able to find one. Volo is going to go down. Remember, that's one of the big flankers, and Slumdank is going to get the plant. Big question, can this Tour de Force make something happen? The walls are up. Happy Samoyed tucking themselves into a corner. Cookie Dough up on the second level, waiting for the teammates to file through.
Look at Coney.
This is going to be it. Coney ready for the flank. Coney's done it before. Coney's going to look. Trigger discipline is real. And you find 2, looking for a 3rd. Goosey gets 1, but you didn't turn around in time. Goosey's going to swing for 2 themselves, but they have to ace. They have to, and 13 HP is not going to be enough. Out goes a little bit of a flashbang. You don't catch a single person. Marks, this is it. Firebirds take down the CSP Golden Bears Gold and move on to the finals.
They take the script and they throw it out the window. What an exciting match, although it was looking a little bit dicey there. You can tell the Firebirds are sweating just a little bit towards the end after giving up 4 rounds in a row. Overtime was looking like a real possibility, despite the fact that they had such a dominant lead at the end of that map. But oh my goodness, Orbital, what a way for that to kind of boil down.
I loved it. I knew that this was going to be revenge for either side, specifically for Carthage Firebirds. I mean, this is a squad that, again, it went the distance in their week in the regular season, right? It went the distance. It went all 3 games, went to OT back then as well. And this was a time for them to really buckle down and show what's what, right? And to do it in the semifinals, after taking map number 1 and on this kind of reset value after the second half, 6-6-0-0, no one cares, right? It was phenomenal. Huge props and respect to both teams for taking us this far. And the fact that Carthage Firebirds won, I mean, just icing on the cake. I can't wait to see what they can do in the grand finals.
Absolutely. Well, don't go anywhere. We're going to have an interview set up for you so we can hear a little bit about what was going on for the Firebirds toward maybe that third map. So we'll just throw to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll have that interview ready for you. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are now joined in the booth with Coney from the Carthage Firebirds. What an amazing game, but first of all, congratulations. How are you feeling right now after that win?
I'm feeling amazing. Yeah, all 3 matches were really great matches.
Yeah, it was
Heart
very
racing.
good. Yeah, I bet the series itself unfolded in what can be said as almost a repeat of your match back in week number 6. You guys went the distance almost every single game, went all of the games all the way through. Coming into this matchup, were you feeling more the same? Were you expecting CSP to still have kind of that strength that they were having, or were you expecting to come in and say, hey, we have a better game plan, we could kind of take this a bit easier?
Yeah, so it's actually quite interesting because we had talked a lot about our breeze strategy, and we're like, wow, we're very confident on this breeze strategy, and then we kind of just fell apart, and then we actually had beaten them on Haven, which was their map pick. But we definitely treated them with the respect that they deserve. They're a really good team. Let's not. We know we can beat them because, like you said, it was kind of a 1-1-1 from the previous week 6. So they were really good competition, and it was really fun.
Of course, and I mean, we saw that culminate in Game 3, and I have to say there was a very big difference in your aggression and in your team's kind of ideas of the attacking side, because in Game 1 we saw a little bit taking the aggression from CSP, but in Game 3 we started to see a little bit more of the lurks, that lurker, that little rat play. Where did that come from? Because we definitely did not see that in Game 1. That seemed to come out in the Game 3 special.
Yeah, after our timeout on the attack side, we're like, we really need to try to pull something out different here, and our Sova Kaliath was like, Coney, try to get the lurk, try to get the pick on A.
Okay.
And that's what I did. I tried my best, and it ended up paying off because it pulled a lot of the rotates, and then our team just rotated right back to site. So that's where that came from.
Okay, great stuff. And of course, now that you guys have actually won this, you're going to be going into the finals. So are the Firebirds going to be taking the big dub at the end of the day? Or what do you think, Coney?
I think we have a really good shot. I think we've come a long way from last season and this season especially. There's a lot of hype on the team, a lot of hype from our peers. I definitely think we could win.
All right, you'll love to hear it. And thank you so much for joining us in the caster booth just for this little lovely interview here. Do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give out?
Shout out to my family, the friends, our Carthage Firebird staff, everyone. Thank you for watching on NECC. And yeah, have a great night.
Okay, thank you so much, and we're going to be really excited to see the Carthage Firebirds go up into the finals, and let's see what they can do. But thank you so much for joining us, and actually, that is going to be closing out this game set. But don't go anywhere, we've got more Valorant just around the corner, so of course, the night ain't over just yet, but that's going to be it for me and Orbital on this stream. Just wait after the break, it's going to be more games, and it's going to be great, but we'll catch you next time. Thank you so much for tuning in.
We're back, Dallas. We've got our Thanksgiving break done and dusted. I can mention it now without Hazza saying, well, I didn't have Thanksgiving. We're here having a great time. Hope you had a great holiday as well. But it's playoff time. We've got to keep going. The semifinals must conclude, and it's going to be a very fun one. Let's go ahead and pull up the brackets. Let's not waste too much time, so to say. These players have been waiting for a bit. So let's pull up those brackets. Obviously, the game that is going on right now, we have the CSP Gold versus Carthage just game previously. The Carthage side took a 2-1. Now you've got Arkansas Esports versus Kansas Esports. Kansas had to cut through the BU Brimmies, and they did that in a nice 2-0 fashion. And now the Arkansas side, well, they had to go through SE, and they did that also in a 2-0 fashion. Very solid teams. They both went 7-1 in the mainstay season, and neither of these teams faced each other, obviously speaking. It's very entertaining to see that now facing off the number 2 and number 3 seed Dallas.
Yeah, and even then, go ahead and discuss and look at these teams and kind of the whole 2v0 situation that you mentioned in this quarterfinals. It's going to be interesting to finally see. These games are probably going to iron themselves out a lot more. So, as you could already tell from that last series, we get ourselves almost into an overtime situation. We got a 1-1 in this series across the board. So, we're noticing some inconsistencies here. We're starting to see the patterns break a little bit, and these games actually getting within grasp of being in these overtime situations, being in these areas where you can tell these brackets are working. Games are getting closer, and teams are getting a lot more competitive.
Yeah, you're going to see number 1 seed versus the number 8 seed. You're expected to see a victory in that regard, and 2-0 is the right way to do it. The fact we still see a 2-0 finish in games that are 4th and 5th seed, which arguably would be the harder one to do, that's impressive. Usually see that one go 2-1. Kansas Esports 2-7, 3-6. Every one of these games going 2-0. It does mean that something's working. The top teams were taking it, but I'm still shocked about that Tamu and Scarlet one actually falling in a 2-0 fashion. I wish I knew how that close that one came down to. But let's go ahead and jump on over to our map bans as well to see where we're facing off here tonight for this BO3. First ban was Pearl. However, unfortunately, that may be for, me and Dallas. We love seeing that map. Haven was up next. At least we don't get to see that one. Breeze up first. Ascent to follow suit. And Icebox will be the last one we head to for a decider.
Yeah, and that's the exciting thing to me. I mean, obviously, you mentioned you and I kind of liking that Pearl map, seeing the way it plays out, seeing the kind of strategies that can come along and come to life there, considering how much lurking room there is, how many different avenues and approaches to a site there are. But I feel there's just as equally, if not more, when it comes around to Breeze. You and I have had a long history on this map. I love this map with an absolute utter passion. It's just my number 1 in the entirety of the pool. And we're going to get number 1 here tonight, at least in this series so far. So it's going to be exciting to see, knowing that we're getting that open, we're getting that large canvas to work with. And as time goes along, and maybe as the day goes along, if we do find ourselves in that map 3, these maps will get that much more cluttered and contested and much more controversial, and that war of attrition that we like to allude to so much. But already getting ourselves into Breeze, look at these agent compositions, look at these agent selections. We don't have anything locked in just yet, but until that Viper comes around, which is going to be obviously very, very much guaranteed. But I mean, talk about the Cypher buffs that we've seen recently. This man has seen a little bit of a resurgency in the pro scene when it comes around to this map specifically, but the collegiate scene hasn't really put that much impact on him because, well, Chambers there, he has an operator for free every couple rounds. Why not go for it?
Yeah, you talk about trickle-down astronomics. It starts in pro, goes to the amateur scene, or sorry, semi-pro scene, then moves to amateur, then moves to collegiate, then high school, and vice versa. It moves down like that. And for the professional scene to start seeing Cypher move into the works, you're probably not going to see Cypher picked up as consistently as you would there for another month, maybe 2 months at best. The same thing when Harbor. When Harbor's going to get picked up and have a lot more playtime there, you're not going to see that go into effect. Maybe you'll have players in the Champions Division, say like we had earlier today in Atlantic. There was, in fact, a game going on mainstream. I was doing that one with Hazard, like previously mentioned. We saw a lot of map control, which is something you don't necessarily see down here in this Challenger side. It's going to be very entertaining to see when Cypher does come back into the play. I've had the luxury of seeing that a couple days ago, Dallas, and man, Cypher can make such a huge difference on very important scenarios. But with this one, we don't see it whatsoever. Reyna is locked in for Aki. Crazy Cheetah's going to go in for that Viper. Jelly on the Sova. 2 chairs with the KO, and of course, having that Chamber to follow suit. Looks like we're seeing a near mirror matchup. The only big difference here being Aki on that Reyna next to Mav, for the Jet, so changing up our duelist ever so slightly.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously kind of a little bit of a standard layout we see for the most part here on this map, but the one thing I would go ahead and kind of have my eyes kind of peering over towards a little bit, was that Reyna popping up in the peripherals. The purple that you don't really see too much of. Even then when she throws out that leer, you're not going to see anything at all unless it's that much closer to you. With that change as well, the infinite range. She seems much more viable for something like Breeze, but because of how open this map is, how large of a target that leer is, it doesn't really prove the most useful thing in the world. That Empress, outstanding if you're looking to go ahead and have that frontman approach onto a site. Utilize the pre-dismiss and heals that you get across the board, but even then it's going to be very, very tricky compared to it not really clearing out that space like we do see in the likes of the Jet and UARC's grass. So it's going to be interesting to see the little matchup of the duelists here for this first map, but I mean, there's plenty more to go, and even then, I think the more the map picks go along, we're going to see Reyna be that much more viable to where, honestly, I think you go ahead and get a little bit of a warm-up going on if they're really feeling themselves.
Now, aggression is kind of the name of the game when it comes to these pistol rounds, especially when you see it down in this Challengers division. It's really going to be a very, I would say, exorbitant push straight through to the site. Some teams will opt to go for a dual-pronged approach, and I think we're seeing that actually come out right now for that Arkansas side. 2 players looking to move up through middle courtyard. Problem is, when you split up on a pistol round like this, you are letting the opposite team counteract you in a way from more than just one angle instead of taking that man advantage and just pushing straight through with those pistols. Exactly what I was talking about just occurred. Divine overextends a little bit too early to try to get through those double doors, and 2 players will meet them from that top of elbow up towards that nest side. And in fact, Aki even transitions up into nest to find themselves another pick. It is all blue in the feed. Kansas is dominating. Skirtsy's able to find themselves a little bit of leeway here, but it's still too little too late. 13 HP to their name, and still 4 more players they'll have to deal with, and they're denied of that quickly as Aki cleans up the 3.
A good little start there. This we're going to find the momentum even in that those kills are really adding up here on this defensive side for Aki specifically, even then getting a Vandal to work with this round, because obviously you don't even need the rifle. You don't even need the armor, better yet. That extra money, if you do have that Devour, you go ahead and get those heals to work with. You know the kind of stance situation that you're playing with. You have that money to carry over for another round because of just how much you get off of it. That's why Rain is so important in these pistol rounds. But on defense, this is kind of the same situation. You're going to look at maybe a chamber. They have to go off on this defense because they won't find too much potential when it comes around to the attacking side. Sure, in a retake situation, they're going to look good because you already know your entire opposition is enclosed in a smaller space, trying to play around that spike. On the attacking side, where things are wide open, you don't know what angles are going to be picked, what things are going to be held, you need to be sure that you're ready for absolutely whatever. And speaking of ready, when you get a first shot like that, you're ready for a 5v4, making sure this momentum swings even more so towards your direction.
Kansas starting off on the right footing. It's
Last
the early
player
first
standing.
blood, followed by
Spike
another one
down
by
A.
Jelly. Aki, once again, has cemented their name with a 3K. And it looks like they're hunting or priming themselves up for a 4. Map's got the Marshall. Kind of a forced lie when it comes to this round, but, I mean, on a map like Breeze, it is so large, is so wide, you're expecting something of the sort, but it doesn't seem to work out for that Arkansas side. Jelly picks up the last kill, only needs to expect to do so, and does it unscathed in the process, leading not just to them going flawless for the round alongside Aki for a buddy ace, but the whole team flawless in nature as Arkansas fail on that second round. But now they've got rifles, but because they forced a little bit, Mav will not have enough to full buy armor and rifle.
Yeah, it's a huge stance and a huge sacrifice, more importantly, to be taken here by UARC, but I mean, it's what they opted to go for, and even then what they kind of reinforce in their players. The biggest thing to me that's really starting to be spotlighted right now is that armor difference when you look at the board, the entirety of it. Kansas doesn't really have too much of the weaponry, but that doesn't matter. Even a Bulldog still hits that one-shot threshold across the map when you only have a light armor to work with. So still, UARC is in a very, very sticky situation, considering that 2 Chairs is the one in the middle of the map, looking for these opening picks, looking to get out the aggression, because this is an approach that we haven't seen Kansas take, and they don't really know how the lineup works too well.
They know that we have 1 player inside, Hall Delano playing within their rendezvous, and time for that first shot. But just doesn't catch the player fast enough for landing on Jelly. You have a Spectre! Why is Arkansas climbing into the same thing? Arky out of nowhere! 2 shots back to back. Second one, I would dare say, lucky to go through. There was just a first shot on the first target that goes slightly upwards on a slight turn. I mean, it's just the random spray nature of this game when it comes down to it, and it's Kansas with another amazing round back-to-back, and what a great way to start things off. The force buy for Urania to get things back into the thing with a rifle was the right decision. They'll now pick up the remnants of the weapons of the Arkansas side. 2 Chairs didn't necessarily grab one, still on that Bulldog, but when you got Aki going 8-0 and Jelly with 4-0 behind it, where they're winning fights with a Spectre versus rifles at range, you can do anything, Dallas. You feel like nothing is impossible.
Which even, like I mentioned, we can't really get too crazy, all things considered, when you have that armor difference that came out of York in that last round. They have to keep in mind that this map is not very friendly to anybody at any point in time whatsoever. This map is as wide as it can get. It's as open as a blank canvas, and it is what you turn it in, what you make it become. And we don't see York grabbing that control that they want until finally, I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit of pressure there. Once again in the back, you look at that Bulldog, being able to go down range, have that recoil, just completely controllable, and not too much of a problem for anybody on the field. So a little bit of a circumvent to get control of that spike, and you got this round under locks unless Divine can just absolutely go off here. But it's another one of those situations I was talking about earlier. This map will be punishing if you do not what you're going for, if you do not utilize that information early, if you don't even look for it. And sadly enough, Ark hasn't really looked for that too much just yet. And I think in another rifle run they got coming up, this is going to be their last opportunity. Otherwise, this game will most definitely be out of their grasp, at least for this first half.
I mean, things can cascade really quickly out of your fingertips, Dallas, and they've got to really keep things back in. I think one of the more interesting things that we have seen going on here in this game so far is the fact that despite over half the team, so to say, for the Kansas side doing exceptionally well, Dylan and Crazy Cheeto have not necessarily been able to pad up the ultimates to kind of get things back under their belt. Same cannot be said for the UARC side, as, you know, the more rounds you lose, the more those pips start to add up, but don't even necessarily needing to kills. And we'll see the whole side of UARC at this point if it continues in the future to have their ults on board. They extend on to side. Dylan finally says, I want to be on the board. Finally, one Crazy Cheeto joins in, two of their own, and a third flawless round, I think, is the one that we've just seen right there for the Kansas Esports side. They are dominating through and through, and hopefully UARC in this next round, where they can buy at least all rifles to their names, can put up a better fight than the last one.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's football season. We love it. World Cup's going on right now. But the one thing we're not really talking about too much is baseball. And typically 3 strikes, you're out. In a situation like that, thankfully, I mean, there's still some leeway. There's still a lot of time left in this half so far. But, I mean, they're in a very, very difficult situation. We had to see this utility really starting to come to life. More importantly, these players staying alive, because that's a big issue they're running into. Big funnels coming out, not really too much sporadic behavior going on from, not really too much of a feeler situation around the map until you finally see some matchups going on, and a player actually survives. The problem is with this big weaponry in the back of the map, you're just not going to do it for long.
Yeah, Logan cannot stay alive for too much longer, too busy fanning their knife out in that region. They did force Aki to have to swing twice, but the second one, they'll make sure they complete for that kill. Divine now the only player left standing. I think this is the 3rd time we've called their name out in that regard. And it's not their fault. They're overextending. The team's just getting caught off with the very aggressive nature of Kansas Esports side. Divine good for one more to Aki, at least shutting down that player for the time being, but Crazy Cheeto, who for the first 3-4 rounds wasn't necessarily heating up, came alive in the last one and cleans things up here in that last round to make sure they'll go in and submit themselves off for a 6-0 start.
I mean, just look at the potential of these squads thus far. So, I mean, look at the money just padding up on the side of Kansas thus far. 6 rounds, they have themselves a guaranteed even half no matter what. And I mentioned these 2 players of the Out of the Reina and the Chamber, where you have to make sure to have that closure and get that lead early. You already have yourself the best starting point you can. You're 6 steps ahead of your opposition. There's just not much you can do, and Ark has themselves 3 ultimates, but not really one that can give them too much in an eco round, which isn't really what they're looking at. They're looking to go for an all-forward approach, go through these arches once again, where A didn't really work out too well the last time. Even B, they had to find something different possible.
World.
Dallas, it's just not working out. Now with a glass cannon, only soft armor to their name. Flanked in pillar, dealt with quickly. An expedited rush by the UARC side, falling short. Nathan's fine, the only player to find a kill so far. They'll net themselves too. Now capping Jelly off the board. Still a man disadvantage. Empress has been popped for Aki, and I believe that's the 2nd time we've seen it, which is still an amazing statistic for them. They have been doing, well, their duelist role to such a high level of play that it has been exceptionally difficult for Arkansas to step up. Spike, well, Talus, out of control. All the way on site. Plant was denied. And the next 50 seconds are going to be that Arkansas side praying they can, I guess, make up for lost ground, because this is unknown territory. Divine with 30 HP, 60 it seems like for their chamber. Not much to work with. A recon bolt sent out, cleared by Dylan with the operator.
One
It's not a
enemy
tour de
remaining.
force. You still got 20 more shots, but you're losing man count fast. Divine, at least one good for one more. Makes the round a little bit more pricey, but when you're 7 rounds in a row, cost basically means nothing.
Yeah, this is one of these situations where I gotta say, if you're UARC, you take a timeout. You got one every single half. You need to slow this game down. 7-0 already is not something that you want because every single round after this is luxury. You have the bare minimum. You have that extra inch as well. Every single thing from top to bottom. You are full. You're doing nothing but eating dessert at this point in time, and UARC has to make sure they can put a halt to this feast, which is something they're very much struggling to do. With the tour de force now into play, I gotta say that's gonna have enough of an impact to actually create somewhat of a stall here in the map, but you once again have to tame the beast. Tame your teammate. Have some patience to work with and find some information to really utilize into your favor. So finally, a default playing a little bit more slow, looking for maybe an opening pick. A UARC, the pacing's different, so maybe it creates a different result to back it up as well.
I mean, honestly, if one thing isn't working, change it up, right? You've got to be a little, well, less consistent in regards to what's going on. They at least find an opening pick here, able to shut down the KO. This Matrix is fine to do just that. He's been somewhat exceptionally well in regards to the Arkansas side up to this point. Now with the Blade Storm out, denies Dylan of transgressing back on over towards that nest side up in heaven. Another tour de force shot from Matrix. This will find their target, Jelly.
One enemy remaining.
It'll be Matrix going good for the 3K. Takes down Aki, who finds their teammate of Divine with a wallbang. Crazy Cheeto. Well, you're the only player left standing to the side of Kansas Esports. The best round by far we've seen come out of Arkansas. And in this post-plan scenario, some teams would say, you have to save the round. There's no need to. Kansas has been on a 7-round spree. They have enough money to buy the next 4, but they're still going to make it as best they can to hold on, but it will not matter. Matrix Defy, doing their best Aki impersonation, finds a 4K to carry them through that round.
Yeah, and thankfully, a very big gun amounts to a very big round here for the side of UARC to get themselves on the board and get themselves that first round in retaliation, where you say typically that if you find 3, you have yourself a chance. Anything less than that, I mean, not really looking all that hot, but hey, it's something. You have now gone ahead. You say that you are a contender inside of this race, and that's all that you are looking for. You need to make sure you have crossed that start line, that you know that you have a chance here, and making sure that, sure, you use a couple ultimates in the meantime, you save that money, you're utilizing your opponent's own economy to your favor in situations like that. So we had to see them follow it up. We got to see maybe a pacing, and even then a lesson learned out of this to say, is it the guns, or is it the play style? Or is it the adjustments being made? We're about to find out if another first block can come out. It does for Divine there. A perfect opening they need to really follow suit.
Notice the difference in total pace that the Arkansas side has started to employ in last round and this one, and the difference maker that has started to roll out for them. Crazy Cheeto trapped going back at these sites, pressure starting to broil up, and they're at least able to give themselves a positive trade in the process. Jelly a little bit too slow to pop that, Hunter's Fury, and they don't even get a single shot out in the process, staying a little bit too out in the open over towards that Archer's side. Stay there for the time being. They are not loving it for sure. Dylan finds himself a nice shot to Matrixify, trying to give up and make up for that man disadvantage. Still one despairing between these two sides, with Divine sitting close next to Spike behind short brick stack. Another one in back of B, and one hanging out inside Dylan will be struck upon by Logan, who not only gets the most perfect pop flash they possibly can, but spray transfers between the 2 remaining players, forcing Arkansas into another round win, getting 2 now in a row.
Yeah, gotta say, finally, 2 rounds where you get yourself a first blood, and then maybe 2 rounds you win out as well, which is possibly the thing that you're looking for. A little bit of a recipe to success, but even then more so, as we kind of already alluded to earlier, a changing in pace. Ark is finally figuring things out, saying Breeze is not a map that's very lenient when it comes around just running it onto his side, and just not really preparing for anything, quite honestly. So now actually taking that time, figuring things out. Even then, a timeout still fully available for this half. You can take that time if you want it, if you need it. And quite honestly, it's looking very much less and less and less like you need it, but hey, it's still a luxury that's there to work with if you do get the read on your opposition. So already towards the middle of the map. Mav, and once again with another opening pick on a Dylan. A 5v4 Arc looking to follow things up, but oddly enough, I'm thinking utilizing a Hunter's Fury as well, which honestly didn't even really surround it too much.
I mean, a 0 point denies it quickly, but Logan and Matrixify will combo once again for another set of kills apiece. Now making this one less than manageable for that Kansas Esports side. Pop flash tossed over the top. 2 chairs will fall still nonetheless as Divine finds themselves in a pristine spot. And it leaves just the Silva left standing for this Kansas Esports side. Jelly, bit of a jam, a pinch, a fickle position. They're at least able to deal with Matrixify for now. They'll have to retreat backwards. They still have plenty of utility to their name, no ultimates. And it's just going to be a battle of maybe holding on to these rifles. I'd love to take a look at their eco real fast before they get run down upon through cannon. They do not have enough money really to buy out the next round in comfortable standing, so he may be trying to hold on to the rifle for it. And that could be the right idea. Currently sitting inside elbow, Skirtsy moving in quickly from that window side of B main. 2 players on the objective itself, and they even have their KO all the way back inside of attacker spawn. They're doing everything they can to snuff out the last remaining player, and they manage to get it, Dallas. As Skirtsy skirts around that corner, skirts with death, so to say, and comes out the victor.
Good situations here for the likes of UR to get themselves on the board. I mentioned getting that 3, and then, okay, congratulations, Chief. You not only got yourself a foot in the race, but you've also gotten yourself a means to get to that finish line as well. But now getting that kind of minimum, this is where the fight really starts here. I mean, you make sure to look for the map, you look for the pressure, you look for these different pinpoints, these pressure points, these chokeholds that you can really have on the likes of Kansas. I mean, that has had such a strong lead thus far, and even then they're looking to maintain that. They had themselves that necessary threshold of rounds that they're already sitting at. They just have to make sure that pressure can stay, that you can keep that boot on your neck, that you can make sure to keep those plays in order. Keep these players alive and don't give us any first blood, which is exactly what they've done as Aki gets them out too, almost immediately.
This is where you need to find high-impact plays for the Kansas side to deny the momentum of that Arkansas team. Still, the no-command player needed to be restabilized and not a player nearby in sight to deal with it. They'll be finished off with Aki to be granted that kill. Jelly shuts down Divine and caves into
One
it.
enemy
And it's just up
remaining.
to Matrixify to find themselves a couple more picks on top. It will necessitate an ace. And unfortunately, it will be denied as Crazy Cheeto, who is the lonesome defender on B, swings from elbow and
Last
catches
round
them.
before the switch.
Slack-a-lackin' in Dallas as Kansas Esports finally put themselves back on the board. Last round of this half. These ults that are here, well, it's use it or lose it. Can't carry it into the second half.
And that's all it comes down to. I mean, obviously you mentioned that lose it or use it kind of situation, but I mean, all it really comes down to is that Viper's Pit, that KO, that no command, looking for that pressure on the side. And I think, honestly, B is going to be your best hit to play defense for that specifically. But all things kind of said and done, Kansas, they've had themselves a little bit of an iffy hold on this defense when it comes to
You want to
position.
play?
They
Let's
finally give
play.
themselves the opportunity to get those first initial picks, and that result themselves once again in the round. When you look at the ultimates that were missing between time, but already Viper's Pit being pushed up towards that B main area, you're creating that pressure once again, taming the beast of UARC, saying, look, we're not going to let you grab any potential here. We're not going to let you get that pressure. We're going to make sure to lock you down on your spawn. Because if you ever want to make a move, maybe we can get ourselves a pick, and that's exactly what they do.
Crazy Cheeto lying around. Hasn't caused it earlier like a squid. With a dangerous spot, you use that ink sac, and now you're just so difficult to find within the Viper's Pit.
I have
Obviously
them.
said it a bit better than I did, but I don't have that luxurious, savvy accent. Kansas Esports, though, do tie things up here. With Arkansas hit it first, but Kansas will be able to pounce back in a bit more of a triumphant way as Dylan caps off the player of Logan on Arkansas. The lonesome straggler, though, as the rest of the team has transgressed themselves on over to the A site, where they'll put down that spike, still wary of the possibility of a defending player having pushed up into cave. That's not the case, though. Matrixify good to Jelly, 2 chairs back into Divine. Still, with Kansas Esports the man advantage in the post-plant scenario, Dallas, things look dicey as one person down below
Welcome
double
to
doors and another
my
on site with their
world.
own Viper's Pit of all things.
Good placements here. Good little potential there to go ahead for the retake. You see the Golden Force being invested in a no command and an answer right there. Almost being the exact thing you need, but a Vandal's still in the hands of the players. You still got rifles to work with. You only got one player on the side of Arkansas, and they're not going to have enough to really go ahead and get it done. You see that snake bite going down range, but it's going to go ahead and be a little bit off even then, because also there as a defensive maneuver to go ahead and get that choke out. So 9-3 being the result here in the half. Arkansas not really getting the best stance that they wanted, but good God, is it a lot better than a 11-0, or excuse me, a 12-0 actually,
Switching
which it could have
sides.
really resulted in if things had kept on continuing it through that massive 7-round start that we saw. So, I mean, I gotta say, Arkansas, they're looking all right. I mean, they're sure the stance doesn't really look all that professional in terms of what they can really do thus far, but I think honestly there is potential here. They actually had themselves a chance to really be lighting things up. Keep in mind that you got your chamber going off already on that attacking side. As odd as that may be, whenever you see that, you know they're going to do even better on this side of the map. Your Viper, not really there too much, but Mab, this is a player that has to wake up, has to look for maybe those opening picks, be a little bit of bullet fodder, and even then be somewhat maybe of a bait. Consider that maneuverability could really blend in your favor.
Arkansas, though, now set up on the defense. You mentioned and highlighted Matrixify. We'll have to see if that holds true. They're holding inside tube. You also have a player lying down below at double doors. One directly defending that B site, and another one on site, sitting inside Cubby. So a fairly well spread defensive structure for the Arkansas side. And it looks like they'll pivot their Sova back on over to B because noise has been made. 0 point has been sent on over to the back of site.
There it is.
And Mav will be aggressive, punishing Jelly for swinging wide on that archway side of B. And to make matters worse, they've lost Dylan as Skirksy gets the upper hand, but spikes by itself all the way on the A site. Aki was initially there to help them, but Logan, once again, managing to come out on top for the Arkansas side, who looks like a whole new roster right now, Dallas, needing just 2 chairs all by themselves. Gets 2, and things started to look dicey, but still Matrixify, who else will give them that final blood to make sure Arkansas takes the pistol and almost guaranteed the second.
I like it. Already here in round 1 for Arkansas. Obviously, we're here for a good game as best as we're not really here rooting for a side. And honestly, Arkansas actually stepped up here in this first round. Sure, it's a pistol. Sure, things are a switch up. Sure, things are a little bit of a coin toss when it comes down to getting that first blood. But I like the aggression that we saw Matt employed. I like the fact we saw Skirtsy actually get a kill as well there in that round, going ahead and having a pitch of the fight and getting a taste of blood. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of these players. We just have to see it be a lot more consistent, really folding these rifle rounds, and even then some game plans that really come to life. Already the Viper played over towards the A side is something that you're not typically used to seeing, and it may be a switch up that's quite honestly necessary for what Kansas could be providing, knowing that 9 times out of 10 you don't see that player there, and it can create a very welcome change for the attacking side.
Slow and patience for the Kansas side, knowing they have a distinct weapon disadvantage going into this one. And so, with a wide and, I guess, very large map like Breeze can be, be very patient how you play this one out. Matrixify, though, just waiting for Jelly to swing them once again, realizing a player is more likely than not sitting at the back of tube. They'll find the kill, but a second swing, and Aki gets the upper hand this time, only needing a Sheriff to do so. With the same fell sweep, they've lost yet another player. A 2-man disadvantage. Kansas Esports primed with only Aki and Shido. Not really sure how much they can truly do. At least one now having been spotted by that 0 point. Logan primed with back of sight. Toxic Screen goes up, and Aki, what a shot. A superstar has been born. Looking for more. One player in the back next to Crate. And another inside 2 priming. It's stairwell player there for Yosova. Aki now gets their 3rd kill. It'll require an Aki ace, and it will be denied by Divine with a Spectre. So close, yet so far. A perilous round for the Arkansas side, but a costly one despite the victory.
I mean, credit where it's due. You summoned a hell of a round for your squad, though, if you're the likes of Yaki. I mean, you got to give the props to the man for what he's accomplished in this game, to where in the last half I was considering, all right, we're on the defense. Don't really know what's going to be happening on this player, and even haven't really got a taste of what he could do yet. Haven't seen the consistency. Haven't seen him wake up that it could just be a little one-off, a 2-off maybe with that rifle there in the second round. But no, this man has come here, and he is warmed up. He's ready to go. He's looking for a couple more rounds. He's looking to make things expensive. He's looking to make things difficult, because as you are find themselves a little bit of a sproutling coming up here for this possible comeback they could have it away. That may be your biggest opposition, and even then more so, probably the roadblock that could really put a hole in your tires.
2 chairs working alongside on the attack to make me, well, maybe work in through to that B side. It's still a first blood, though, netted for Logan sitting in the back of B site. A very solid shot to maybe humble Aki instead. Huge 0 point. 3 players having been spotted because of it. Logan mentioned to tag 2 body shots to 2 different players, and eventually it will be completed onto 2 chairs for the time being. That player being mad to do so, who struggled and had a bit of a rough first half, but has seemingly come into their own here, now defending that B site so consistently round after round, like we saw in round 1 and here in round 3 of the second half. Divine progressing up through this courtyard side, now holding their pillar. They're trying to keep their eyes where the, I guess, the prize is as of the current moment, but nobody is swinging in through courtyard. Instead of 3-man spree, sprinting now out of cave to get that spike down on pyramid.
I mean, you can't really blame the squad for what they're trying to go for. Go for a little bit more of an open site. Don't let this close quarters ballistic really get in your way. And even then, considering all the spec that you have in the opposition's hands, you don't want to go for that. Problem is, right there in the back, you already got Matrixify looking absolutely disgusting with that opening shot with a headhunter to work with. That's going to be your rifle to play with if you can maintain yourself and even kind of stay alive to get over to that position. But you got Crazy Cheeto a little bit of a cross up there. Can't really hit those shots in the meantime. Just face it down so you can get close if possible. Once again, that will be a problem in the entirety of the B side, but it's already just going ahead and making itself pretty way on the A.
Well, finally, the shots will go through, and Arkansas will survive and thrive for yet another one. Let's keep in mind, at a point in time, it was what? 7 rounds to 0? 8 rounds to 0? I mean, a disgusting showcase for Kansas, and now that gap has been expunged completely. That huge buffer between these 2 sides no longer present, and when anybody out there may need to make a formal apology to the Arkansas side complaining before. There's nothing to complain about. They are thriving. 3-round spree at the end of that first half and a 3-round spree to start things off here. Breaking the Valorant mold, much like Kansas did by not having a 2-1 start. Arkansas is just playing so much better on this defense. And now coming into another round where they've got the rifles that were brought by Kansas. They're going against sheriffs, marshals, and it looks like Aki will decide to force, but I think they thought better of it. No, they're committing. A teammate, 2 chairs, bought Aki a rifle, of all things. They want Aki to be the proprietor of their success.
Good look so far. Can't get that much closer, and we can at least be thankful for that in the meantime. But it all comes down to these 2 ultimates that we have to work with thus far. If either one of those really wants to be invested, but when you look at Kansas and you look at the things they have to work with, not really the most impressive on the board, I would say, considering even on a round where you would maybe want somewhat of an answer. We're not getting that too much. We still see some bunch of buys there in the back, but even better, we get ourselves an opening blood on Aki once more. So this man is doing his job almost perfectly to a T. Not really losing too much HP in the meantime, but that Devour does more than enough to keep things going, especially with an Empress in the rear end.
Arkansas now going to have to be quite patient about this push. When the Emperor's popped, they supposedly have an advantage for the Kansas side. Dylan finds Mav, who has pretty consistently been that lone player on that B side, and to make matters worse now, there's no one actively on the B side. They'll use a toxic screen to cut down that EPD's angle. Surely not loving the position that Flying is trapped within at this current point. Maybe copyright infringement aside, Arkansas will have to think about how they more directly pursue this objective. The problem is, Aki is still lingering around next to Domino in top of central mid. And is able to quickly shove at the player, pushing out of nest. Ryan and Logan here for 1 apiece. Logan gets 2, but it's short-lived as 2 chairs will find themselves an aptly fitting 2 kills to secure the round for Kansas. And a bit of a comeback story. And a thrifty start of all things. That's the way they find their first attacking round win.
Well, you got to give it to them, and considering that's exactly the only thing they can really do for it. I mean, if you got to that point where you lost that thrifty round to kind of be expected, even that round of an eco, and you get the flip as well, you're probably going to be seeing this game go to a tie just immediately. And that's not something Kansas is allowing to happen. I mean, look at the stance. Look at that start of 7-0. You can't really laugh at that matter of fact anymore, or even brag about what Kansas has done. They're keeping themselves relevant in this game, but considering the life of a luxury they had at the very start, this is a very, very drastic difference from what we saw earlier. So, obviously, a lot more respect across the board. Players going ahead and get a little more feel of what they got going on, even then realizing who the plausible threats could be. Obviously, Aki being the main one of them so far, the head of the snake, I can say, but, I mean, everybody else still has those nerves rippling around, looking for those kills, looking for that spike control and map, but it's just not going to come along with the operator there in the back, and you are looking so darn good hitting those shots.
Honestly, though, I mean, a very comfortable position is still restabilize the player that went down from no command. It looks like Jelly will start to move over to do so. The toxic screen up to give him a little bit of leeway. Skirtsy, though, does remove Crazy Cheeto from their position, who maybe slightly over to past that really big problem. Skirtsy 3 before falling. And while there was a cool flank position, maybe held by Dylan to come back through that nest side of heaven, because they just found a kill, their position was snuffed out quickly, and it does fall in favor again of the defense of Arkansas, who are still absolutely having a dog in this fight. 3 rounds between them.
Yeah, so I mean, once again, kind of getting these rounds on the way, keeping things going back and forth, looking for some real competition. That's exactly what's being provided here out of these two. I mean, already Kansas having that tour de force to work with the Vipers with as well. They're trying to, I would honestly say, A side would be the optimal position they're going for, and with that tour de force already popped, they know this is going to be the right place to go. You got an operator that you're kind of working up against, now kind of utilizing that. I wouldn't say as a crutch. We didn't see the guy really go off to see what he could do with that Vandal, but I mean, still, it's going to be something that's working thus far. Finding yourself a couple more rounds and keeping this game within 3.
Dylan's tour de force trying to, I guess, create a little bit of space here, Dallas. But the problem still lies right now for the Kansas side that they're losing players where they shouldn't be. Aki has been a lone prowler on a lot of these rounds, and while defensively that does work because you can overextend to catch the attack off guard, the defense knows you have to come to them. The defense knows they have the zone coverage style of defending that they are to cover, meaning you step into their zone, they're going to cut you off. And Aki has been running into essentially one of the hardest quarterbacks we could ever see. It's been hard for the Kansas side, to get their way forward. And now they only have 4 players to push through to this site, having to deal with a toxic screen placed by the defense that's just the most annoying possible angle, making their toxic screen useless after the fact. But they'll force their way through to extend, having known that there is no player in between. Just a bait and a switch, and they'll pop the Viper's Pit to alleviate a lot of their concerns. But we saw Crazy Cheeto fall before. It could be another case of this one as the Hunter's Fury tags down Jelly. It doesn't finish the kill, but it does get Crazy Cheeto Viper's Pit expunged.
And Dawn and Dustin maybe
One
with the rest of the
enemy
squad as
remaining.
well. When you look at everybody just kind of falling like dominoes thus far, when you get the last two standing or last one being two chairs, can't really do too much with it. And teammates come up for the round, and once again another one underway for the likes of UR that they get themselves. Not really too much of an expansion for there. I mean, they only use the Hunter's Fury, not really stressed about any other resources. Map stays alive with that operator. They are looking fine and peachy keen for these next couple if they keep this momentum rolling along. But I gotta say, Kansas, as you mentioned earlier at the very beginning of that round, Aki is overextending. I understand why you're doing this, why you're feeling yourself, why you think you're capable of this. But the reason that Raiden works on that defense, also keep in mind, is if you overextend, find yourself a kill, you devour, you back up, you know guaranteed you're falling back to safety. On that attacking side, you never know what you're up against. If you devour, what are you going to do? Go back into spawn where you have no teammates to back you up? No, you need to fight for that space. War of attrition, as we mentioned it, and we push it up into nothing like you are right here from Matrixify. If you win that fight, you still don't know what you're going into. Even then, you don't find too much of it a real problem there, considering it's on the defensive side, so UR get themselves one more underway.
And Kansas are just struggling right now at every turn, and the eco hasn't been in favor for them either. Because they're only winning the occasional round, the loser's bonus is reset, and it just makes matters worse for them, which will inevitably be a larger concern than it should have been by the end of it. Arkansas, though, feeling primed and ready every single time we've seen this one come through. We see a statistic in the NECC fairly often, Dallas, that Hunter's Furies find nothing. They're popped without much information, and they aren't the best ultimates utilized by the teams using them. That's not been the case for today. Obviously, the last one that shuts down a Viper's Pit. That was the second one I've seen today alone that shut down a very important Viper's Pit that could make or break the momentum of a round in game. But now they've already got their push towards
30
side command
seconds left.
advantage. Kansas Esports, they will enforce down Spike. They have the pumpkin screen up, but it doesn't look like Aki will use it to escape back in towards Cave, where the rest of the team has. One person holding an AK 2 tiers behind Brick Stack, sitting inside a close cubby. Skirtsy gets spotted on the cross, and Tiers may want to be careful. Skirtsy shoots right back. The enemy tends to do that. Aki falls from their apex spot at Pyramid. Oh no, Logan, you cannot be sneaking up behind and not find the kill. Gives a little bit of assistance to them. Two chairs finds one jelly now for a second. Viper's Pit goes down. A third Hunter's Fury, Dallas in the day to deny a Viper's Pit. How is this happening? Matrixify by themselves. Time is running out. They'll find one kill. Two chairs, who's down to 15 HP. It will not matter. Jelly with a 4K to close out the round.
Another round of the way here for the likes of Kansas. Seems like they're getting that much closer to get themselves a first map here in this series. But I mean, they still have themselves two more to go. And even then, by the time that one gets made, you can see another 3-round streak underway here for the likes of UR. We can even get ourselves a tie game. It all comes down to whether or not how much Arkansas really wants to fight for this and how much resources they have in the meantime to keep themselves relevant in this fight. And I think a Tour de Force and a Blaze Storm should be more than enough for a round like this. Save that money for the next, and you have yourself maybe a little bit more to play off of. But I mean, that operator that Map has lost is very, very expensive. You can see he was kind of buying for teammates, keeping themselves relevant in the game, and looking to just kind of play off because looking to go for this team mentality when everybody isn't really carried their way in the kills department. But hey, maybe they can do it once more if you see at least these first shots come out. You can see out there on the outside, Logan looking really good, holding things down to getting 3, but one of those may just be a half.
Oh my goodness, still finding an instantaneous headshot and kill. Now leaving just Aki left on site. 2! Possible third, but no, denied. As Mav was playing it from the most unanticipated angle imaginable, having flanked in through elbow and all the way in through that B lobby. Just not expecting that sort of result. If you had more than one man left in that post-plant scenario, you would have already had a player back there to, I guess, warn you whether or not they get killed by a map or not. They should get them in return. The information can be, well, relayed back, but still an amazing round by Arkansas, finally getting themselves back on the board. They're nearing closer and closer, edging towards that double-digit mark that Kansas Esports have been at for the last 4.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm just surprised generally when you look at rounds like that and you even have those starts out of players. I mean, look at Logan specifically. 3 kills initially, holding down the side. At that point, you were caught in a very, very conflicted spot to say, do we either push through, try to follow up on this, or is this man just too much of a demon? We just don't fight that. We go for a rotation, which no matter what, nobody's gonna be moving off of that because, well, this guy's obviously holding everything down by himself. Who needs another player there? He's doing it and give him the ace because, I mean, he's getting that much closer. He's already more than halfway there. So in this kind of circumstances, you just have to go ahead and kind of take it on the chin and say, what more could we have done? What more utility could we have alleviated the tension with? Well, I'm not quite sure, but instead we just switch it up, go over towards the A side this time around. But maybe lose 2 players immediately before we can get to Argents.
Hockey doing their best. The Empress is popped, but Arkansas just says straight through.
One enemy
Nothing
remaining.
more can be done. They don't even need their eyes to necessarily snuff out the players pressuring them. And while Hockey forcing a rifle with the Empress in a thrifty round worked in round 4 for Kansas, it does not work here. This game started out with Kansas dominating. We almost had to rename Arkansas State our Kansas State because Kansas Esports were such a good team. That has since, well, been forfeited. The title still vacant. And it looks like Kansas are struggling round after round, though that one obviously an eco they did have to use quite a bit. And it was wasteful because they don't have it now for these next few.
No prisoners.
Man, I'm telling you. I mean, just looking at these two, what's going on here? If we see, I mean, Kansas lose one more round, this is their last rifle here before Arkansas can get themselves a lead. And when you get a first shot like that, man, you just can't give these to Matrix for free, especially if it's
Spike
anybody.
down
You just
A.
can't give it to Chamber. And you see, once again, dominoes falling, one then a second, where Kansas is now in a 3v5 situation. They haven't even looked at the site yet.
It's just, it hurts so bad to see all of this going down when Kansas had such a hefty lead.
Faster.
Players slowly prowling up inside rope. You can go to the back of rocks, right at cave entrance, and still see if Mav is there. Why aren't they doing so to help facilitate the play up through and into tube? Even if you're not planning to pursue tube, Dallas, you can at least assist your teammate in clearing it, which makes things so much easier for your team in the long run. Kansas, bleed one more, hemorrhaging at this point, a festering open wound. And they just have 2 players left to try to get towards this site. Aki, Empressless, having just used it last round to no effect. And Jelly, still 5 pips off from their ult. We'll have to rely purely on util alone that's remaining. And both players are swinging the exact
30
same
seconds
angle
left.
from cave. Recon bolt sent to the back of site. Divine will clear it. Noting now that a player is towards that direction. But a snake bite will now force Jelly to take the
player
same
standing.
avenue as Aki. And unfortunately, Aki will die nearly instantaneously on the swing. And Jelly is not far behind them. As Kirsty finds the kill there.
But there goes a rifle round, and, you know, when you go and lose a rifle round, most of the time we know what comes next. Not a rifle round. That's the best I can give you. I mean, no matter what, you're going to see some buys and maybe some extended kind of forces out as much as you can. But, I mean, when you look at the factors, when you look at the money that Kansas just isn't going to have these resources at hand. I mean, Arkansas right here, right now, could get themselves a lead. They have a game kind of handed them inside their lap a little bit. They redeemed their thrifty on that 3rd round to keep things going along, releasing that 4th to shut down the momentum. And since then, it's just kind of all been downhill as you see Arkansas really starting to feel the momentum and once again kind of starting to solidify themselves as a team that's actually able to carry this weight once Aki is dead. So, speaking of Aki being the leader of the charge, looking to maybe get a leader, maybe kind of influencing towards an Empress possibly, but when you see a Null Command coming out, this is going to be interesting.
Arkansas holding on for the time being. Shots to spring forward. Logan's just holding back. They know that they have a gun advantage, so they want to play at their range. They do find the kill. They will get down by Aki, but they're in a DBNO state. They can still be restabilized, and in fact will occur. They're able to pick him back up and not waste that weaponry in time. I don't know if they'll actually get it through, but I don't think it matters. It is match point now on the line as Kansas, who were initially starting things off on a 7-0 Dallas, are now down and at match point against Arkansas on one of the best comebacks I think we've seen here in the NECC.
Yeah, it all really started once again, as I mentioned earlier, on that 3-9 situation. We talked about the 3-9 curse. I didn't really allude to it earlier, but once you go ahead and win that pistol round, and even to get 3 in a row there for Arkansas, that's where the start of the end kind of really went ahead and found its catalyst, as we can really go ahead and tell, looking at the rest of those rounds and how things unfolded. But with the money, once again, not only being robbed away from Kansas in that last round, it's stacking up for Arkansas right here, right now, so Mav can get that operator and possibly get an opening pick with it, because this is where the guys really start to wake up and start feeling themselves.
How many times can we crack jokes that it looks like the older brother has hopped onto the computer, so to say, for the Arkansas side? They just look like a whole new team in that regard. 0 point a little bit too late to deny Mav from the hasty retreat they made with their Q tailwind. Aki still does manage to find Kirsty in the process, but Mav does flat back over towards Aki. Mav even finding a second in the process to Jelly as Dylan
One enemy
removes
remaining.
Logan from the equation. Seemingly Kansas with new, I guess, breath of life here in this round, leaving just Matrixify, who unfortunately does not have that clutch gene they showcased earlier to give, well, the Arkansas side their first ever round win, which seemingly was the beginning of a very long and strenuous period of time to now reach overtime with Kansas taking that last round.
I gotta say, honestly, as we get ourselves into this overtime, things are definitely looking obviously good because I mentioned the good game earlier. We've already really crossed that point. It just comes down more to who wants it that much more to get themselves this opening map. Really make work of what we have at hand. And honestly, as I mentioned earlier, we saw Kansas with that 7-0 start. They obviously looked like the main advocates, the big dogs with the camera into this defense. But honestly, it looks like to be playing towards the favor of Arkansas because they know they have leeway to work with. They know they have more field. They know they have more adjustments because they were kind of asleep for those first couple. But you didn't really get a chance to show them what you were made of. You never got a chance to get on the site. You never had a chance to play with those guns. But you're guaranteed that right here, right now, and your defense looks spectacular.
When these rifle rounds come through in OT, you have a limited, well, I guess, credit pouch to work with, should you choose to go for a sniper, which has been somewhat effective for both of these sides and some of these rounds. You can't really do much with it besides that. It really is everything through your credit pouch. Logan opens up for the first blow. They're taking down the Viper of Crazy Cheeto. Aki claps back, but much like the kill before, Matt finds the refrag pretty quickly. Dylan still in the back side. How do they plant and still not stuff out that player? It's a shocking result. But Arkansas still managing to find themselves a very dominant position to work off
Switching
of.
sides.
Considering how even this game was, I was very curious about, who wins the first attacking round. Would that be the way to determine who is the victor? Arkansas take it without much difficulty, though. And now they get to play the defensive side that they have been gorgeous on throughout.
They've heated up. Quite plain and simple. I mean, they've got themselves a momentum. They've worked with it. They've gotten themselves an overtime after a 0-7 start. So, I mean, all things considered, even now in a situation like that, I want to go ahead and take a little bit of a chance to look at those assists on the respective third and fourth players of the side of Arkansas. They were contributing. Every single one of them, whether it comes down to damage, just kind of sporadically spread out, and I mean, really kind of spread between everybody. Everybody's pitching in. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. Everybody wants to make sure to contribute to the end result of a round to make sure it comes out as a success. And we've seen that victory go ahead and transition and almost kind of elevate over the entirety of this game, not just a single half, but showing that they are fighting for relevancy. They've gotten it, and now when they get to this point where they're ahead, it's just momentum. The snowball rolls in their favor. They show they're that much better when it comes under circumstances like this. And once again, if you go off right here, where we saw Logan go crazy earlier with a 3K, we see the switch up, and just going to give up the site instead.
Honestly, the best move possible that Logan could make in that spot. Yep. The fact they got away with their life is impressive enough. 0 points sent back their way. That'll mark at least 3, possibly even 4, though I think their chamber is slightly out of its range. A recon bolt is sent on over the backside. Time in a second, we'll go and tag down a player. Divine eventually has to pull out the rifle, gets job done. Aki and Crazy Cheeto another, and Matrix with Divine probably finding a little bit of an impact back their way. Divine removes Crazy Cheeto from their front. Dylan, seemingly on a very long flank, finally giving away their position as they'll take down Matrixify, leaving just Divine by their lonesome. 6 HP, Kansas prime to finish this round, and they will in fact do so as Aki comes up big to shut down the last remaining player. Dallas, I'd like to correct you.
Switching sides.
You started that point saying Kansas Esports starting off 7-0 and Arkansas putting themselves in a good spot, making it into OT. That's incorrect. Kansas Esports put themselves into OT as it was Arkansas who hit that 12 mark first. That's why this game is so crazy.
Well, they've had themselves at least one more shot to keep things going and show that they have a reason to at least end up and close out this map to their favor, considering this was their pick, and they can't really give that up, right? We expect them to have themselves a strong start. We expected that momentum to work in their favor as they did find themselves on the defensive side, but, I mean, once again, being back in the attack and coming right back to home, maybe they find that strong start that they had earlier when it came down to just nice little handshakes or a nice little punch to the face as they touched gloves earlier. So we'll see how things really start to carry along. We'll see where first blood really happen once more, and because that's the biggest thing that we've noticed, or whoever it falls to, that's been the one consistency we've got.
Look at the information garnered, and you can't make anything off of that one! How do you fall short in that position? Now Arkansas gained themselves a 2-man advantage despite, well, the perfect setup that was made by Kansas to give them room. Mav knocking another one off the board, 2 chairs off, no longer countable, and Jelly securing themselves a kill, making up for the lackluster performance of their teammates prior off the back of an amazing recon bolt right over the top to catch 4 out of the 5 Arkansas players. Mav, though, will not allow Jelly to contend any longer. Recon bolt enough, my guy. Back off for your next round. Crazy Cheeto, last one left standing, stepped over towards that double door side and is able to take down 1, but unfortunately, still 3 more they'll have to remove. Moving slowly, clears the recon bolt. Player sitting on top of stack, it's Divine. and they will find themselves the victor in that engagement as Arkansas will once again collect
Switching
themselves
sides.
that first round win in OT.
Match
Now
point.
just needing to do the same on defense.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, looking at the kind of stats that we saw once again in Kansas, I think honestly they had that round in the bag. If we see Aki get that double that came through the Viper's wall, you didn't even really swing out. Obviously, you had the recon dart there. You know, players were in that corner. You take the shot. Doesn't matter where you are. That wall can be shot through. It's not made by Sage. It's made by Viper. But unfortunately, a little bit of a slip up there in the mentality. And I mean, obviously, the aggression that you get out of Arena really going ahead and fighting you in the rear. But I mean, once again, looking rounds going away, Arkansas had themselves the lead. They are pounding this game down. They are finding themselves the attacking rounds. And that's kind of crazy to see considering that's what they were lackluster in. They've almost found themselves as many attacking rounds on the overtime as they did in the entirety of regular games. So that's showing that they're adapting. They're getting better. They're looking to keep themselves in this thing, and they're looking to make sure that every time they get to the second side, they have a lead to work with. And considering their defense and what we've seen, they can definitely run away with it right here. But I mean, Kansas, we had to see that same level of adaptation. We have to see them find these first bloods, win these lineups, and it all comes down to Jelly with that first peak, but the shot not really missing.
Man, you got to be able to find shots like that one, but that one very difficult, not really dogging on them too much. Kansas looks like they'll prime on over to the A side, but let's go ahead and take a look at that Chambers. Now sitting inside elbow all by themselves, maybe looking to catch a couple of the Arkansas side off guard when the team starts to fully expend towards the A side. But let's keep in mind, there are 3 players defending A already for Arkansas. It doesn't look like anybody is going to directly go into the line of sight of Dylan, meaning that it will be a 5-on-3. And I think Dylan's heard enough of an audio cue to go ahead and relay to the rest of the team.
30
Each come this
seconds
way.
left.
Dylan's about to get into a 2v1 fight. Rendezvous goes down. They'll manage to take the first pick, and they'll step back in the process. Got him! You're gun up! Dylan! And now Mav opens things up and can defend with the one-shot kill directly onto this site. Thank goodness the Lear got buffed, Dallas, allowing Aki to step up big to get that kill. Plant will go
10
down.
seconds
Kansas
left.
looks primed to go to another round of OT as Jelly gets another one, taking down their doppelganger of Divine. Matrix of I doing their best to bring this one back from the claws of defeat. 1 next to Pillar, 2 in the back of B. Locky will be the first player to go for this fight, and they will win it out, coming out the victor. Just 2 tears on sight. Gotta complete the kill, Skirtsy. They will, but Crazy Cheeto swings them right back. We're going to another round of OT.
And the cycle continues.
Switching
We find
sides.
ourselves now
Overtime.
14-14. I mean, we just can't really get over this thing, and even then, once again, we can't really see these players giving up just yet. It's amazing to see the kind of efforts brought up from everybody, looking to contribute as much as you can, looking to keep themselves within this, and even then, more so seeing the adjustments made over the course of the game. And it's not even just night and day. It's adjustments. It's small. It's inches by inches, centimeters by centimeters that we see these players starting to wake up and realize what they needed possibly doing, because obviously it's a case-to-case situation. We can't really make ever the right decision because it's always constantly changing and revolving around us. I mean, even in a round like that, we see Skirtsy always being the last one alive, being that Viper, staying alive, making sure those walls, those bubbles have an influence, that those Vipers, those snake bites have a little bit of a potential to do something, create a vulnerability. But one thing that you gotta learn is Aki. If you get this player off the board immediately, he will not be a lingering threat because he's one of the nearly only positive players on the side of Kansas right now, and he's still alive while Jelly finds one.
And Kansas, this is a round they need to win. It has been Arkansas so dominant on their attacking rounds. And pick up first blood with Jelly and Aki not far behind to find themselves a great kill before escaping quickly. Jelly takes down Mav, and you're going to 5v2 folks. This is not the best spot to work off of on the Arkansas
Last player
side,
standing.
especially when you have not found
Spike down
basically
A.
any success
Flawless.
on your defenses of recent memory. And Kansas through and through. Make matters worse, the possible
sides.
last round we'll see of
Match
Kansas
point.
defense was a flawless one, saying we are tired of the map of Breeze. And that's a very smart timeout for the Arkansas side. I think this is the best time possible to use it.
I think, yeah. I mean, it's long past due to a certain extent, but I mean, here in this overtime, you finally see that the tides have gone in a different direction. You've seen the cards kind of flipped against your favor. I mean, the Uno reverse card has now been broken out, and you're not really quite sure what to do with it. So when you see that on the field, when you see what you have to do, you have to take a second to realize what exactly is happening. You've lost control of this game, even though it's only for a mere round. In this overtime, every single round counts. Every single decision makes that much more of an impact. The biggest one that really struck me was the spread, was the default that we saw out of Arkansas in that last round. We've seen them hit these sites together, that sense of unity, that sense of companionship. These guys working off of each other to make sure they overwhelm a site and win things out and check it and have that leadership and brain behind everybody's obviously particular position. But there was so much of a spread there. I saw a player dying over on 2. I saw a player over towards literally arches, that tunnel that leads to the B site while everybody else is hitting A. It seemed like they had 2 completely different game plans. While I can understand the reasoning behind it, it's just not what's gotten you here. You need to work into that. You have to play into that, and you have to execute that once more, considering that this is the last round before you go to another map, possibly.
Dallas, Kansas have primed themselves, and, well, the timeout can go both ways. It's called by Arkansas, but Kansas can talk nonetheless throughout it. And they can maybe start to say, well, we know what we're doing on the attack. Let's do the exact same thing. But you'll note a notable difference in their pace from the time before. They have changed things almost in its totality from the way they usually like to pursue. And I think that's the right idea, because Arkansas saying this is exactly what they've done, let's move and deny that. So they're closing space. They've locked in 2 players with a crossfire inside courtyard. They made sure that they have a presence, at least however slim, on the A site for information. They're leaving Sova there on staircase in that regard. And they have a player in Nest that can watch the option of hallway in from that elbow direction. But with 2 players having been spotted by Mav, who is trying to tickle peek their way to success, and eventually does by wide swinging Dylan, they know they're going to A, and you'll start to see them prime themselves for a possible flank. You've got your chamber now working through tube to catch them on the backside of cave. On site, though, the rest of the danger is still present for Arkansas. Toxic screens up for both teams. Hard to see anything in the objective. 2 chairs will put down the spike. Mavs moved on over towards that box and finds themselves a second kill. Danger to Divine. 2 within their line of sight. Sprays down 1. Tries to go for the last and will succeed, but Divine technically kill steals. But I don't think they're going to mind another round of OT. And Arkansas is the team to force it this time.
Man, I know we just got done with Thanksgiving, but I'm doing Groundhog Day right here. I mean, we just keep on waking up, seeing the same thing over and over and over again. Sure, there's some variables here and there, but I mean, the cycle repeats itself again. And, I mean, you got to give credit where it's due once more. I mean, I'm just repeating myself in terms of words because we just have to highlight these players and what they're capable of. These game plans, they're switching about. We see some players falling asleep. We see positionings not really excelling as much as we want. We see players faltering and positions being forfeited immediately just as much as the land in that last round was given up. You can't let these things happen in these situations. You have to figure things out, especially after a timeout where you think you have the world of possibilities, where you have an entire minute to discuss things and you still forget the mere smallest things and just to sacrifice for maybe a new picture to be painted. You have to hold down those fundamentals. You have to make sure to keep those steady, keep them true, and keep them within reach, because that's what's gotten you here to this point thus far. But once again, looking to possibly repeat history, maybe and hit over towards this A side. If you're going to be going for it, it has to be immediate or it needs to be a bait. One of the two, and I think they're maybe opting for the latter as B looks to have a little bit more pressure heading that way.
Look, though, the Viper is still primed for the toxic screen to be a bait, so not a total I guess, disacknowledgement of the A site. They'll send it out now, and you'll see the KO start to pivot around that pyramid, just trying to say, hey, they're possibly going to this side. But note that not a lot of Kansas has moved that way. Only person to do so has been Jelly, who's pivoted back on into the tubes in a nice space. And once they spot Skirtsy rotating back through their attacker spawn, they'll know for sure it is indeed heading to this B site. Fire aggressives into the back of B. Aki gets 1 kill before falling into the hands of Divine, and Mav joins him on the kill feed to take down Jelly. 2 players remain for the Kansas Esports side. 1 moving in from Nest, now going in through Hall towards mid side, and another one through the Mickey D arches, hoping that they will find themselves some sort of victory. 2 chairs, pop flash out, no one's peeking. This could be a problem for them. Fragment primed, maybe the swing on over to the back of sight, but Dylan has spotted Mav, who's now forced to tailwind away over towards Cubby, and a pop flash tossed instead for the UR side. Give themselves a little bit of space. Mav will eventually fall, though, as crossfire is made. Divine cuts through Dylan, now giving them a man advantage, and 2 chairs has the disability of time against them. They won't even get the chance to fire back as Logan comes out with the better KO. And OT first round of this, what feels like 30th OT, is Arkansas back in control.
Get themselves underway, repeating history once more as they get themselves the attacking round to be expected after so much pressure that they found in this attacking side so far. They've now officially gotten more attacking rounds in overtime than they have during the actual regular game. So, I mean, it's showing that once you give them that time to adjust, give them that time to wake up and smell the roses, that they become somewhat of a professional, almost a flower shop owner in their own right. I mean, it's kind of impressive the way they made these adjustments and kept themselves relevant here. But, I mean, going forward now, Kansas is the ones who's on the back end. They found themselves one little opportunity, that one little open crept inside that window. But I mean, ever since, they just haven't really been finding these opportunities on this attacking side. And knowing that they've also stepped up to the plate. This is where they hit themselves a little bit of homers once again and again and again. It comes down to the defense, man. Because if they win this round, keep in mind, we go right back into it. We go right back to the 16-16. We go right back to possibly Arkansas winning themselves another round. And you're just playing ping pong at that point. And it's an everlasting game. So look for something different. Change the pacing again. Find something that still works. Make sure you get that first blood. Do not let Logan get a 3K or this is all for nothing.
Logan's in a bad spot, having to use a pop flash. You gotta go quick because they're getting rushed down into chairs. A little bit too quick for them. They'll pay the price in accordance. Logan will fall. That's one of the more dangerous players to keep an eye on. You called it before. Logan is extremely strong. Mav is rotated in, is now looking through window. You need help, and you've got a player 2 feet in front of you not helping you. Jelly's just having their best time of having trigger discipline. It's good for at least 1, but not 2. Time wasted at the very best. Arkansas, though, still making this one an even 2-on-2 until Aki can put their name on the board. And Dylan to secure themselves the victory. OT, loop-de-loop, back all over again.
Switching sides.
I know these players are maybe upset they had to get to this game 30 minutes late, but they're going to get to third map if it does come true 3 hours late by the end of this one, Dallas. Oh, man, what a game we have on our hands.
Hey, I mean, I don't know about wages, but when it comes down to production too much, I just know that maybe players or scholarship go by the hour as well. Maybe they're just out here grinding for that time, getting themselves a little bit extra when it comes around to it, saying, you know what? Now we're filling our practice hour and our game hours for the week. So how's that, school board? Well, we're getting our money's worth right here, right now. We're keeping things chugging along. We're keeping it 16-16. And, I mean, hey, it may not stop here because, I mean, we got 32 collective rounds or 33 guaranteed because, I mean, whoever wins this, they have to find themselves 2. We got to find 2 more after this, right? So, I mean, still looking at it, some more pressure towards the middle of the map. Instead, A and B isn't even hit right now. It's the middle of the map, looking for that pressure, looking for that divide, creating that border, and creating that split between the two. And that's exactly what they've done. Already find themselves
Spike
1. But
down
even exchanges
A.
across the board until Aki has something to say about it now. 4v3, Kansas with the lead.
Kansas setting up defensively have been very nice, but Arkansas has flipped this one on its head multiple times. The problem lies that Divine gets flipped on their head instead. Now, laying on the ground, joining the other 2 that fell first. Logan needs to have the round of their life like they had, I think it was 9 rounds ago at this point, where they held on to that B site nearly by themselves with a 3K. Maybe what's required of them here and now, alongside their chamber to work with. A dink through the corner of Pyramid. And Logan,
down
seemingly
A.
when losing their eyes, that Lear maybe loses their mind as well as they cross
30
out into
seconds
the
left.
open, falling because of it. Pop flash in over shot. But it will not be the KO that secures the kill. It's Aki to get 3. And I also think that cements Aki with
Switching
40
sides.
kills so far.
Match
And
point.
it is, in fact, the big 4-0 margin. What a game for this Reyna. And the same thing can be said for Matrixify. But I'm sorry to break it to you, no one remembers the losers, right? You gotta catch back up. The team that wins will be the one that's marked as being better. And both of these teams refusing to drop out here in the semifinal, and it's only map 1 now.
I mean, it's almost comical to a certain extent, right? I mean, we've been here what feels like forever. We've been in this overtime as much as the actual game itself, I want to say. So the fact that it just keeps on going, even then, maybe Arkansas go crazy. You're going crazy as it sounds. That, I mean, we just can't find ourselves a break. And honestly, Arkansas is one who has to look for one right now because they're the ones who've been pretty lackluster on this defensive end. And finally, you have to wait for a certain player to step up. You have to wait for somebody to go crazy. And Aki finally did that. Every single round has felt like somewhat of a team effort, but that round specifically felt different. And if you can keep the momentum going, let this player push on the side, get a first blood. It doesn't even have to be you, just somebody take the shot. It's Dylan there to go ahead and get that first underway and get that spike control under on site as Aki follows it almost immediately.
You've got to cover your teammate, Matrixify, and because of that, they will fall. You will have to join him, lay waste to everyone around you. Just Mav, who had the worst start I think they would feel to this game in general, has since come back alive, but will now need to be quite literally perfect to recover, as it looks like Kansas will finally send us on out of quite literally, I think, the longest breeze I have ever seen. Shots connect by Aki. Kansas saying, swing it, my guy. We know you want it. You've already taken 40 to your name. Mark it as 42 in the end. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. Don't know how many people will get that reference, Dallas, but what a game. Breeze through and through, but it has to be a victor crowned, and Kansas scraped by. I think it was our 4th or 5th round of OT.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what it comes down to the 16, so we at least got 4. That was 5 overall, is what it came down to. It's outstanding because, I mean, keep in mind, that was just the first map. Casters don't do math, I understand that. But, I mean, that was just the first map. That's the best thing we can really ask for. As I mentioned it earlier, we go on to Ascent, we go into Icebox. These maps are going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and these mistakes are going to be that much bigger and bigger and bigger. So, in something like Breeze, where it seemed like it's a very treacherous land, it's very large, you have to make the most of your canvas, it seemed like so much got done for only so little players having a brush or having to pick in that fight. I mean, keep in mind Matrix on the side of Arkansas. Keep in mind Aki on the side of Kansas, who, I mean, honestly, you say, obviously, is the MVP. Not only just sometimes where you say duelist because they got the most kills. This guy got the most kills in the lobby and darn near doubled every single one of his teammates. I mean, a 40 bomb on the field. You can't get that up. That he was the reason you found, probably 5 rounds right off the get-go. A man like that gave you an entire half to work with, and you still had to go into 5 OTs. You have to give props to him, and you have to give thanks as well. But all things considered, though, we still got a set coming up. We still got plenty more time on the way, and we still got possibly plenty more breaks because these teams are going to need it after the ringer that they just went through. So we'll catch you here coming up, and we'll catch you go ahead and meet you with some Ascent after this.
Dallas, sometimes we say blink and you will miss it. This was not one of those cases. Blink about 1,000 times. The game lasts so darn long. It just a ridiculous affair on the map of Breeze, but eventually it does fall to Kansas University, who secure themselves their position to work off of, University of Kansas. I think if they go by here, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Kansas Esports. We'll go with that one. Arkansas not able to secure themselves the bag. You highlighted earlier, I corrected the fact you said Arkansas managed to put themselves into OT. No, it was Kansas that had to claw back. From a 7-0 start, they had to force OT. And thankfully, to much the chagrin of, I'm sure, every Arkansas player and fan out there, they did come out victorious in the end. So maybe this map will turn out a little bit different, but we got to get into it first and foremost to have that go through. And no matter how much I would love to see an overtime again, Ascent tends to go one-sided when it gets to another half. Maybe we don't see it get so close. Maybe we do. It's still anyone's game, man.
The crazy thing to me is I typically mean, sure, maybe in a decider situation, a best of one or whatnot, you have teams where maybe it can be a little bit one-sided on Ascent, but I think it's usually in best of threes, this is the map where I actually see the most overtimes. I mean,
really?
Obviously we got Icebox there in the third, to where in Ascent, like this is, as I mentioned earlier, it comes down when you have two teams that are so equally skilled, as we saw obviously when it comes around to Breeze. This map once again comes down to mistakes. This map punishes you more than any other. It's quite the contrary to Breeze, where Breeze punishes you with space, with how much of it you have to take control of. Ascent takes obviously the same kind of approach, but in terms of how little space you have to work with. This map is very small, easy to transition anywhere on the map, make the rotations where you want them, and I mean anywhere to get on the map, it's a hop and a skip away. It's very easy to transition, and every single corner could be occupied. So it comes down to these teams, whether or not they're actually prepared for it, whether or not they know what they're checking, and even then, if this team of Arkansas who decide to choose this map, if they feel that darn confident, they're not going to make any more.
Problem lies, though, on a map like Ascent. You don't really have the same kind of viability of multiple directions to have to watch. There is a bit of a problem when it comes down to Breeze in general. We saw one of those plays where players swinging up inside two was just watching through cave. They didn't watch the angle fast enough, and they just let their teammate be taken down when they lost one player, tried to move in, lost the second player. That doesn't really rear its head that much here on Ascent. The angles are a lot more, I guess, lacking in verticality, I would say, maybe. I mean, you don't have to leverage more than just wait when you get into it, especially the B side. Most teams just dump utility, swing in through B main, and be done with it. Maybe giving a little bit of pressure through bottom mid and market, but some teams tend to ignore that. And we do not have a Sky on the board who really thrives about clearing that bottom mid position. They will have to rely on a Jet for the Cloudburst to clear it away, or have their Omen smoke it instead. But that Omen, much needed to smoke market door as well as back of defender spawn on the push. So they're going to be very hard pressed to make sure they have enough smokes when they engage to have enough of an oomph. But Arkansas starting off with two duelists will make things very interesting.
And here on the attacking side as well, I mean, making sure to really pin down this first half, make sure they can get themselves a nice little start, almost like as what we saw Kansas in that last map. But with the two duels approach, and a Phoenix here on the board as well, which is going to be interesting to watch. That the running back is going to be a huge influence to make sure you can't get punished, and maybe even then getting some kills to capitalize on. But talking about kills, Scursy coming up here with the first of the map, looking for some tree space as well.
Aki looking in an interesting spot. Down that player, but three more around that door frame. We'll catch them off after the fact. Scursy going to complete for the kill, and Divine will join them on that
One
kill
enemy
feed.
remaining.
A double man advantage. Now Garnet to
planted.
just a 2 difference, as Jelly's been on quite a long flank. And with Spike going down, it's hard to work from here. Matrixicity is just looking inside the dark powder, but it will not matter. Divine flanks from glass, and you'll find yourself the victor of Arkansas on round 1 for the pistol. Hoping to start things off on the right foot, unlike they did on Breeze, where they went against a 7-0 start by the end of it.
Yeah, looking for a little bit more to work with here. I mean, even though already a first round underway for the likes of Arkansas, this is their map pick, so they have to wake up, and they got to have themselves a darn good start. So to get one to work with, a force to back it up as well, and even possibly some weapon purchases I'm expecting to come through. There it goes. I mean, these players, they're going to make sure to kind of keep it going as much as they can. Hold these close angles. Look for positioning in the middle of the map. Looking for pressure where they can really start to excel with it. Or, I mean, oddly enough, hold down the entirety of A and push out into spawn, giving up B, which is something I got to say I've never seen before.
Matrix Supply quickly pushing in alongside Logan. Pot flash, unfortunately Logan, the only one really taps by it in time. But look at the presence we see from that Arkansas side. The site totally given up by Kansas. A very interesting way
Spike
for them to go
planted.
now for the post plane is they'll have to move into the range advantage that is there for Arkansas after they took that first pistol round win. Spectre killed good for at least one. Divine staying inside Cubby. Hopefully their Omen can cover them with the crossfire well enough. Nav will need to escape quickly. Thankfully the tailwind's still there. Don't really want to drop that Spectre this early. Jelly does get themselves a nice
player
pick from that
standing.
market door frame. Now they're the only player remaining. 1 HP in a dream, and it turns to the nightmare as their body falls cold to the floorboard in market.
The only one player lost there in the meantime out of the Jets. You're not really too concerned for results when it comes down to Arkansas getting themselves another round underway, but even then choking up the money of these players of Kansas. We did see an investment of whether it comes down to utility, an armor, a frenzy, whatever it may be. It's starting to really bite them right now as you see that Aki and Cheeto only have themselves those half homers to play with, which once again, keep in mind earlier in that first map where we saw Arkansas being the ones going for those purchases, kind of choking themselves up a little bit, and they had the rifles to play with. And we saw 3Ks with Spectres. We saw players just getting knocked down by a rifle forced out in the second round. Not present here, but still having that influence. And when you go ahead and consider how small this map is, these Spectres become that much stronger to make sure to make a play like that again.
Arkansas now making their way through courtyard. That's one of the more important factors when it comes down to this third round, with the fact that you know Kansas have rifles in their hands. So you need to play to an angle where you can quickly close that gap with your
Spike down
SMGs.
A.
And while we did see Crazy Cheeto in a bit of a rough spot, they do still come out victorious, overloaded, despite being 0 pointed and denied at the retreat, as well as any sort of cover their angle because you can't have any abilities. They do get onto site fairly quickly, and with an even man, well, count for the time being, they do find themselves with an even frag on site when it comes down to it. Though a Marshall in hand may not spell and work wonders for the Arkansas side, at least Kansas has lost 2 players, now making it so that the return of investment for the round, even with a victory, will hurt them inevitably in the end. They'll toss a hot on over the top. This one will be cleared fairly quickly by Matrix. A fire prowler over the top that will tag them. Now you're gonna have to quickly jump down. They have to close that distance. Matrix knows that. They'll come back victorious over Jelly. Aki down below gets
remaining.
2, and now Aki's left by themselves in the 1v1. They'll tap down the spike, hoping that it's enough space. Both players tailwinding. An interesting engagement, and now Aki will be forced to step back on over to it. Classic in hand, can't flick in time. Despite the 15 HP on Mav, it will be a 3-0 start for Arkansas to turn this game on its head, breaking the mold of VALORANT.
Uh-oh, I wouldn't say breaking the mold, almost PTSD is what I would call it, considering that last map that we had. I mean, honestly, once again, these rounds, these 3-0 starts where we see these players going for these forces, taking sacrifices in the next round, and even then, I talked about that close quarters ballistics that you're seeing really getting highlighted in this round specifically and coming out on top. Sure, you had to see a little more exchanges. Sure, you didn't see one player, oh my goodness, getting a 3K with a Spectre, but you still saw that damage going in the direction of Arkansas, obviously, and being able to be manipulated. You now see a little bit of a chokehold occurring, not too much to work with, and obviously, I mean, a running back to play with as well. Plenty of ultimates, they don't have to invest all of them, but they do have to make 2 chairs who's on the outside. Check your corners, people.
You've got to run it back. Why are you not just diving deep into sight, of goodness sake? Like, you have free life. Clear it in its totality. You're like a Sova drone, but better. Like having a Tasmanian tiger for your side, but better because you can kill. You got to be a bit more effective off the back of that one. Aki, not effective here, though. Misses most of those blades, and the right click does not connect. Big problem, child. Divine, though, swinging aggressively, but filling up on Rafters has not been cleared away, and because of that, they'll find the killing. Back by now. They pick up a rifle, but Matrix of Fi holds down left click, and the final shot in its cylinder tags and destroys both players. As it'll be Arkansas now starting 4-0. So a very good round by Kansas to try and close it.
Yeah, big stands here on the board once again. Arkansas, obviously, kind of keeping things chugging along, sitting at 4 rounds, but this is one of those big, crucial ones to work with. I mean, considering that we see Aki, obviously, with the operator, this is where something's going to change up maybe for Kansas if they can find themselves an opening pick. But, I mean, all things considered, you still have to shut down a couple more players. You're going to see them making these adjustments. You're going to see them getting comfortable, making themselves at home in this map, and kind of getting these rotations out there. Really trying to play towards their favorite. They already probably have a hunch that somebody's over towards that catwalk. They threw the knife. They got the information. They know it's a Jet. Why would Jet be poking out that much? Probably because there's a gun in her hand, and it's kind of lined up for that exact situation. So let's see if we can just keep on pushing on to B, force ourselves out, and watch out for this kill as yours, which is probably within the vicinity.
Aggression was switching out from Kansas space, though, for their own jet inside the courtyard now.
One enemy remaining.
Jelly, though, on site, not dealt
Spike
with.
down,
And
B.
now you're looking at a 1v4. And the only player to have found a kill for Arkansas is the only one that's not there. They dealt with their doppelganger and pushing out from that tree side. But since then, somewhat silent on the board. Dealing with a Phantom easily suppresses down map to secure themselves the round-ending victory. And Kansas will stop, well, the bleeding, so to say, and make sure that that 7-0 start that was initially in their favor will not be returned back by Arkansas, to at least give themselves a 4-0 start, now made 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, finally getting themselves on the board, looking for a first one. I mean, even then, it was kind of just handed to you on a silver platter, considering what Dylan really managed there. I mean, so you got to keep, once again, as I mentioned earlier, checking these corners, kind of clearing out these sites, make sure everything is accounted for, because, I mean, if you don't do that on a consistent basis, you're going to be giving up more free rounds like this, and especially on buy rounds when you have the luxury of money, it can really go askew. But speaking of going askew, that's going to be Aki going tail down and just running back into spawn, considering that you at least get to live to see another day.
Divine working alongside their co-duelist of Mav here in this round. No longer Mav all by their lonesome. Dark cover will be sent all the way over from tree and towards that B main side. And Skirtsy was trying to, well, flip the map quite literally on its head by using their From the Shadows with Spike to get over towards the A side button. Shot away. So they'll be stuck inside B main for now. Nano Swarm and, well, Alarm Bot placed down in the door frame just to the left. They won't see it immediately on this exit. There is no utility in their hands that could possibly clear it. They'll need to make space another way, and they'll do that through defender spawn from bottom market. Nav finding one, Divine the second, Nav now finding their second as well to make matters even worse. Dylan, trapped in the back of both houses, will take down Skirtsy, but their teammate falls to Divine, who is still not dealt with Dallas. Despite the, well, egregious pressure made in through bottom mid, it's just Dylan all by their lonesome. 17 HP. And Arkansas want nothing to do with it. They're going to go to A instead and say, you come to us. Best of luck to you.
I mean, you really can't blame them, quite honestly. They made the right decision. You know that you have spike control. You know you have the entirety of A site. You know the players over towards B, so why not? You're going to have to wait for that exchange. But you haven't really set up any roadblocks. You haven't really set up that aggression. You're just waiting for them to tap that spike and see what can be done there. But Dylan, I've got to give them credit, saying I don't want absolutely none of that whatsoever. They're going to expect me to push site. That is an entire map you're going to have to maneuver through to even get a chance at that defuse. And by the time you get there and start fighting, you're probably not going to get it done unless you're looking to make this round expensive, which just is not going to happen. So we're going to go ahead and expect, obviously, the 4-2 to come, or 5-1 to come underway. And even then, 2 ultimates to work with in the next one. Arkansas are really kind of looking good here. Small mistakes here and there, but across the board, they're hitting their shots. They're looking pretty juicy with it. And Divine has also made sure to play that perfect role of a catalyst here for these Prosus. Consider that we didn't even see him do that in Breeze at all. So I don't know where this role comes from, when he decided to wake up, but I want to see a little bit more of it and really where it can take him.
I mean, Divine was aggressive previously for the Arkansas side. I mean, they were the player that was initially, well, how do I say this? The last one alive in every one of those rounds. That when it was 7-0 start for Kansas, we already said, well, Divine left in a 1v4. Where we heard that one before. Oh, last round, the one prior. It was such a consistent factor that we were quite worried that Divine was just leaving their team out to dry. Was not the case. It just came down to Kansas Esports positioning well, and then Arkansas forced a counter, which worked effectively, especially when they were able to jump on over the opposing team. Now, though, no command popped, and the push will go through for Arkansas. Maybe they have a better job of suppressing down this player of 2 chairs to spot to work from. They'll extend Logan in the process, and they'll find a kill off the back of it, not even needing to be restabilized now. And the no command will dissipate, no longer be in effect. Aki trapped up in Raptors. Glass has been broken. And Aki will even find Mav, who egregiously overextends, and will pay the price in accordance.
I mean, it's the first one of many, still as the likes of Arkansas. And even then, as you see Matrify there in the back, just saying, honestly, doesn't matter. Find what kills you want, find what exchanges you need, but I need to make sure to even those things out, even when we already have ourselves an advantage in the head count. So it's good looks for him thus far, but even then, not really too much time to work with yet. Got to make sure to do this thing fast, because you've got 3 players immediately right there towards Arches, looking to find themselves not a double swing or pinch, but a triple on top of that. The Jelly with the Yod in hand can't really get everything in the world done. Can't really find that suppressive fire that you need, and making sure that that spike gets diffused. And another round underway for Arkansas here. Not really uncontested yet, but pretty darn close as we find ourselves at 6-1.
One of the problems that we've seen Kansas running into is the fact that they're not winning rounds off the back of finding kills. Arkansas are just gunning them down when they get around these corners. Now, there was obviously the problem that occurred on B site previously where they directly walked into Jelly's line of sight and Jelly held left click and Burr went 3. That has not occurred since then. Arkansas changed things enough to say, hey guys, let's not take just a single route into an objective. Let's start to apply pressure in a bit more of a lateral way to pivot and pincer. They did that last time by going through market. They won't do it here. They do fall back to that kind of style of aggressing inwards, but they have to run it back, which does allow for them to do so. Hockey gets a nice shot to Mav. It's also a gun advantage. They know what they're capable of. Divine picks 2 kills up if the run it back goes and dissipates, and they'll find a near flawless round result, Mav being the only player to fall.
Big round here for Arkansas. I mean, it just shows the momentum's going in the direction. It's not just off the back of one player specifically. It's at least off 2. So it's better than what we saw in Breeze. They're keeping themselves in this thing. They're just chugging along, absolutely mowing through whatever happens. But even more so, Kansas now actually has resources to work with. I wouldn't blame them to take a timeout in a situation like this. You have 5 ultimates to work off of. You got plenty of rounds to go, and you want to go ahead and create a little bit of a stall because we've already seen Arkansas hit that threshold, find themselves 7. You have to lock them out and make sure they can't find 11 because looking at this money, looking at the way things go, you're sacrificing more and more and more, and that ultimate is the only thing there is a compromise.
Hockey holding in close with the operator. Tailwind is queued as well at bottom mid. Closer to defender spawn, not actually in the gateway to market, meaning their only dash escape they have is to the left. You also note that nobody's actually swung in mid. The drone could be there to necessarily mark, but they didn't bring the Sova this time around. Divine opting to go for a bit more of an aggressive stance, and I think they're starting to regret that lack of information as they will lose out on that fight. Not missing a shot. Aki is usually good about that, but this map in general has not necessarily been theirs for the taking. They'll apply pressure. Mav doing so inside B main, and we'll make sure that the Nano Swarm will be utilized. And the rest of the team will start to expedite a push on over towards the A site. The spike itself, more specifically, starting to apply in towards Tree, but they'll actually rotate backwards to pull themselves up, but there's the flank from Divine, despite Mav falling. A 2-on-2. Ultimates only available for Kansas. And I'm not sure they're looking to use them here, doubt. Not sure what the From the Shadows can do. In a Blade Storm, we only have 20 HP. Not really sure that's the right way either.
Yeah, not much you can do here in a situation for Kansas, but honestly, I think it's worth it to give your best shot. Look for some positioning here on the map. Look for maybe a little bit of a retake, considering the kind of angles you get over towards that B side and how close it could be. You got smokes to work with, and you have a jet. Problem is, that's the one who's lacking the health. Doesn't have much to work with. I think I find ourselves. Oh, here we go. Welcome back. But I mean, as we already found the 2 of interview 1, I mean, I mentioned the kind of health deficit there. Doesn't really matter too much when you got over 150 when you combine the 2 health pulls of each player. But you got one in the back. Divine looking for the shots. Can find at least on somebody when you only need 1. But the 3rd for closure there as an 8th round underway. Clutching things up and keeping the train chugging along.
Clutch factor is achieved. I joked last game that Matrix Fire was left into a 1v3 and did not have that clutch gene within them. Case to be made with Divine and Mav. Mav, who had, I mentioned it before, and I don't mean this in a mean manner, they did, well, not hot. In the first map, in that first half, they were at one point sitting 0-0-8. And they were doing just terrible, but the whole team was at that point because Kansas Esports was up on a 7-0 tear. Mav, since that, had a really good second half, played out of their mind. They didn't ultimately win that one out, but now Mav is cleaning up. Ascent, their proving ground, looking much better. And alongside Divine, who's changed away, we were questioning whether or not them switching from Sova to the Phoenix was going to matter on Ascent. It has. Them being together, they feel unstoppable. Phoenix to go in for information on the run it back, as well as being able to heal themselves up when the fight gets rough. The Tailwind to engage quickly, as well as having the Duelist follow up behind a Phoenix. That works together so well that Arkansas have been able to strive ahead off the back of almost entirely just that. So they did lose map here. Matrix Fire takes all that pressure that rolled up and removes the chances of it if he finds it too quickly.
Big stance there. Arkansas looking just as good as they did previously. The problem is Cheeto's looking better than ever, but it's just not enough. The 3K to match Divine in that last round creates a little bit of retaliation, creates a little bit of a shaky situation, but still nonetheless for them to come out triumphant there in the end. 9 rounds, anything past this point, you see that much more comparative to what we saw in that 9-3 for the half of Breeze in that last map that was a choosing game of Kansas. This may be where this game could absolutely run away because you see that tour de force being brought out, and that's never a good sign. I would love to have probably the statistics of what a tour de force in the hands of a player, a one-sided one, even better yet, kind of translates in terms of round wins. But I would like to
want
say
to
100 because it
play?
feels so
Let's
darn
play.
close. Why don't we just round up?
Joke's over.
Who would mind that? Inevitably at the end, Dallas. Divine goes big, finding first pick. Mab goes over the top. Doesn't really work out for them one. This one, thankfully, though, Divine in for 2 kills on the running back. Both times we've seen the running back on this B site, they found 2 kills with it. That is an unbelievably high return of investment for that ultimate. I don't think I've ever seen the ultimate be that effective. We judged the first one they used on A, and that really didn't help the team out very much, and they lost a lot of intel. Divine now making up for that in stride. 2
Last
really
round
quick
in the
frags
half.
at the end of that one as well. And a 7-0 start for Kansas. Last map returned fire with a 10-1 stat line with just 1 round left in the half. Arkansas. What a game, Dallas.
I mean, you'd like to go ahead and be like, man, this guy's looking like Aki right now. And he's looking much better. much better. I mean, we had, keep in mind, like 40 rounds in Breeze. So, sure. I mean, per 10 rounds, get yourself 4. That's going to work. But, I mean, the ratios worked out in Aki's favor with how many rounds there were in Breeze. We're only 11 in, and this man is just going through the entirety of a team again and again and again. And you can tell he's just not slowing down. For some reason, it's like he doesn't have a moving penalty on his crosshairs. You can see Matt once again opening up the round, looking to push on the site. No command to back it up. Why not? What utility? None of it's on the field because we're just flooding in.
Man, Logan now finding themselves Dylan. A 2-player deficit for Kansas Esports as they have to return back into this round. Still having their Omen. They did good before, but it may not matter here. Jelly and Aki both working in from tree. They will find Mav, who was flashed. Not really in a good spot. Nightfall popped as well. Prowlers sit out as quick as they can, and that short-sighted tag will
One enemy
force the
remaining.
player of Skirtsy in a early off spot. Crazy
One
Tiawaki and Jelly
enemy
each getting a
remaining.
kill on the board. It's
Clutch.
just Logan left standing! How do you get away with this? Arkansas! A 4K and an 11-1 half!
Switching sides.
I'm just an audience member at this point, man.
I'm having a good time, Dallas.
I'm feeling great. This is interesting. I mean, I'm no Arkansas fan, but good God, this brings us to a 1-1 in the series. I'm all for it. But I mean, good God. What are these players on? Where was this in Breeze? I mean, sure, you and I made the joke off camera that you had 2 entire scrim maps worth of rounds there in Breeze to start feeling yourself. But man, I don't know what they took during this, 2-minute break it felt like. They must have charged up the mice or gotten something new. Big Brother's here. Heck, they even got an entire family now. We're granddads out here just absolutely fragging.
Oh my goodness. This looks like the Arkansas football team that just lost to LSU and then whooped Ole Miss like right after the fact. Like, it's literally what this turned into, right? Like, this looks like a 40-point disparity in a football match. Arkansas are just ahead of the game. Mav swings in, gets first blood, though they do pay the price with their life. Another chamber. Rendezvous not omnipotent, but it seems like it at every turn Arkansas can be when they put their mind down to it. Logan is fall. Divine, though, off the back of a curveball, takes down Dylan and survives. That's a fact. Honestly thought they would be punished, but they aren't. They do get a second kill, and their life is, well, seemingly good for the time being. Make it by now, though. The only one left standing. It is a 2-on-1. Very doable. We'll need to reload the classic to do so. A Handhunter in hand, though. Break glass debate, but I don't think 2 chairs is seemingly falling for it just yet. Flick not there. 2 chairs gets the kill, and Kansas will quite literally stop the hemorrhaging for the time being. But, I mean, they got to be perfect for this half, Dallas.
I mean, hey, 11-1 curse. Not the first time we've ever seen it. But, I mean...
You're not just saying that with the most literal voice I've ever heard you bring out.
I mean, but still, though. I mean, obviously, this is a good start. This is what they need. I mean, it might as well not be on match point for the entirety of the half. But, I mean, all things considered, you're keeping it still within a little bit of a leeway. I mean, if you get yourself a couple rounds and you get yourself maybe a little bit of a mess, trip over shoelaces, you have a little bit of time to make sure to pick yourself back up and look for that recovery point. So, I mean, this is a good stance for them. They get the Spectres to work with. If they can play just as perfectly almost in that third round, they're going to look good. But it also comes down to Mav, who's actually forcing out this Marshall. This may be something that really sets these players back if they look to get overzealous in some of these approaches.
2 chairs with the right idea. 0 point to flush Mav out, and they know that they've tagged them. They just need to finish the job. And the tailwind was most definitely cued. 0 point, though, not going off in time, and Mav will just barely make the great escape. but it will still be a kill in favor of Kansas Esports as eventually Aki does remove Logan from the equation, giving them that man advantage. And I'll swing on over towards that A side instead. 2 players primed at arches. In fact, Logan was sitting inside Winery of all places. Very interesting. Maybe trying to use that classic Sheriff to their Chillimo looking to swing out, following off the back there of Aki. Now gonna hopefully retreat as fast as they can, because they're already low on HP. Matrix Fire will follow the one. Aki will complete the kill on a map from just moments prior. That's a 3K to them. The Jets popping off here in this one. But Divine, always to be appreciated. Able to find at least one, looking for 2, but 2 players suppress them quickly. That denies the possibility of an ace. And Scarcy! 1-2, looking for more. A 1v2 at this time. Swings through that, missed the next shot, and Crazy Cheeto will be allowed to swing backwards for the time being. 10 HP, 2 shots in the Sheriff. And it needs to hit both of these if they want to survive, but it will be denied. Jelly, saving grace for the side of the Kansas Esports team, but a costly second round as they only had 2 players surviving.
I mean, hey, if you're not going to win the round, might as well make it expensive, right? So, I mean, a good attempt at that. I mean, actually getting the job done, leaving 2 players behind, and sure you get a Bulldog carrying over. But you got 4 rifles to work with here for Arkansas. And I think, honestly, this could be those times in the game where you see the early positioning, where you see these players and what they're doing so far. When you know they don't have the best weapons to work with, I think in a situation like this, you don't give up information. You don't let them default. You don't let them figure out your game plans. You sit towards spawn, you let them push, you let them take inside, and you play purely for retake because of how much attacking prowess you really highlighted in your squad earlier.
Having the double duelist for Arkansas definitely help facilitate their attacking side, but I made the joke earlier, the premise that some teams struggle on one side over the other, and I think Arkansas's agent selection could be one of the reasons why we see them maybe have a downward spiral on the defense, but things and times can obviously change as the ball gets rolling further and further through this half. Kansas hoping to once again break that mold we've seen previously. 2 shares, you saw them. Apparently not, though. As Mav will get the better end. Maybe a 240 hertz monitor would have helped that one out. I'm not too sure what they're playing on, but that does even out the man count in Dallas. It is a 4-on-4, and it does look like Kansas are unfazed by that death, and they'll swing on to B.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Go for a little bit of a switch up. Discover what the other site has waiting for you. They have no KJ, so you figure out, all right, who's there? Well, there's just a lot of fire, and we're not in the world of Avatar, so I'm assuming that's going to be a Phoenix. And honestly, if you know that Divine's there, this is the scariest player so far. That's the boogeyman waiting for you outside that smoke, but he's not too scary when he's 6 feet under, kissing dirt right now.
30
so in a 2v2 situation, you can get yourself a spot down, look for the retake, and even you get rifles to work with, because those are dropped in the meantime.
Well, it is a 2-on-2 with the post plant now going underway. If we're on the side of Arkansas, you're saying, well, we got that dog in us. Hopefully this still turns out in our favor. Jelly, though, trapped, completely forced into that fragment, but they do not care! And they'll cut down both players. Their second 3K, I believe, of this game. That one a lot more impressive than the first one that happened in their first round win on round 5. But, you know, statistically, Jelly has been the top fragger for their side, but they are definitely no Mav and no Divine. But Divine only allowed 1 kill in each round. It gets hard to have that player carry when they struggle, and it'll be another eco round for the Arkansas side to, I mean, they're giving these rounds to Kansas. Take them on the chin.
Yeah.
You got 7 more in between. You'll be fine, but you got to win them.
Yeah, and that's always what it comes down to with these double duelist setups. And we talked about it just not really too long ago. I mean, maybe 2 rounds, kind of going ahead and hinting at what could be happening in this half if we do see a downward spiral. If we do see a lot of these rounds being lost and what it could really be attributed to. And it's going to be that double duelist. If you don't play aggressive and find some initial picks and look crazy with it, like you see Mav getting all the way into spawn,
Ooh.
you got to make sure to get 1 or 2 in situations like that, or even right inside the main area of the map. Right there, B main, A arches, whatever it may be. Find a shutdown there. Make sure these rounds look extremely difficult where somebody has to step up. And they definitely have the resources to do that on the side of Kansas. But you have the ladder as well. You have another option there. Play for retakes. You know where your opponent's kind of really clustered up at. You know they're going to be on that spike. You know they're going to be in the surrounding area, so you just find the shutdowns there. Skirtsy does a good job of at least getting one right there. We're in a situation with sheriffs in hands. You can't go really too crazy or too much, and so you just play it so steady and take advantage.
When you know that it is an omen, it's not the worst case scenario to send the 0 point out. It gives you information that how many people are in the market, as well as denying a crowded step, which is extremely fast with the rework that hit omen, or the buff that hit omen not too far back to go, and it also stops them from sending out there and no one nuisance. Great shot by Divine. They'll send out the molly to that corner, and that information on the reset, huge.
Yep.
That's massive, and that sets them up. The molly Divine tossed before they were sent back on the run it back. I apologize. Allows for Arkansas to win. A molly kill secures themselves match point for this second game. And it's Arkansas on top. One getting round away. At least it still looks like Kansas can buy. So they may want to hand the rifle in Aki's hands over to Jelly because Aki has a blade storm that can be used.
Come to think of it, what's the logic behind like being able to see yourself outside of your own body when going for the reset on the run attack? Like, I mean, I get it, we're doing superpowers and all that stuff, but like, how does
first person look like anyways, Dallas? Right? If I'm holding my hands in front of me, I see more than just my wrist. It seems more like we're holding our hands up directly next to our face, like a Team Fortress 2 character. Games are dangerous. Weird. Moving on, though.
Yeah, I don't know what she took, but we'll talk about it later. Regardless, though, we're 4-12. We're looking at Arkansas, looking gross with it once again. Repeating history, it's match point. I think it's just match point. I mean, look at how they dominated this game this far. Dylan's gonna have to go crazy or take 2 chairs up. And sorry, but 2 chairs, that's just enough to go ahead and make KJ and KO sit down.
Logan takes down Dylan to secure themselves. Who else but the normal name duo, right? To have that one be finished. What a great way to finish off that second map.
Yeah.
We were a little curious that this game would go to a third map. It obviously does, but we were worried that that third map may be an hour from now, considering how close map 1 was going into map 2. And if I'm a Kansas University side, yeah, check the watch. If I'm a Kansas University side right now, I'm thinking, well, yeah, that's their map pip. Copium. But at the same time, our map pick went to 6 rounds of OT. Like,
yeah.
Copium the other way. You may want to start questioning things that could be dangerous. And Arkansas got away with it on this one by far. It just got out of your hands. Like, that cannot happen. A great map for Arkansas. Same cannot be said for Kansas. Hopefully, third map is different.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, the third map, we're hoping, obviously, for Kansas' sake, that this isn't just a decider map. This isn't a map that's just left there in the pool that they feel all right about. And they're said, okay, well, it's the same situation for Arkansas, right? This is hopefully a map that you kind of actually take care of, that you've actually planned out a little bit. One of these situations where you can't take map picks and bans for granted, that you're hoping that that decider map, if it does get around to it, that where you kind of sack that second map and things don't work out too well, and you say, well, at least we have ice spots, because somehow that's our secondary pick when it comes around to map pool. So that's our second best map right behind Breeze. And that's the problem if you're choosing that as your first pick. And we saw what happened in Breeze. You just got to say it's unfortunate circumstances. And you just keep on going to the next. So Icebox can be a very, very tricky little minefield to maneuver. But I mean, 1-1 regardless, whoever takes it, they have the entirety of it. And they're going to Grants.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that one goes down. Obviously, Kansas University, they entered that second half there on ascent with their score line, matching the series score line for them. 1 series, 1 round going into the second half. Wasn't a good look for them. Much like you would use timeouts, which Arkansas was the better team about on map 1, and I think that was one of the reasons why they completed that comeback. This break can act as a timeout. So we'll go ahead and let them get to that straight out in the fans as well to get some water and maybe to DM your friend on the team saying, hey, what's going on? Get better, dude. And then hopefully they'll play in for the next one. We'll see you guys for that third map when it's ready. there were more rounds of OT in map 1 than rounds won by the Kansas University side on that last map of Ascent, but the scoreline for the series is 1-1, and they have to meet to come out the victor and make it to the finals to determine who will be facing off against number 1 seeded Park University, who did take their W over that Houston Scarlet side in a 2-0 fashion. This one, not 2-0. 2-1, and the only one that will go that in this entire bracket for the challenger side, entertainingly enough, if that final also drops 2-0.
We still got one map, obviously, in the way to get to that 2-1 because it'd be guaranteed for one side or the other. So, I mean, that third map being Icebox, we're going to have a little bit of a ringer going on here because, as we mentioned earlier, sitting It was 16-18 for map 1, and it was 13, 4 for map 2? Yeah. Big switch up there, not really to be expected, and knowing that obviously kind of keeping the rounds going underway. Arkansas, they're the ones that have themselves stamina. They're the ones who are staying in this game. They are the ones who have still more collective rounds in the entirety of this game, and that's what it comes down to because it's such a large disparity in that map too, to where if we were still in regular season, that would be a huge advocate for them in that leaderboard, all things considered. But right here, right now, it's playoffs. That can be behind us. It just comes down to how much momentum is drawing over from that map and how much will transition and really make it through that filter here into Icebox.
Now, if there is one player that completely changed between game 1 and game 2, map 1 and map 2, I mean, it's pretty much you're calling out Divine, right? Dallas, that's who it is. That was the just total change up that gave a sense of dominating the way. Playing Phoenix alongside Mav on that Jet, who had a different kind of story as well. They were a comeback player, but in a different way. They were still on that Jet role previously. They were still able to do that. It's just Divine was the game changer. And we've got a little bit of an information, a little tidbit for you. Divine's playing on a laptop right now. A laptop and popping off like this. So I don't know if they're telling us that so that we can point it out and then it'll be a mental drainer for the opposing side, or if they're telling us that saying he's doing this on a laptop, guys. Like, wow. I don't know. No matter what, Divine was majorly a huge factor for their success on Ascent, and that's got to continue now when we go to the Icebox. You mentioned momentum. You mentioned how that goes. Despite losing map 1, it felt like they had momentum going into map 2, which is the craziest factor. But when you take into account that map 1 Breeze was Kansas University's map pick, and the fact they brought them into OT and forced Kansas to go into OT, they had to catch up to do it.
That's it.
I would have momentum too, right? You caused that, and now on a third map that you're de facto picking, both sides are de facto picking, right? Momentum, it's got to continue. It's hard. I got to give my bid to Arkansas early because after a map like that, it's hard not to.
Yeah, and the biggest thing I'm going to be looking for in Icebox, more importantly, is that if we don't see a team actually get 3 rounds to start with, we've seen pistols, forces, and we've seen 3-0 starts across the board again and again and again every single one of these halves. Where is traditional Valorant going? What has happened to it? Where has it run off to? Where did you come from? Where did you go? I want no more slices of whatever this whole 3-0 start is. I mean, that's the whole thing. I want to see these teams start to wake up, start to respect whenever things don't go their way, start to respect the economy, and not let it get out of control because we see that these games take a little bit too long to start ironing out once more. I have respect for these squads looking to put ends on these thrifty rounds, kind of throw a little bit of a wrench into plans of the opposition, but it's costing way too much for even one player to be making those investments.
You know, I did an event this last weekend, Dallas, and there was, I think, 6 total games that we did over the course of 2 days. And of those 6 games, there were two total first 3-round halves that started 2-1. One of them started with it going 1-1-1 back the other way. It was in a back and forth nature. Still a 2-1 start, but not in the way that you would necessarily anticipate it to be. It has honestly changed. Valorant feels and looks like a whole new game, which is the weirdest, craziest part. It's almost becoming more normal. I feel like I'm going crazy saying this. Almost more normal to start 3-0 now, which is insane because if you start 3-0, you're going 4-0, typically speaking. And while that wasn't the case in the second half of Breeze, it was for the first, and it was for Ascent, and the second half of Ascent, and everything else that occurred. It's been a very solid standpoint, though, to get that first round, because you're typically dictated to have a good start after that fact. But we have our aids and selection going through, and it looks like a near-mirror matchup, though, Aki on that Jet Reyna for the other side. There is no Sage for the attack. to start things off.
Yeah, a little odd, I got to say, considering the Minaki was the one that we saw going off on that rain and decided to actually forfeit that for the positioning, and then, more importantly, the agent, that we didn't really see him go crazy with in that last map of Ascent. That you're going to have to wake up. That fire's going to have to start brewing immediately. These cinders, these ashes, these coals are going to have to burn extremely brightly almost immediately here in this map. Considering that, I mean, you're on the defensive side. Jet doesn't have as much prowess, and either when she does, it's purely because you can kind of attribute to that usually being in the hands of an operator. So that's something that we could kind of maybe come alive here, but Matrix, obviously going back to that chamber, looking obviously maybe like the same player that we saw on Breeze. This kind of works into Arkansas's favor, at least in considering the kind of play styles that we've seen out of these teams and these players and the agents and where they look comfortable. It may really start to back itself up again, especially considering Divine's on that Reyna.
I love you mentioning Matrixify as well. They were paramount to the few early stringling rounds that Arkansas was able to take on Breeze. And it's not like they fell back on Ascent. They were still exceptionally well. They were the flanking player. They took map control. They guaranteed space. Crazy with 5 out there. Get a tag shot onto the opposing player, Vaki. They just got their valor stolen, so to say, by Divine and Mav that stepped up big in return. Matrix is going to do great here. It's hard to deny that. And they'll start off really well by what could have been a collateral, but it isn't. First blood, then a second after the fact. They do lose one player in the process, they're KO, but now they're set up in a 4v2. In the pistol round, where Dylan already gets their head tagged by a ghost, they'll be cleaned up by Matrixify, who, well, we say their name, and they really want to make sure it's done, but Divine steals the possibility of a 4K. Still, wonderful round for Arkansas.
Yeah, and very swift, very fast at that as well. I mean, we already got ahead and gave those teams, more specifically Arkansas, talked about momentum and how much of that's going to carry over. I never really talked about that physically. I always talk it as more of a little bit of a mental shift. But right there, good God, it actually was physical. They made sure that round was just as fast as any other, is what we saw on the attacking side. And Ascent, and they're making sure to keep that going along. And these rounds happen so fast, and they make sure these hits are executed so quickly and swiftly that you can't really learn much from these approaches. You can't learn anything from these rounds. You can't learn anything about Arkansas's doing, and especially when they decide to slow things down, Kansas is just kind of left like they're in a horror movie, waiting in a corner, tucking themselves away inside of a locker, waiting to see where the monster comes from next.
Well, hopefully it's not under the bed, and have it ask your friends to check. We'll have to see whether or not. Nightmares are a problem, and, well, this one's looking like a dream scenario for the side of Arkansas, who are given the site up for free. 4 players on Kansas side inside spawn. Why they dumped half their cloudburst and everything else in between on the floorboards below ramp, I'm not too sure. They're having fun with it for now, but Arkansas start off with first blow down, finding a good click. Doesn't get a second for a while, but eventually will secure onto Dylan. Matrixify takes down Aki, and looks like the only blood was going to be Aki finding that kill, but it will in fact allow Crazy Cheeto to have that flanking player who was sitting in a hut the entire time, Dallas. Right below it, I guess I should say, more towards kitchen. They're waiting for the rest of the team to aggress so that they make it be the Matrixify of their own squad, but cut short. Only 1 kill to their name.
Yeah, a little bit odd there. I mean, still, obviously we were expecting a player to die out of that Marshall. Didn't really expect, more likely, that Mav would just be holding that thing down, looking for these close angles, not really playing to his own strengths, but still, knowing that you lost a player in the meantime, you're not worried about it, knowing you still have the majority. But this map still, A site, Spectres in hand, this is going to be where the hit can really go underway. This can be the place where you find success, because, I mean, let's keep in mind, B will not really treat you all that well if you don't have something long range like a Vandal or Vandal to work with. And already, speaking of Vandal, Kozaki puts one in hand. Now, really fighting too much, but still, finally resulting in something with an immediate exchange of 3 from Crazy Cheeto, and a round away with 4 alive for Kansas, and a Viper's fit to play with as well.
Well, the reflex is not necessarily there for Arkansas in that round. Maybe the cold environment of Icebox is, well, causing him to quiver and shake. That could be the issue. But when Aki, he gets a body shot into 1, and the whole team doesn't instantly turn to say man behind sitting close, there could be a problem in the side of Arkansas's communication. Hopefully they key that one in if you are an Arkansas fan. If you're a Kansas fan, you're praying they don't. You want to make sure that the Arkansas that was there on Ascent is not present whatsoever here, but another point to make out. 2-1, and a correct 2-1 in this map on Icebox for the first half. Very happy to see that not everything has gone out the window when it comes to the consistency of Valorant.
Well, that Viper spit we alluded to earlier, in full effect right here, right now, and at the perfect time. And when you need it the most. I mean, in a rifle round, we're going to see actually Arkansas has themselves a little bit of an answer prepared inside their hands. They're not going to hit the shot necessary to really keep that thing going as Kansas does themselves the first blood inevitably. So it's a good look. Arkansas, they can have rotated anytime they want, but when you got to share at least for some of these players, you look for the close quarter combats. You look for these players that are overextending. Look for the opportunities, and one finally presents itself, and you get yourself a rifle to capitalize on it.
Math holding steady at elbow. They're not extending for the gut. Why? Wwhy? Percy though will fall. Dylan making sure of it.
One enemy remaining.
Still, 2 chairs though. Finding another head off the body of Matrix is by, and it leaves just Mav left standing. You cannot be making these errors. They have a Phantom though, but they should have pulled it out way sooner. A team ace, Jelly Fun on the last kill, and Kansas will make sure they solidify 2-2 to even things up.
Yeah, big stands here. I mean, Kansas waking up, getting themselves in some answers, I mean, that are very, very critical after Arkansas's strong little start. And we actually saw the game and this entire map so far go underway looking normal to a certain extent. Going 2 for 1, and we see the follow-up. Now we see teams start trying to iron themselves out maybe. This one to obviously be expected to lose on the side of Arkansas, that this is where you can finally say, honestly, if we throw a wrench in the plans right now, is that much more impactful. When you see this economy starting to iron out, when you see these streaks starting to go underway, you actually have something to shut down instead of a win-loss, win-loss. So can you find a first blood though? Can you take a wrench in the corner? Can you expect Hockey there in that corner? Answers that you can really answer when you see that already 2 kills underway. It's a 2v4 situation. Can't really get much done, but Skirtsy has something to say about that.
Well, alleviate some of the concerns that could have been present. 2 flanking spots though, and Nav is just caught out. There's not much to work off of. Crazy Cheeto, who saw, I guess, flares of pizzazz on the first map of Breeze, has seemingly come into their own skin here. 8-3. Meanwhile, the Aki that we were curious about previously, who did amazing on map 1, lacking on map 2, and is at least second top fragger, tied with the top frag of Matrix to 5 for the opposing side. It is still only the first few remnants, the first few rounds here on Icebox, but I think we need to see some sort of separation for those top dogs at some sooner point rather than later, because that was when we saw Aki devastate early in the game for Kansas on Breeze. That's when we saw Matrix, if I have to catch up, to then allow for the second map to go in favor of Divine and, of course, Map. They need those top dogs to set the tempo, set the pace for the later stages of these rounds. And to start things off for Arkansas, when they finally have weapons back in their hands, a no command and a swing towards the B site where sadly, they're not really anyone actively defending it, and they already used an ult and a Viper to defend that map in fact.
Well, you get something possibly out of it. Buy enough time to maybe get that spike down, kind of play off of that, look for the edge, and then just kind of play off those audible cues. But so far, you've seen a player already fall towards, obviously, I mean, Jason there in the back. I mean, Logan can't really do too much, but now in a 4v4, equalized, equilibrium coming through until finally Aki in the back with the operator. Just use that Viper stick. Do not do anything else. Play for that cover. Utilize those best you can. Smoke that will never go away unless you just stay inside and get snuffed out almost immediately.
This is a man advantage heavily in favor now for Kansas. Divine's able to take down 2 tiers, but now all by yourself. Close affair. An ult command for no command, and honestly, Kansas's was much more effective in total regard as, I mean, Arkansas, right idea. You pop it early to create space to quickly get engaged onto a site. We see that a lot in Ascent, Dallas, where you pop it to extend into A main. We only saw that come out once. And thankfully for Arkansas, they managed to get a pick off the back of it, which inevitably them the round win. But too many times you see the player either not get any impact because they've given up the site, or they get instantaneously DVNO'd to the floorboards and have to wait to either be picked up or left by their teammates because it's too precarious to go back for it. But it is a round won by Kansas, and Arkansas are another spot where they could save, but they can force 3 rifles, and they can let the Bladestorm and
You want to play? Let's play.
Well, see if we can get a little bit of switch up here with that Blaze underway. Bit of an eco round, right back to where we've seen Arkansas kind of be asleep at the wheel thus far. They're looking to get themselves a little bit of contention. Ever since these pistol rounds, they have not found a way to stop these rifles just yet, but these knives could be just exactly what it is.
Nav looking to continue to rain down terror. Jelly sitting in cubby below Raptor's side, and Nav is off the board in a second to join them before Skirtsy can finally deal with it. That is a huge return of investment for that player's life. And now Aki will pop their own Bladestorm and to engage a little bit more completely as well. Swinging up on Raptors. Matrixify. All the way back on Belt. Something that assume a sniper in their hand. Perfect cloud burst! And Aki takes the head off the sniper at range. Divine up for more. Dylan gets the tag assist to deal with 1. Skirtsy all by themselves, and you gotta hit that shot because Aki is not one to miss. round 1 by Kansas, dominating right now with 3-round buffer.
Big stance, keeping things going along. Kansas keeping their lead, just getting that much larger considering these rifles. Ever since they come into their hand, the game's just complete toss-up. I mean, they've really found themselves that lead. They've become that snowball, become that menace, and they've kind of run away with it, which is kind of surprising considering the strength that we saw to Arkansas. And this is on the defensive side, keep in mind. Kansas hasn't been bringing that pressure. They haven't been the ones starting the conflicts, making sure to be the one to tip off that initial domino and see everything else fall into place afterwards. They've been the ones just completely playing reactionary and doing a better job at it. Finding better opportunities, hitting more shots. You can't let this thing really get out of control considering the game that we've seen thus far. And Aki, a missed shot underway, man, could have really hit the point there on what I was saying, but still, you got more than enough time to still make something happen.
After I highlighted Aki for not missing those shots just last round. Not just where he pops though, will force the player off of the initial spike placement so they get tagged by the second hit. Third one misses all. And Matrixify, nice and close. Hard pressed to miss a shot like that, Dallas. They'll make sure they get themselves first blood. And Skirtsy will in fact plant below in rafters. I think Aki hears that the audio cue is closer than anticipated. And you kind of wait to see if a player, aka Skirtsy, moves back into line of sight to swing back around. Now, deal with the one. Doesn't get their initial target of Dylan, but eventually will secure it as they swing back their way. Crazy Cheetos on the strike. They're just going for it for some reason. Divine falls as Crazy Cheeto gets the kill. A Cloudburst cuts down sideline. A classic free gun! Free gun, by the way! As Logan finds 2 kills.
Attack when they're suppressed. Adopt their options. They make mistakes.
Yeah. Something's gonna be done about that.
Yeah.
I'm usually the one who's saying it's either, it's honest. I don't know. I know what it is. I know what it is. I finally haven't run a situation like this in a while. So the kind of the catchphrase I got to where it's either balance or BS, and I'm usually in the ballpark of balance, but that's something.
Yeah, that's. You know what? Let's just sum it up. Logan Diff, guys. Logan Diff. Yeah. I got Logan Diff for sure. Maybe that's all it comes down to, because all of them have a classic, so therefore it is fair. It is actually, I guess.
Yeah, we all got him. I mean, it's a free gun.
Yeah,
so,
free gun, by the way.
So that's
it is what it is.
Good balancing. I mean,
it's not overpowered if everybody has it, right?
Right.
It's okay. Oh, round underfoot.
We're looking for it. We know the transition's going underway. We know these players are dropping. We know that Dylan's the one getting to go ahead and result in that first blood. So we just got to see what can be done with it. We know the players are going towards the A side. The operator there towards the back of the map. Aki can't hit that, sadly. But still, Cheetos on the outside looking for a very quick exchange. It's 3v3. Sight's looking to get that spike planted on it. And that's exactly what's going to happen as the exchange and the transition across the map. The rotation comes underway for a retake.
That's 2 times now that Aki's missed a very important shot that would have primed the Kansas side into a bit more of a populous position when it comes to the retake. Now no longer available. Just 2 players remaining as their shot does connect. Make that correct. Chair says we're investing. Oh, never mind. Divine gets them off right off the fact. And now it's just going to be up to the one-man front of 2 chairs whose position is known because I just used the resurrection. And the tracers, they're firing, evident as well. As you see, once on your screen, you do have a player up inside of 2. Skirtsy, watching from the below side. They've got 1 for each angle. They get into their line of sight, and it's an easy tear down from that point onwards as Arkansas find now 2 in a row to clap back up a little bit closer, just 1 round bickering between these 2 sides.
I mean, able to go ahead and find some relevancy here. That's big for Arkansas, consider that, for the longest time, it felt like they had absolutely no chance against Kansas when these rifles were in their hands. But they finally got an opportunity where you shut the guns down. You switched things up a little bit. You made sure they had to go to an economy round, and they're kind of in that weird area of limbo where they're having to bounce back and forth, and they can never get a gun just feeling comfy inside their hands. Get used to seeing a Vandal, get used to seeing a Phantom, get used to seeing an Operator, whatever it may be. But the one thing you got to get used to seeing is, this game staying close. Because, it seems like Icebox finally kind of underway. These teams are starting to heat up a little bit. They're starting to figure out what exactly is going on. The schemes to sniff out, and possibly first blood's underway. Instead, from Map, great little shot exchange there. Logan to capitalize on top of it. That's a free sight to work with besides Jelly there in the back, who may just give it up until he finally hits that shot up ahead and makes sure to gearing things that much closer.
Well, make sure you get that first kill and get out of it as well. You don't want that engagement to go too far out of control. Considering Logan doesn't have spike, he can start to transgress a little bit forward and create maybe an ample opportunity to get yourself in a good spot. They'll move over a little harder too, but because that jelly gets caught out in the process. Aki, though, not far behind, moving in from orange, and Logan's life will be forfeit. Looks like maybe a possibility. I was gonna say for a shorty to come out. Not the case. Aki will trade for a Vandal, and well, unfortunately, now they're the only player left standing. Maybe they pick back up that operator and they just retreat on out of this fight. They ain't got no dog in this one. They want to hold on to the expensive weapon. Maybe they're just trying to make this round more expensive for the opposing side. They get shot at. They say, no, thank you. I'm trying to leave as fast as I can. Shorty in hand. Aki right over him, but doesn't know it. And so they'll just run as fast. Oh, Firebirds gone. Be careful. Smokes don't last long if you're a Jets. They still get away with Matrixify, actually, shockingly enough. So, I mean, some impact to be had, but they will fall and the operator will go the other way.
Schmoving with it, but still doesn't even really matter all that much because once again we were expecting Arkansas when they had that spike down for them to win around like that. I mean, I gotta say, and even then, I think there wasn't enough unity out of the squad, enough coordination there. Considering that, I mean, if you looked at half of that round, we saw that constantly Cheeto was doing a good job. He was holding down that site, but it seemed like he was so comfy inside that lawn chair of his, inside that green goop of the Vipers, but that he didn't want to make that transition. You had funnels of players. You had, sure, that one little foundation, that one player watching the angle, which is what an operator's supposed to do, but everybody else just funneling in over and over and over again, and you can't really get too much done. But speaking of a funnel, let's go ahead and just throw that onto the side. Get our else onto A. Go ahead and ultimate into that as well. What utility? There is none to be used. Find some pressure. Splash all the way into spawn. Logan, good God, you want the entire map.
I mean, there's the statement of map control, and then there's just random walking. I mean, they're going for it, but I mean, there's still a full fight you have to deal with on the other side. Don't overextend too far. Dylan, though, spray through the wall, doing their best to try to snuff out the player map that is up in there. I think one tracer did tag them, and there's the rest as well, making things difficult. Plays for a mid hand for Aki. They will not find the kill. Instead, it'll be player Divine to strike first, though. They fall quickly to Jet. Now still in two, deals with one. Aki takes down their doppelganger. Now will extend out closer towards Decisive. But Skirtsy still swinging in from elbow, deals with Aki decisively. Jelly, 1v2. Knows where one initially was, but past that, Skirtsy was skirting around the corner, finding themselves the last blood, and it looks like they'll escape away from this explosion, and they'll give themselves a 6 halfway mark to break even at the very least.
No matter what, I mean, 6-6, 7-5, I'm happy with this. This is the close result that we've gotten so far because we have not had the luxury of that yet. A 9-3, what, an 11-1? I mean, it's not been the best day in terms of equal halves, which is crazy to say, but I think it also is a testament to go ahead and show a little bit of respect to what we saw on the start of the half as well, because it didn't go 3-0. It went 2-1, and then that's when the streaks happened. You had a little bit of leeway. You had a start before some retaliation got poured into the man. Speaking of retaliation, you had to have something there. You had to have at least some shot land, considering how crucial that was. It wasn't a missed shot by Aki, instead it was by Cheeto, but he makes sure to compensate pretty quickly as he's in the back of the map going off of that Guardian.
You're able to pop off big. Problem lies now that Devin is off the board. Aki joins it. It will be 2 shares as well. Mav is a menace. And already, Kansas Esports waking up in the middle of the night sweating as they have to remember what Mav just did to them and has been doing to them in these last 2 maps. Even just the 11-1 scoreline, it'll be like Brazil 7-1. They'll have to constantly remember that fact. And unfortunately, they may have to remember it clear through the winter break and back into the next season, because they lose here, they're out. This is the semifinal. You're won, you're done. You then move on to the grand final should you come out victorious in Kansas Esports. They're behind at halftime, but not by a huge margin. This game is still retrievable.
This definitely is. I think, honestly, we get the pistol round, the force afterwards, and everybody just stays in their respective spot and doesn't buy on a round 2 and waits for the rifles a round 3. Keep it close, keep it relevant, keep it even as possible between everybody, but the biggest thing it really dwindles down to is, can we see first blood? It's the Matrix. Now on the defense with the Chamber, that's the player that we were lacking on the attacking side. Obviously, you don't want a Chamber really going off there, but finally back in his respective spot, sitting at home on this side where he just waits for somebody to swing. He finally takes a shot and he hits it as well. Big stance here to start off with. First blood underway, and easy little follow-up there from Mad. Divine on side as well. This looking big, 5v2, almost immediately. Dog
Aki. Unfortunately, Divine still comes up big. What a round, though, for Arkansas to submit themselves on the board first at halftime. Able to shut down Aki. Aki has had one of the most spectacular performances of any CC that we have seen, Dallas. First map, they go 42-24. But then they jump to the second, and they're brought down to negative 14-17. Thankfully, here on this third map, they're tied with top frag with Mav, who's now sitting 14-10, but Aki's 14-11. Still one extra death, but we'll count that last round the one to give them that sort of manner in favor. Since otherwise, it hasn't been Matrixified top dogging in map 2 or 3. We mentioned they still were great on 2. The whole team is playing out of their minds on this third map for Arkansas. Not one player is really that far behind the rest of the pack, which was a problem on map 1 and 2 for a while. This third map, everyone is playing well for Arkansas, and if that continues, it feels like it will be difficult for Kansas to catch up. And to make matters worse, this round seems less and less likely, especially considering Nav just hit and miss. First blood and Matrixify on the flank, pincering them effectively. And it does look like it will start to fall more in favor of the blue, but Chionaki finding some nice hits, and Matrixify throws. That's not good.
Divine, pick up the Guardian, babe. Come on.
Come on.
It sounds that thing. I don't know what it is with the Guardian, but it's the most like audibly satisfying gun in the game to listen to over anything else.
It just scratches the
It's
inside of
better.
your brain.
It does. It's like it doesn't matter what scan you got, whatever. I mean, Tour de Force, that's great and all, but it means like this audible is louder than the actual like kill tone, so you don't really get too much of it until the ace happens, obviously. But I mean, it's just outstanding. But regardless, so one thing that could also be outstanding is the spike.
30 seconds
because
left.
Arkansas, they obviously got to play defense. They have the better guns to work with, but Kansas, they are playing a little bit of a risky game here, really trying to get those nooks and
Spike
crannies.
planted.
Barrier will be placed, but Divine says, hey, there's
One
a nice little
enemy
stairwell
remaining.
right here for me to walk on up to it. They'll get both of them in the process. That just made things easier for Divine. A very unfortunate spot for that barrier orb. Maybe would have been smarter to cut off screens instead, but, you know, we're omnipotent here in this third-person view, having the observer do everything for us. There's Arkansas over the fact of it. They, not so much. They'll have to see it in their VOD review. Arkansas take this round, though a narrow margin at best. 2 players surviving for the pistol. Now they'll have the question, do they force for 3? Or do they just deal with the fact they're more likely they're not going to lose this one?
Well, I think it comes down to right here, right now, if you can have the answer ready. Because, I mean, considering that first half, that's what we saw. That's where Kansas started going a little bit of a spree there to get themselves some rounds on the board and kind of have themselves a point of contention. Because once they get the rifles, they become a different team. We've seen that time and time again. I mean, even then, during map 1, we didn't get too much of a taste of that because keep in mind, Aki forced a rifle in round 2. So after the pistols, you don't get to see much anyways. It comes down to these situations. If you can go crazy, if you can start to actually hit these shots, if you can have some ultimates, some impactful ones to work with early on, it's all going to add up over the course of this game. And what could really add up is the kills for Mav. A huge start. 2 rifles immediately extinguished.
And I'm sorry to break it to you, you didn't punish the right player. You took down Matrixify when it should have been Mav at the other end of it. Now they've got a third on top of it. 2 players left, and Mav is fiending for it, like trying to pick back up after Thanksgiving leftovers. You want them. Nothing's gonna stop you from going out of your room at 4 a.m. and sneaking a cornbread meal right out of the fridge. And unfortunately, that's the case we see go down here. The rest of the team, though, picking up the pace where needed as Mav was locking down that spike that was left inside Garage. No chance for Kansas to get back up to it. And now, Arkansas, double digits. And on top of that, double the score line of Kansas Esports. Since we like to have a flare of dramaticism here, Dallas, it is only a 5-round difference, but that is double what Kansas have to the board.
Yeah, and I mean, money isn't looking too hot. You see the investment not only of the sheriffs, but I mean, armor every here and there. You're looking for someone to the spread. We saw Mav obviously be the catalyst for that last round, be the sole reason they won that round. Let's be real here. I mean, there is no denying that. You're gonna have to see the same exact effort at Aki right now, and we've seen it out of him before, so we know it's possible. We're expecting him to do it once more, but Mav has already gone ahead and struck, found that first blood, and is looking to follow things up with Matrix. Trying a little bit of assistance, and finally, that's a gun to work with. That's good for these players of Kansas. Go to pick that thing up. Somebody has a Blaze Storm. That's only one of your players lacking that weaponry to work with. But how are you going to make use of this? You have yourself a Sage. You have a Jet, and a KO. You have no real hold for a site. Meanwhile, a Viper's still on the field, and a Reyna with an Empress is just as scary.
Nav struck first, but Lightning does not strike twice in the scenario. They fall the first second. And back and forth, let's see how it goes. And
One enemy remaining.
can dissipate down Dylan's life. Logan does find a second flick. That was quite a hasty flick, about 90 degrees to the left to deal with the second player, and Divine was ready to take them down just the same. I still think Logan's one of the better slept-on players on the side of Arkansas. Not to say that they're underappreciated by any margin, but their stat sheet, their scoreboard doesn't necessarily indicate from what we are capable of seeing them do. On Breeze, Logan did an amazing job on that B site. And yes, Arkansas still lost that map, but they would have been a loss much sooner had Logan not been as good as they were. Though on this map, a lot of the Valor, like I mentioned before, stolen by Mav and Divine, who've popped off in a very big manner. But Logan's utility, their playstyle, their positioning, you can tell they ride on Logan, ride or die for sure.
No, it's the entirety of Arkansas, quite honestly. I mean, they've all had their own moments. I mean, Logan, he's been a little bit consistent. Skirtsy, keep in mind, during Breeze, didn't have the best stat line on the board, but he made so many rounds expensive. I mean, sure, he was the last one standing 9 times out of 10, but that's because he's a Viper. You can't be getting in the middle of a fight. You can't be the first one to die, because then you lose your wall, you use your snake bites. I mean, so much utility is out the window. Everybody on Arkansas has been showing up here and doing an outstanding job. You've got to give them props for it, but, I mean, they have themselves one more chance right here. Another round underway, 3v4. They can close things out as soon as possible. They can even really disappoint Kansas, and they end up getting this round. They're making it close, I'll tell you that.
Blind spots down Jelly too, but can't find the shot in time. Matrixify secures 12 match points, series point for Arkansas, as Kansas has been kept in the dry for quite a while here, Dallas. Essentially, their last round pickup for Kansas. All the way in round 7. Kansas have struggled. A completely flawless series for Arkansas past that point. And at least they can say, even if this round ends next, Kansas got more rounds on this map than they did on Ascent. But that's not hard to do, considering the scoreline that came through.
And even then, you're looking at a tour de force. You have a Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury, Resurrection. Kansas has things for holds, for sites, for post plants. Arkansas, they have everything. I mean, that tour de force alone will hold down half the map. A null command for a retake. Empress, same exact thing. This comes out when a spike goes down. And Mav has already put a little bit of a nail in the coffin. Same thing with Matrix. We can see this game ending very fast.
Yeah, they lost the Viper's Pit on that first pick, Dallas. So Resurrection will be forced in this round. It's not like you can bring it into a game over anyways. And you definitely need every little piece that you can get. So make sure you even things up. It is a 4-on-4 because of that. But now you know the Viper's Pit will be used here. There's just no way they do not use it at any point. They're going to have to use it whatsoever. But the problem lies into the next round when they don't have it after they use it. Even if they were to scrape this one by, Arkansas hasn't necessarily needed ult to get the job done. And let's go ahead and look at that tour de force. No longer towards A whatsoever. It's right over inside of yellow crate on that green side of B. Plants do go through. Toxic green put into play both sides, trying to alleviate the pressure. See with first blood. They will lose the final process, but Logan's still there with their own no command, and it is just Crazy Cheeto left standing now. It is a 1-on-1. Inside elbow. Skirtsy will need to win this fight because their teammate of Matrixify not necessarily close enough to receive off the back of it. Skirtsy will eventually fall Matrixify in opening corner, and they'll clutch up. Much like last round, they'll secure the final kill in this one, and it will in fact be Arkansas to come out big. The first upset we've seen on our bracket. They broke it. Number 3 seeded team beats number 2, though they both exited the season 7-1.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, after that first map, we could have somewhat seen this coming. I mean, on a guarantee, we saw obviously Kansas coming in this thing with the advantage, getting that first ban, getting that first pick as well. But even that situation where you want to make sure to have a definitive start, you want to have that momentum working in your way, and you've invested all that stamina. By the time you get a map 2, you're saying, all right, we got our map, right? That's all the gas in the tank. We got an entire map to refuel ourselves. And, I mean, you didn't even get enough time to even park the car with how fast that thing went through. It's just outstanding what we saw Arkansas here do today. I mean, we talked about, obviously, right there towards the end where you're giving Logan a little bit of praises. I was giving Skirtsy his praises because, obviously, we know what everybody else was really contributing with Matrix in that fight there, with Mav in that fight. I mean, they were all looking outstanding across the board. just them as a unified unit, seeing what they are accomplishing, seeing these plans. We didn't get the most tactical group out of the entirety of this bracket. I mean, that may be what we have to witness against Park next week, but as it stands right here, right now, they at least showed that they can hit a heck of a lot more than we did out of Kansas.
Yeah, it was a great game. Great series on top of the Dallas. A really spectacular showcase. And considering that these two teams didn't face it all in the main stage season, I was really expecting, I don't know, something out of this one. And I got it. Map 1. Crazy start for Kansas University, the Kansas esports side. Turned back away. They had to force OT, which is a crazy storyline statistic in the first place. That's why we've highlighted it so many times. Have you ever seen those videos online, the funny ones with all the laughing things over the top, the laugh tracks, where it's dogs barking at each other through a fence, but in the second they move the fence, they just stare at each other and are awkwardly not really wanting to fight? They looked like the dogs barking through the fence in map 1, where it had to go to 5 OTs. But the second one hits, second map, third map goes through, they looked like the dogs not really wanting to partake of it. And I tell you, Arkansas didn't. Arkansas had the dog in the fight. Arkansas sent through map 2 and map 3. They looked great. Yeah. And that's why they secured themselves that victory. Loved what Kansas brought in map 1. They just didn't bring that in map 2 and map 3.
Yeah, and even in map 3, I mean, they had to pick in that fight. They were looking good there for a little bit, the entirety of that first half. And we were saying, okay, things are looking pretty good for them. We're having 7-5. This is the most even we've had the entirety of this so far, considering that on Breeze, where it was 9-3, and even then 11-1 on the Cent, that we're going to put we're crossing that one out. We're not discussing it because obviously that was their Arkansas momentum kind of carried in their favor, but they didn't carry that into the next map. That's the surprising thing to me. They found themselves 5 rounds in a row, back to back to back, after the only 2 we saw Arkansas really finesse. That's the biggest thing, is that they found an entire half off those rounds alone. But once you get around to the defense, we talked about it earlier. Even then, on Bree specifically, when we kind of alluded to Cypher and these changes, these buffs he's had recently, is it really worth making that sacrifice? Do you really want to get rid of that chamber? And if you do, is it going to be worth it? Sadly, 2 chairs did not have the impact you needed out of a Sage to compensate for the fact that you had a chamber and Matrix putting in work with that, specifically after what we saw in Breeze.
Arkansas punched their ticket now into the grand finals. They will be facing off against number 1 seeded Park University, the matchup between 1st and 3rd. And, well, it was close to being a Kansas University side to do so, but the victor is crowned that, and now they have a very tough matchup ahead of them, who have not dropped a single map inside of this playoff season. We're going to have an interview after a quick break with a player on the Arkansas side. Stay tuned for that one. I'm sure the fans will have to hear, or want to hear, what they have to say. We'll see you soon. A journey it has been, but Arkansas are crowned the victor, and we've got an interview with one of the players here, Logan. You may not recognize that name. It is in a different language down below. Apparently his real gamer tag cannot fit in VALORANT, so they changed it up ever so slightly. But thank you very much, Logan, for joining us here in the booth. What a game. Halfway through map 1, we thought we were going to have to name Arkansas to Arkansas because they were doing so well against you, but I think now we need to change Kansas to Kansas for half of Arkansas,
yeah,
because
Kansas.
you guys beat them through and through. It was a ridiculously great showcase from you. I loved your map 1 on Breeze, even though you guys take that loss. It would have been a much faster loss if you did not hold down that B side as well as you did when those defensive rounds came through. We highlighted that multiple times in the other maps as well, so we're happy that you're here in the thing, but we'll get to the questions first and foremost. That's what an interview here is.
Yes, sir.
So map 2 looked like a total new team. Totally different from map 1. You did good, but the honors were mostly stolen by Divine and Mav, who took everything away and took everything under their wing. Where did that come from? They look like whole new people. Did they let their older brother hop on the keyboard and mouse and do things for themselves? How did that happen?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. We don't really practice Breeze. We usually try to stick to like Ascent and Icebox. We don't really play a lot of Breeze. So our mental was really good going into game 2 because like we almost took them on their map, and so we were just ready to get back in it. And I think our performance showed it for itself on Ascent and Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta give props to that, obviously. I mean, considering that you don't play Breeze all that much, the map really isn't all that complicated, really, if we dwindle it down. It's just a super open map. Hit your shots, don't buy a Phantom, buy a Vandal, and you're probably gonna be looking pretty peachy on that. But, I mean, we've got to go ahead and back things up and go onto Ascent. I see a lot of teams go ahead and kind of treat this, as I like to call it, the Mona Lisa of Valorant maps, where every team has a dedicated game plan when it comes down to it. Everybody has a very comfortable kind of pace of play on that map, and they know what they're doing. But to go ahead and win out 13-4, that's something you don't see very often. What do you feel like what was the difference maker on that map specifically? Obviously, you chose it, but good God, we didn't expect to see something like that.
Well, on Ascent, it's like I said before, we practice it a lot, and we all know our roles really well. We definitely like the double duelist on Ascent with the Phoenix entry, and then we can have Jet hang around mid and still give presence there. And then on that point, it allows us to just create so much space and like really just capitalize with our knives, extra flashes, and just like really just run it down on them.
You answered my question, my second question I was going to bring to the table by saying you guys don't scrim Breeze and don't really practice it. I was going to ask why was map 2 and 3 so different, but I guess I'll find a new one and divert the attention elsewhere. You mentioned rocking double duelists on Ascent. I have to feel like at some point you guys had a lot of respect for Aki on the other side, who was playing that Reyna on that first map of Breeze and dropped a 42 bomb on you guys. And yes, Matrix did exceptionally well. Mav had a rough first map. At the very beginning was 007. You had 2 players actually at that point. Chat was joking about James Bond at that time, right? You guys picked it up, obviously, and brought it into 5 rounds of OT, but did you guys pick the Reyna on the third map purely to say, hey, Aki, we can do it too? Or is there targeting of any kind? Were y'all purposely avoiding him at any point? How do y'all counterplay against a player who just dropped 42 on you?
Well, the big thing on Breeze, it's like we said before, like it's a really big map as well, and like we don't really like to play against the op that much, so we're really cautious about that on Breeze. And so going into Ascent, we were a lot more confident with our gunfights. We knew how to play around the op a lot better there. And then with the Reyna pick on map 3, we liked Reyna a lot better than Phoenix there. And I'll be honest, Divine's confidence was just up. He had a great second game, and he just wanted to flex his ego a little bit, I'll be honest.
I mean, you've got to give props to where it's due. I mean, obviously, him what he did. But, I mean, consider that next week now, obviously this game's behind you. Not really too much to concern yourselves with when it comes around to Ascent. You say you already practiced the map a lot, and then when it comes around to Breeze, it seems like even without the scripts, for somebody number 2 in the entire division, still you go up against them barely touching that map, and you bring them into what felt like a quadruple penta overtime. Something like that, you don't have to really worry about that map. When it comes around to Park, the number 1 seed in this division, what do you feel like is the biggest thing your team has to work on going to this next week, and what can you expect Park to really notice a difference in?
I think definitely what we need to do is just better team play and communication. That's been like our key thing all season. We've been working on it a lot, and so that's something we're definitely going to try and stress going to Park. I think we had like the closest 2 games in the season with them. I think we won a map, and then we went to double overtime with them on the first map as well. So we're feeling pretty confident. We should have a good time being able to take them next week.
Let's still find it so crazy that you guys had not faced each other before this game at all in the mainstay season, and it turned out to be such a banger matchup. We thought it'd be a lot more of a tough game after map 1 went to 5 OTs, but you know, life's a mystery, and the other map's not so much of a mystery about who was the victor. You guys were very strong, but I'll give you a bit to shout out your platform, your fans, your family, anyone that's helping you between your teammates, whatever it may be. Give your space to give a shout out. Who are you thankful for?
Hey, shout out to all my boys watching, and then all the boys on the team, Divine, Cheetos, the coach, Jake, Ethan, and then Mav, crazy guys. And then shout out to Hudson and Brax. They played with us last season, couldn't be here this season, but we miss you all the same. We love you guys. So I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure playing with you, and we appreciate you guys putting all this on for us.
Glad to have it. Dallas?
Well, sadly, we do gotta go ahead and close things out. Obviously, it's getting a little bit late over on the east side. We're set at 11:45, but I mean, with all that being said and done, don't forget, we're not done just yet here. We got another week of action coming up. Grand finals next week. You obviously get a little bit of a leeway here. We know the Arkansas Park, at least for the Challengers Division, we know what's going on there, but there's going to be plenty more. Every single one of them. You don't want to miss a minute of action when it comes on next week. But regardless of the rest of this week, we got semifinals in every other game as well, because I know we still got Rocket League, Rainbow Six, we got Valorant on Monday. So we got every other game leading up. I don't have to remember which ones we haven't knocked out yet because this is the only one that we're done with. So, yeah, with all that being said and done, go ahead and join us at 5 o'clock every single day Eastern because we're going to be here, not us specifically, but a different game, different casters, but same league you love and you learn from. So we'll catch you then. We'll see you next Monday specifically, and stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.